Christian.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, really.
I'm pretty sure it's not
Okay.
required. Yes, I believe.
No,
that
I
is-
mean, I don't know. It just seems weird to me. You think that this, you.
I mean,
get
even as
your
a even as a
worldview-
non-Christian, right? That's clearly not the case.
No, but I mean, I would expect that if you call yourself a Christian, that you would have read the book that you claim is the Word of God. Just seems the
well,
thing to do,
yeah,
you know?
I mean,
Or
I
that
mean,
you would have
clearly-
at least read the part that you're using to go at other people with.
The vast majority of Christians have not read the Bible.
Yes, and I think that is
probably
why
true.
they remain Christian. The moment that you start reading the Bible a lot, it starts not making much sense.
That was my experience.
Okay. On that note,
Kango 44 for $5 New Zealand says, idiots, instead of saying CGI, just say magic. You know nothing about what it takes to produce CGI. I agree. And also said for $2 New Zealand, most people don't read the manual. They don't. Which it's like it's weird. I find it extremely weird. It would be like me calling myself a communist and not having read the Communist Manifesto.
I don't think most
Doesn't-
communists have read the Communist Manifesto.
Really are communists.
But I would criticize that of them too.
Max, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, have you been following the Ether Cosmology Celestial Theodolite series?
Yes. Jesse
gonna-
destroyed it the other day.
Are you going to get on there and like refute it? Because they're making some pretty good points. Snow Glover.
Jesse's got it.
So
They're
were
not
you
making
here,
it.
Amphibious? Were you here for the Celestial Theodolite event we had here Monday?
I missed it. I missed the Monday one.
Oh, okay. Jesse Path of Light makes an extremely strong case that you can get either globe or flat results from the theodolite method.
Yeah, I believe they did a stream Monday as well at the same time. It was, I guess, bad timing or whatever. But I've heard Jesse address it, and to my knowledge, he goes to mountain peaks that aren't far enough away to have a great difference in arc minutes, right? Enough to tell if it's globe or flat. So he like kind of, this is just what I've seen. He kind of picks what mountain peaks he wants to go to either make the entire experiment or entire method basically, yeah, where it doesn't produce any empirical evidence.
What?
Nada.
You just said a whole bunch of nothing. What I'm wondering, since the
Amphibious,
debate
I have
happened,
a question for Amphibious.
yeah, go for it.
Amphibious, if I had told you that I could use the law of cosines to prove that the Earth cannot be planar, do you know what the law of cosines is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so this is something that so what you just confessed to is that you don't have a mastery of 10th grade mathematics. Because the law of
Wrong,
cosines
Harry. Red
is
herring.
high school
Let him
is
finish.
high school level mathematics, right?
Mhm.
It's basic geometry. It's one of the most fundamental trigonometric identities possible.
Yeah.
So my argument, my question to you then becomes, if that is how much you don't know, on what basis are you trying to claim that you're informed enough to comment on surveying techniques?
So I commented on the debate itself, and I listened to the arguments proposed. And
Right.
when each side explains things, right, you can kind of tell who's truthful and who's winning.
So the basis of your conclusion is not technical expertise or technical understanding, but who you thought sounded more plausible to you?
Oh, it's not even that. It's
in their
who-
arguments. In
Who
their
sounded
arguments.
more confident to him?
No,
Yeah,
it's not
just-
Yeah.
confidence.
So how?
It's
You
not
So
confidence
feel-
because when they called Jesse out and whoever else, there was another. When they told them, they're not understanding because they were obsessed with the location of the observer and not they
Well, yeah,
had to
because
take the
that's important.
well where the stars occluded, right, is at the mountain peak. So the angle to stellarium, what stellarium says, the angle to the star is from the mountain peak. So
Yeah, the problem is that if
Dr.
you use the data from Stellarium, that is made using the globe. So
Okay,
that's
well,
the problem. They have the globe inside in their math, and they don't.
I'm gonna
realize
have to watch. Yeah. You can't use. That's funny. So
You can't
I'm
use
gonna
the
have to watch
Haberstein formula.
Jesse's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
flat
have to
earthers
watch
can't use math.
Jesse's. I'm gonna have to watch Jesse's stream on Monday or whatever, and then I would like to hear you guys get on and talk with the Ether crew. Then I think they're gonna do
Oh,
another one soon.
They'll be here
yeah.
Friday.
I tried going to their server. I said hello and got banned because they're really, really brave.
Well, they banned me before I opened my mouth.
yeah,
They just
Okay.
don't
I
like.
expect
Yeah, I'm banned there too.
I happen to know that Alan has an extreme antipathy for me. So I don't think I'll be welcome there at all. So I'm just the point that I would make is that if we're discussing elements of science, then surely at some, how long have you been a flat earther?
I have questioned the globe now probably for about a year.
Okay. And in that year, have you made any effort to learn any geometry?
Honestly, no. None that I already learned before and forgot.
Okay. Do you think that perhaps an understanding of geometry might help you to better assess the evidence?
If I were to try an experiment that required geometry, yes.
Well,
I
aren't
would
you trying
study and
to
learn it.
interpret experimental results that other people are presenting to you? And don't you feel that assessing the evidence that they're presenting might be assisted if you understood a little bit of geometry?
Yes, but when they present their arguments, right? That's what I look into.
But so you're
If I
basing
were
it on
to,
your perception. You're
sorry, go
basing
ahead.
it on your perception of their confidence level, and you're opening the door to, frankly, cognitive bias. If there's a side that you like more, then you're not going to be dispassionate in assessing, whose presentation was more persuasive. Wouldn't it be better for you if you had a more technical understanding and could actually tell whether or not one of the others was lying to you, or at least making a mistake?
Yes, for sure. I'd be it'd be advantageous for me to learn that and become more technical. But I am not trying to argue the details. I'm just watching the two sides go at it, and
But you
I'm not.
were trying to argue
But,
the details.
but,
So let's move
but I
on.
mean,
Does
Oh,
any other
but I
flat
mean,
earther have anything else?
the same questions. So I picked on amphibious, which is a little bit unfair, but I would encourage every flat earther in the conversation to ask themselves the same questions. Have you bothered learning any geometry? Have you bothered actually, doing surveying problems? Not just reading a surveying textbook and thinking that you understand what they're saying in it. Have you actually done the exercises? Have you challenged yourselves to develop a mastery of these topics? Because if you haven't, then you're just not in the game. You're not playing the same game as everyone else. We're here trying to, well, I am certainly here trying to present facts and trying to present data and trying to present evidence. And one of the problems I come across repeatedly is that flat earthers don't understand even the basic premises of the arguments that I'm making.
So-
But they will emphatically declare that I'm wrong, that I've made a mistake, or that I've fabricated something, which is demonstrably untrue.
No, Tony, it's totally fair. It's totally fair to get after me about that. So yeah, I just haven't put in the time, and I haven't invested, my mind to learn those things currently, as I
Then
recently,
why even
question this.
try?
No, that
I bu-
actually that's great. I think that was super productive. So
Okay, can we
Cheers,
move on?
cheers.
I would
yes,
like
yes,
some
yes, we can move
evidence,
on.
please.
We're not here to be
Someone
productive. We're here
with
for a
an
fight.
argument. Come on. I don't know.
All right.
Who was it here? Matthias says, now just watching the glower scope in the chat. Like, why don't you bring all that evidence then for flat Earth, or I don't know. We can talk about whatever you want, but bring an argument.
So
So, what do the flat earthers think about the engineering feasibility of the ISS? What are the issues in terms of whether or not it could physically exist or not? Does anybody have an opinion around that?
That's a good question.
I would just bring up maintenance and yeah, how do they maintain it so well?
Resupply mission.
Mhm.
Yeah, they just send another rocket to resupply it. But why is that a complication?
How do people
Hello?
live on islands?
I mean, it is a complication, just not that.
yeah,
complicated.
I'm sure it's hard to do
It's not
to do
easy.
maintenance, but
The ISS
Well,
is
yeah.
what, like, literally the
But if
most
you-
expensive structure ever built. It's not like no one's
Right,
claiming
right,
it's easy.
But if you accept the
So was
premise
there-
that they launched a rocket to it, then
Was there
yeah, resupply
was there any
mission is not
records?
a problem.
I'm sorry.
Was there what?
Were there any records, any video footage of the construction of the
Oh,
ISS?
yeah. Hold on.
I've never been able to see it.
Oh, I have a friend, Astronomy Live, who did a compilation of that, and you can see all of it. Yeah.
Is it the one they put in the giant swimming pool?
No.
Okay.
You can photograph it from space. I think you can actually see the construction happening over time from images taken from Earth.
Yes, he has a video like that, 5 years covering the progress
Can you
of
share
the
that?
construction of the
Hey, Max,
ISS.
hey, Max, just hang it up, dude.
Why?
Oh, you have no clue what
So
you're
far,
talking
you
about.
haven't-
You're just
so far-
into the
bragging.
break. A flat earther. There we go.
So far, you haven't done anything. So-
Max, you want to talk to a real flat earth?
Oh, you're the real. Yes, let's go. What?
Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
Yes, please.
Are you a big man?
That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
Are you a big man? You want me
That's
to call you
irrelevant
that?
to the shape of the Earth. You can
So
call
the
me Max.
globe is a very big globe. Is that okay?
Compared to the size of humans, sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's very good. Like, you're okay with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Was that it? Into the
is
break?
that it? Okay, yeah. Earth
Uh-huh.
big. Okay. Yes, we agree. Where do we go from there?
A big globe.
All right, I guess that's it. Big globe.
A big
We
globe.
win. Thanks for playing.
You win.
That was fast.
How's that a win?
I don't know. We agreed that the Earth is a big globe. I'm still waiting for the rest. But so far, that's all we
Well,
have.
I
so
could agree
I'm
with something,
ahead.
and I could agree with that you're gonna solve Alzheimer's, and I could give to Vivek Ramaswamy's like business. I could do that, but would that make it like it worth it?
To cure Alzheimer's?
Can
I
you
think we
explain?
have-
Can you
Where
explain-
think we have a-
Ramaswamy ran a scam business trying to solve for Alzheimer's, and he just stole well, you're not American, but he stole
Nope.
all white Americans' grandmas' pensions to do so. So he should be elevated to be like the
How-
leader of the new world, shouldn't he?
How is
What
that
does it have to
relevant
do
to
with
the shape
anything?
of the earth, my dude? What are you
Yeah,
on?
Into the break. Don't
Because
break
it has to do with
Discord.
economics. It has to do with economics.
No, this
Yeah, but
has nothing to do with
Has
anything.
everything to do with it. What are you talking about? You don't even know what flat means. So what do you mean when you say flat?
What do you mean when you say flat?
this guy for
Holy
regards
shit,
to
dude!
the
You're
earth.
for real, like a very demented kind of person.
Uh-huh.
I think
What do
he's a
you
troll.
mean when you say flat in regards to the shape of the earth?
Are you altered into the break?
Yes. In the regards to the shape of the Earth, I am referring to exactly perpendicular
Exactly perpendicular to what?
to horizontal.
To horizontal.
To the to horizontal, the horizon.
Okay.
The horizon. Are you okay with that?
Uh-huh.
Are you okay with
And
horizontal is flat? Are you okay with that?
Can you move on?
Yes,
I
I've
would-
moved
I would-
on
I
to.
would
I'm on
actually-
a logical syllogism.
I would
Whoever
actually-
calling to
That's
move
not-
on, can you please sit down for a second? Me and
That's
Max.
not a
He
logical
Max
system.
has me blocked and banned inside of
I can see that. I can
the
really see
other
why.
chat
I can
and
honestly see that. I don't see a problem with
and
that.
in the chat so I
think
have an
this guy's a
opportunity to
troll,
talk to
to be
him.
honest.
He has a
I don't
problem
know
with
why
me.
we're listening
I
to
want to sort of dissolve the problem that he
I
has
have
with me.
no problem with you.
I would have.
Well,
Yeah.
you have me
too.
banned on all these accounts.
Who wouldn't
No.
block racist?
You have me banned on all modern day debates. You have me banned
that
on
wasn't-
all modern
that
day
wasn't
debates,
me.
dude. Like it's a
No.
very uncool thing, and I'm here. I'm able to
You're-
talk to you. I'm
not
telling
banned
you, it's not
anywhere.
cool.
Into the
I
break.
haven't
Do you
banned you
think?
anywhere.
Do you think that your behavior might be responsible for your being banned?
Yeah, but he got banned on
Well,
MDE
obviously,
before
but I'm
I was
saying
allowed.
I'm just curious if you think
I'm
it's possible.
complying with TOS, but I have this opportunity
It wasn't like, dude,
to
you got
Max
yourself
personally,
banned on
and it's
on
like,
MDE. I
can you
wasn't the one that-
unban into the break, dude?
No, you
Unban me,
you
unban
can do
me.
an
Like it's unfair. Like why would you do that?
I didn't ban you. You can do an appeal. They have like a system.
Well, I'm appealing to you. You are the person I am
Yeah,
appealing
but that's
to.
not how that works. You can use the system to appeal.
I have to call. I have to talk to James.
No, James is not in charge of the MDD Discord, and I wasn't
Oh
the one
my
who banned
gosh, dude. Well, I'm talking to you. This is the way that it is on your thing. I completely
you. Yes,
defeated
they have.
one of
It's
you
not my
people
server.
with a completely logical argument, and then here
For
you
fuck's
want to
sake,
just
I don't
dismiss me.
care about your status with the MDD server.
Well,
It
there it
wasn't
goes
me.
about your Yelp review. You caring.
All right.
Moving on.
Stupid.
So we're gonna
Can I-
so into the break. Do you want to
Can I
make
make a point?
for the
Because
flat
I gotta
Earth?
go to sleep, man.
I know you're a
I've
flat
got-
earther. Into the break.
No, he cares so much. Like it's okay, dude.
I know.
You
I
want
know
to talk
you're.
about science?
Nobody is a flat earther. We're all human beings. Flat Earth
Can I
is
make-
Yeah, define
belief
Earth.
system,
What is an earther? A good point. What is an earther?
Omni.
Define that.
Oh my god, no! This
You
is
wanna talk about
really-
science?
Not going.
nobody.
Down that route.
Also, nobody is a glober. We're all human beings.
Yeah. So
Uh-huh.
into the
Real
break.
point. Real point.
Into the break. I think your behavior may very well be responsible for any banning that you have experienced. You should look within.
Omnivore. Can I make a
No,
quick
it's already
point?
happened. I'm literally.
No one
I've only
cares.
been
It's
listening to him
it's
for
over.
a few moments here, and I would strongly agree with that.
Yeah.
Can I
no,
make a
it's-
quick point before I go to sleep?
Go ahead.
Right. I found Mark Brett's blog. Yeah. And he mentions nothing about globe, anything to do with flat
Okay.
Longer
But
shot.
I didn't say
I
that, did I?
read it
I
in
said
Catalan, I read it in Spanish, and I read it in English. There's not one mention of him talking about refraction. He just says every now and
yeah.
then, Mother Earth gives us something which we can cherish. That's the only thing he says, really. So,
Dude, I literally
I,
showed it. I'm
look,
showing
I'm
it
not having the
on my
argument.
stream
I'm
right
just
now.
telling you. Yeah, I'm just telling
I'm,
you. So your evidence.
I'm
Oh,
sh-
that was
I
his blog.
literally
That's not his
showed.
blog. That's not his blog. When you start reading his blog, it's I,
This
and
is
that's how
his
I know
blog, dude.
you're just talking nonsense. So
Oh,
I
for
rest my
fuck's
case. Good
sake.
night.
About
Buenas
authors.
noches.
About authors.
Buenas
And
noches.
it's the three of them. You can send the email is here. Send them an email. Ask them.
I'm gonna post it. Don't worry about that. I'll post it
Send them
tomorrow.
an
You
email.
can read
Ask them
yourselves, and you
if
can see
it's
how
their blog or
disingenuous
not.
Max
You
is.
filthy liar.
MXXXXX.
All right.
Yeah, go away.
Okay.
Bye.
Unbearable. Like, oh, it's written in first person. Like, what the fuck is that argument? Like, seriously, the desperation is baffling.
I think it's the classic flat earther playbook. They have no evidence, and so they just try to nitpick anything they can. And it's just pathetic.
Somebody here must have evidence.
Evidence of what?
Evidence of the flatness.
The flat.
You don't have evidence of a globe.
Guys,
Really?
please,
Oh, wait, hold my beer. What do you want? What would you like? What would you accept as evidence for the globe?
guys,
Present
please
evidence.
stop insulting flat earthers. Like, we have feelings also.
No one cares. What would you accept as evidence for the globe? What do you like?
I already
What
seen
flavor
anything
do
that
you?
you could bring, which none of that would be evidence. So it's
So,
kind of like a
could you answer the
what
question?
to
What
what?
would you accept as evidence for the globe? It's a
Go ahead,
very
present
simple
something.
question.
Go ahead. What do you think is evidence?
Can you answer my question? What would you accept?
Anything. Tell me what you think is evidence.
Anything. Okay.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, that's
Not evidence of a globe.
What is it?
how is measuring the curve of the globe not evidence for the globe?
You're not measuring the curve.
Why?
Not with reciprocal zenith angles. Nope.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
how-
are. The angular excess is exactly equal to the angular separation on the globe. So
Right.
you are directly measuring the angular separation of the two theodolites or the two instruments.
What are you measuring on the
that-
theodolite?
So you're measuring the two angles, right? You're looking at one another. You're measuring the angle from your vertical to the other theodolite. You're measuring those at both stations. You're doing it simultaneously.
Yeah, how are you doing that?
If Earth were flat, those angles should add up to exactly 180 degrees. If Earth is approximately spheroidal, then those two angles should add up to more than 180 degrees, and indeed, the amount by which they exceed 180 degrees is the angular separation between the 2 points.
How are you measuring that the plumb bobs are diverging?
That's exactly what the method is measuring.
That is exactly what also this is well known in surveying. The deflection of plumb bobs is called vertical deflection. So the fact that plumb bobs.
Yeah, but what are you saying is causing that?
We're saying that we're attributing that to the curvature of the Earth. What do you attribute it to?
No, you're attributing the divergence of the angle to the apparent height of the theodolite. You're not actually measuring the.
No, the height doesn't affect. They don't need to be at the same height.
Well, what are you looking at?
You're looking at if the Earth were flat, there should be two parallel lines.
PhD Tony, I think it's important to note that in my experience, most people in this discussion, at least on the flat Earth side, do not know what reciprocal zenith angle means.
Okay.
I have a
So,
little.
Why would you say that?
presentation
You know
for
I
that.
know what it means.
I
So-
am not sure you know what it means.
I know exactly.
Okay, so in geometry, if
I
you
know what
have
it means
two
better than you.
parallel, if you have two parallel lines and a line that crosses those two parallel lines at any angle, the internal angles on the same side of that transecting line will add up to 180 degrees. Those internal angles should add up to 180 degrees. Do you accept that geometric reality? That's a yes or no question. Do you know enough geometry to understand that that's true, or do you not?
Yeah, dude, we're on a different page right now.
Okay, so so when we do that, when we do this observation in practice, we observe that when we add those two angles, they add up to more than 180 degrees. So why does that happen if the Earth is planar?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what two angles he's talking about?
I was talking about something different.
What are you talking about?
So
Well,
there's
if you want to
an
say that
illustration.
if you want to say that your plumb line is diverging, like, you know,
Yes.
how are you measuring
we
the
measure it
divergence of the angle?
with
How
a
are you measuring?
device that measures angles. It's called a
Yeah,
theodolite.
you're measuring the vertical angle, like, so however much the apparent height of the theodolite changed.
Right,
No,
because
Or
do you
elevated.
accept
No,
that if I have
no, that's not right.
line,
If you
if I
look at
have
the
line of
diagram in
sight
the
to
chat,
something, 1 second, Tony. If I have line of sight to something, do you accept that that's a straight line?
You don't have any straight lines on a globe, dude.
Do you accept that if I
that's
can see
demonstrably false,
something,
sir.
the path?
No, there's no such thing as straight lines on a globe, dude. What are you talking about?
So this is
Can
where
you-
we're
can
at.
you-
This is what he does.
Can you stop deflecting? Can you answer the question? If I see something,
You know
the
what else
most
is not
fair-
deflecting?
Oh my
Your
god.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Oh my god. Can you answer the
Dude,
question?
what the hell is wrong with
If
you?
I see
So-
if I see something,
so the-
is the most fair assumption is that we have a straight line of sight from me to it, right? Sir?
No, you certainly don't have a straight line. You're on a globe.
Why?
If you're seeing something, you don't think that's a straight line to it? Are you for real?
No, you
Is this
don't
where
have
we're
a
at
straight
now?
line
This
on
is
a
where
globe,
we're at,
dude. You're on a
everyone.
globe.
Yeah, this is
Well,
okay.
if you think Earth is a globe, then you don't have a straight line, dude. That's it. You're
But
done.
if
Can
we,
we-
that's
can we-
that's
Can we
that's-
mute this
that's
guy
not
for a second?
true,
Because I
sir.
have a
If
question.
if I have 2 points that are both in the atmosphere, then they don't have to follow the shape of the Earth, do they? The line connecting them doesn't have to follow the shape of the Earth. So I can have 2 points in the atmosphere around a sphere that are connected by a straight line, can't I? That's just basic geometry.
And anything you're looking at is a straight line to that, whatever you're looking at, no matter what. It's not
Right.
curved because the Earth is curved. That's
So-
crazy.
so,
You're
wait a
crazy.
minute, wait. So refraction, I suspect that what he's referring to is refraction more so than the idea that
Well,
straight
yeah.
is curved.
But
So,
he
so refraction can occur, but we can demonstrate that the angular discrepancies that we observe are larger than can be accounted for by refraction. We can do observational constraints on how much refraction is occurring, and we know that the effects that we're measuring are much larger than that.
Right.
Also,
right.
you
The-
talked
the
about
effect-
you talked about deflection of plumb bobs. We can actually measure that. We can
Yeah.
compare we can compare sort of the calculated latitude of a latitude and longitude of a point using surveying techniques against the observed latitude and longitude of the point using celestial objects that go overhead, and we can tell that the celestial objects identified by the plumb bob that go directly overhead in the angle of the plumb bob, that plumb bob is actually not pointing orthogonal to the reference surface. We can show that that plumb bob is deflected. This has been done since the early 1700s, so we've known this for nigh on 300 years. that plumb bobs don't hang perfectly orthogonal to the reference surface. So your claim of how your question of how we measure this is something that we have been able to quantify. It requires effort. You need to do a lot of surveying, but this is something that we have explicitly isolated for more than 300 years now. And I don't know how long you've been a flat earther, but if you don't know that vertical deflection is a thing, then you just haven't done any research at all into this topic.
Yeah, what are you doing to determine that your plumb line has deflected?
That's what
Okay,
that's what the method,
well,
dude. That's what the method does with the
there
theodolite.
are two alternatives, right? So we've got two techniques. One is ground surveying to determine the latitude and longitude of the point, and the other one is to use an azimuthal sector, what's called an azimuthal sector, which is a telescope that points straight upwards, which is to say straight along the vertical vector, so away from the plumb bob. Okay, so we've got these two techniques and they disagree. And it's a good question, how do we know that it's the plumb bob that's wrong? Because we can test the surveying techniques and we can demonstrate, we can, for instance, take two lines, measure the distance between them, a mile or so or whatever, using, sort of chains and rods and that sort of thing, so we know exactly how far apart those two reference points are, and then we can use surveying techniques, propagate those lines along, and measure how long they are at the end. And our measuring techniques show that we get an error of 0.0002%. That's way too small to explain the discrepancy. So we know that our surveying techniques are extremely accurate. So the error has to come from the plumb bobs, and this was confirmed in the Schehallien experiment. They took plumb bobs up to Mount Schehallien, and they were able to work out that regardless of where they put the plumb bob, it was always deflected towards the mountain. So this has been, and the same phenomenon was observed during the surveying of the Mason-Dixon line. The same problem was observed during the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India, where the Himalayan mountains attracted plumb bobs. So this is a well-studied physical phenomenon, and if you're not aware of it, it's because you just haven't put in any research.
All right, with that.
Right, so I did not hear any evidence of citing a plumb line
we're not going to do that.
Why are you yelling over me? What are you doing that for?
Yeah, you see how this is an event that is featuring me? That's why.
Oh, you're hosting an event right now?
Yes. So with that ass whooping, we're going to move on to this. The Freak for $2 said Panama Canal completely destroys all of this, and I agree. So if you will direct your eyes to my stream, we'll take a little look at something very interesting. Why does this happen if the water is flat and level? I'm just wondering. So this is a time lapse of a ship going through the Panama Canal. And we'll see how level that water is. Please, all of the cries of CGI, you can save them, because this is clearly
There's no way a real boat could move that fast. Definitely CGI.
Yes. Look at the clouds. It's fake.
Are you saying water is not level? What are you saying?
Water, that's what we're here to find. Oh my God, look at that. That is non-level water, isn't it? Holy
yeah, it's a canal,
cow.
dude.
And why do we need canals, my good sir?
Well, it's a channel,
I can answer.
Level out the water between two different bodies of water.
It's the Panama Canal.
I already answered the question.
So we need that. We need these levees or these locks because sea level is different between the west and the east side of the Panama Isthmus, and sea level is different on these two sides from a combination of geophysical effects. One of which is western boundary current intensification. This is a well-known phenomenon if you look at ocean gyres. They go clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere because of Coriolis effects. And because Coriolis effects are weaker near the equator, not much water has been deflected northward by the time they get to the western side. So all of a sudden you need a whole bunch of on the western side, a whole bunch of water needs to go northward. And this is why these western boundary currents are so intense, and that actually raises sea level. So this is a well understood geophysical effect that not only disproves the idea that sea level is just a single value, it isn't, but it also demonstrates that Coriolis effects have a significant influence on sea surface height.
The silence of concession.
And again, sir, if you don't know this, then you just haven't done any meaningful research into the topic. Have you bothered to look up a map of sea surface height?
Oh, that's a good one.
I look at sea surface height all the time. Very important for fishing.
Okay, have you looked up a map of sea surface height, sir?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Yeah, I use rib charts.
No, that's not a map of sea surface height.
Well, it does like live sea surface heights, right?
In a very localized fashion, I'm talking about global maps of sea surface height.
I can't quite remember. I think they're pretty global, aren't they?
Global.
Or you
You're
mean
not
like
answering my question, and you're being deliberately
No,
evasive.
I'm not.
Have you looked
I'm not.
up? Have you looked up? Yes, you are, and I mean everybody else in the chat can see that you are. So lying about it isn't particularly productive.
I'm not trying to
Have
be.
you looked at any? Have you looked at? Yes, it is effortless to you, so you don't have to try. But have you researched? Have you looked at any charts of global sea surface height?
I've only used rib charts. I probably haven't looked at the ones you're referring to.
Okay, that would have been a good answer to give a few minutes ago.
Oh, I'm not sure what ones you're referring to, so I'm not trying to argue with you here, by the way. I believe what you're saying. I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay, so so I don't know. You can look at a geoid map. You can look at a sea surface height map. All of these things will show you, for instance, sea level at the southern tip of India. Sea level just south of India is about 100 meters lower than the reference ellipsoid.
100 meters?
Yes, 100 meters.
Wow, I did not know that.
This is because this is called the Indian Ocean Geoid Low, IOGL. So it's a well-known thing. It's been known about since the mid-19th century. But yeah, so sea level varies between about 105 meters below and about 95 meters above the reference geoid. So because of deviations in Earth's gravitational field.
And the bottom of the sea, if there's a mountain there, there's a little hump on the surface of the ocean, and we can measure that.
Dude,
But
I heard
implode.
Yeah, I feel you.
By the way,
I heard
Tony,
there's
the guy you were talking to, he left, by the way. I wasn't him.
Yeah, I know. You've got a very different sounding voice, and you've got an
Okay,
Australian
just
accent, so I can tell that.
clarifying.
Yeah, no problem.
Dude, you know what I heard is under the sea also? There's a pineapple under the sea.
Uh-huh.
And
I've heard that too.
have you heard of SpongeBob SquarePants?
Yes. I
So
would like to hear some flat earth evidence if that were possible.
Well,
I mean, I want to hear more like SpongeBob
absorbent,
SquarePants
glow,
stuff, to be honest.
porous.
Can we talk about SpongeBob?
No.
Best show, I think, on Nickelodeon. No? Why not?
No.
Bro, you guys talk about flat Earth all day on here.
Well,
because this is an
that's
event, and if you,
I'm live streaming. Sorry. So
are you?
I would like some evidence for.
Bro,
the
go
flat
live.
Earth, if that would be possible, but I don't like. What's happening? Why is the flat Earth in this pitiful state?
Well, in defense of the flat Earth, it's very difficult to argue for the flat Earth when every observation matches the globe's prediction.
Well, yeah.
Very challenging, man. It's very hard. Not easy.
But then, why be a flat earther when all the evidence is against it? I know that's why I don't get it.
That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. Next question. I got nothing. I got nothing for that answer.
I will just apologize to Max because I've been horning in a lot.
It's okay.
Live stream. So
No problem. No biggie. Everyone says hi, Tony. But do we have any flat earthers left here, or did they all just leave?
J.L. Warren is a biblical flat earther.
Ooh.
No, he's not.
Oh.
He's like the exact opposite of that. So, yeah,
Yes, J.L. Warren is a close personal friend. He does believe in ghosts.
That was just a joke.
Ghosts. Ooh.
No,
yeah, let's talk about ghosts, man. Do you think that shit is real?
You think ghosts are real? There's a documentary about it called Ghostbusters.
Dude, that's my favorite one.
Classic.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Who are you gonna call?
Who are you gonna call?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah, but do you think
that was real,
ghosts are
wasn't
real,
it?
like actually or not?
So let me see. Yeah, it looks like we may have run off all the.
Chase them
wait,
away.
Vaxwax. Wait, Vaxwax is here. He'll do it.
Who's that?
Vaxwax.
Oh, Vaxwax. Hello. I hear you are a flat earther. Would you like to tell me why? Or what's the best evidence that you have for the earth being flat?
Oh, Vax
No?
is shy.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Someone pinged me and said the clown is in the chat. Who is that? I don't know who you're referring to.
Oh, that's the guy you were just talking to, Max.
Oh.
Yeah, who's that?
He ran off and now he's only brave enough to type in chat.
Yeah, that usually happens.
What a loser. Let's make fun of that guy.
Oh, he's still going on the plum bulbs? Oh, that's adorable.
I'm curious how flat earthers rationalize distances in the southern hemisphere. How does that make any sense?
It's easy. If you never go to the south, then that's fine. The problem is that I am from the south, and I've never seen Polaris. And when I go 100 kilometers, it's 100 kilometers, and Google Maps just works. So we know that the lines of longitude are not diverging. It's very hard. The south is just a wound on the side of flat Earth they can't shake.
Yeah, for real. It's like it's just basic like Like you could explain that to like a 5-year-old and they'd get it. You know what I mean?
Sure. What are we talking about, guys?
We're talking
Oh,
about flat Earth. Do
you
think
have
the Earth is
evidence?
flat?
We're talking about ghosts, actually.
No. What do you have evidence for the Earth being flat? Mm-hmm.
Do I have evidence for the Earth? Wait, you just asked me if I have evidence for the Earth being flat?
Yes.
Yes, he just did.
See, that's malformed. You're supposed to
What?
provide me evidence. You claim the Earth is curving and it's a globe
Oh,
and it's
I can do that.
rotating.
I can do that,
You
but
can.
it's not a malformed question. If you say that the Earth is flat, it is it's not malformed to ask you for what's your evidence for
But
the Earth being flat.
well, to say that the Earth is not what you say it is.
What shape is the Earth?
No, I don't have to prove a negative.
What shape
No,
is
I
the
don't.
Earth?
It's
What
not a
shape is the Earth?
negative. It's a positive question, dude. You say that
What
the Earth
shape
is
is the
flat.
Earth?
What shape is it?
Hold on, I was just asked what shape the Earth is.
Yeah.
How would I know what the
What's your
shape
answer?
is?
What's your answer?
That's well, I mean, to say shape, I mean that's.
To say shape, dude, what are you
Well,
really going to discuss
I'm
the
sorry.
meaning of the word shape?
Wait a second. Hold on.
Like
Wait a
seriously,
second.
Question. It's a
are we
it's a
seriously
geometry.
going to talk about the shape, like the meaning of the word
Okay.
shape? We all understand what he's asking you when he asks you.
Okay, so what shape did I claim?
What? Yeah, well, I'm asking
have
you.
flat
What
Earth,
shape is
You
the
guys
Earth?
know my name. What shape have I ever claimed the Earth to
We
be?
want to know. We want to know what is your
Answer to the question.
My answer to what?
What
Oh my
shape is
fucking
the
god!
Earth?
Never mind. No, we're that's it.
Wait, so you guys want
you're
me?
usually
No. You lost
I
your
can
chance.
hold on.
No. Hold on. I don't do these dumb games.
Yeah, you're usually
that is over.
He's usually pretty aggressive. I don't know what happened there, man.
I'm not going down there. What do you mean when you say shape? No freaking way.
Crazy, insane.
No way.
Well, it's it's I can't make a case.
No,
for
it's
the shape I believe in, so I'm going to try to.
Holy cow!
Okay, well, X-Wax,
Alright.
you let
You couldn't
everybody
answer a fourth grade geometry question. What shape do you think the Earth is? Like, whoa, you get into that. Like,
What are words?
you're
Are
killing
we
me.
even here?
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy.
I'm getting reports that Noah is here. No, they meant the server. Oh, to the server. not
Noah
the-
is on the server, but he is not here.
Yeah, someone. Yeah, Coco tagged me. But yeah, if he's not here, then there's not much we can do right now.
Yeah, well.
So
there's quite a few people on the server, but I guess this time of day was not or maybe it was you, Max. Maybe you're.
I mean, I make flat earthers cry a lot, so
Yeah,
I
it might
just
be. Yeah, it might be the case.
So that was so much fun. Omni, thank you so much. I'm going to go hang out with the chat. But yeah, it was fun. Thank you so much.
I'm glad.
I left a link to join the server for the YouTube people. I left the link in the description. I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Omni. Take care. Have a good night.
All right, take care, guys. Anybody from Matters Now is welcome, for sure.
I have a question about something we talked about earlier.
Okay.
We're not talking about the reciprocal zenith angles.
Huh?
What?
No, you're speaking really low. You might have a really deep voice, or my headphones are not turned up. I'm sorry. Say that
Could be
again,
both.
sir.
When we're talking about the reciprocal zenith angles of the I don't know what that experiment's called, but the one that Daz have posted in chat. How do they measure the angle from the theodolite to horizontal of the
angle. Okay. Go on.
So
does that make sense? Have I phrased that right?
yes. So when you set up the theodolite and you set it up, properly level, then what happens is when the bubble, it has like a spirit level bubble in it. When that bubble is perfectly centered, then that gives you your plumb, and then the tool itself gives you the horizontal. So it's
Yeah, so you get localized.
Okay, so if you set up, hold on, I have a question. If you set up a theodolite perfectly horizontal, how do you raise the theodolite? Take an angle measurement, and now your theodolite is no longer perfectly horizontal. Like, what are you talking about?
Aren't you the guy that can't answer the question of what the shape of the Earth
Does
is?
the theodolite have an arm on it? Huh?
What
Am I the
shape is
guy
the
that
Earth?
what?
What shape is the Earth?
I never claimed a shape. Do you claim a shape, sir?
I'm asking you, what shape do you believe the Earth is?
Max is a flat earther.
Shape?
Anything else is
yes. Well,
what shape do you believe the Earth is?
No.
It's not a hard question. It's not a hard question.
No.
Right, but it's something that I've never actually given thought to. A shape. Like, why would the Earth have to be a perfect rectangle? Why would it have to be a perfect oval? Why would it have to be a perfect circle? Those are shapes.
If you're just here to make noise, we don't. I don't think we need that.
No, I'm not here to make noise.
Question, bro. You can't answer a simple question.
The simple question of like what shape the terrain is.
What shape do you think?
What's the shape of
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Really?
What shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, I mean, sure. I heard you the first time. What's my definition of Earth? Can we can somebody break out a Bible? What
My
I think
question's
Earth
actually
is?
interesting. If we can just get this
Why
Max guy to
would
shut up.
why would I refer to a Bible to understand an English word?
Well, I mean, biblically speaking, what does the Bible say the Earth is? Genesis chapter 10.
I don't care. I don't care what the Bible says.
I said
my understanding of English words is informed by.
Well, yeah, you don't, but I do. So I was asked. Well, I was asked what my opinion of what the Earth is, and I'm giving you my opinion. But you're saying that you don't care
Hold
about
on,
my
Vax.
opinion. That's
Vax,
fine.
hold on for a second. Do people want to do this? I can unmute him, and you guys can waste time with him if you want to.
No, he's definitely a troll. I was just showing it. It's obvious to everyone.
I really want to understand this reciprocal Zenus angles thing.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can. So
hang on, sorry. I think
pointing. You've got to
I think my
feel like
question.
you set it up.
Yeah. So like if you set up a theodolite and you set up two theodolites that are both locally level, you can obviously then go, okay, well, both theodolites, are level, but then when you look at the other theodolite, you'll be looking not at the other theodolite. It won't be a level line between them. Sorry, a horizontal line.
It won't be a level line, but it doesn't matter. You don't need a level line.
No, and that's what I was confused by. I was just curious how you actually measure using a theodolite, how you actually measure how far. So if you in the picture that you've got one on top of the hill, one down on the ground, how you measure the distance between, or the amount of angle between the horizontal at point B and the line of sight, or the angle of the line of sight from point A. Does that make sense? So you're trying to work out what that angle is. It's not labeled on there, but I think it's labeled as 102 degrees. How do you calculate that, or how does that get worked out? I just don't understand it.
So you've got a plumb bob, right? That's down, and you can measure the angle from the. You can measure and that defines your level. So you're now measuring. You point your theodolite at the other theodolite, and it can measure the angle from the horizontal to that theodolite that you're now looking at. right? So it can measure that angle. And in order to get the angle to the vertical, you just add 90 degrees to it. So theodolites can record the vertical angle as you move the eyepiece vertically through a vertical angle. They can record that angle. So that's something that theodolites will give you for free. I'm not sure that I'm explaining it any more clearly. I think so if you're in the diagram, right, and you're at the point on the right, say, that vertical line is the line, the vertical plumb line is the line on which your plumb bob lies. Your horizontal is orthogonal to that. That's identified by a spirit level. Now, so you line up your theodolite, you zero it at the local horizontal, and then you move the theodolite down so that it's pointing in a direct line at the other station. That angle that you have depressed the theodolite or raised the theodolite lens, that is recorded, and that's how you calculate the angle.
Okay. Yeah. So and then you can then use that, which because by itself is meaningless, right? But then you use the other theodolite and do the inverse of what you just explained.
Yep.
By dropping it down, and then you add those numbers up, and if it was a flat surface or a horizontal surface, you would get 180 degrees, but you don't.
Exactly right. Yep. You don't get 180 degrees.
Yeah. Okay. So there's not a physical. That's what I was trying to work out. There's not a physical calculation done of the angle at the other end. It's based on distance from horizontal on both. And it's the okay. So it's the second step that I was missing. I wasn't thinking that through yet.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. I mean, sort of that's one classic example and one very direct measurement of curvature. But of course, there are hundreds of ways to prove that the Earth is approximately spheroidal. So,
have you got a top three, Tony?
My top three would be the universal accuracy of the spherical distance formula and the inaccuracy of the flat Earth distance formula. Flat Earthers will deny that there is a flat Earth distance formula, but if you know any basic mathematics, you can derive one. The other one, so atmospheric pressure waves or seismic surface waves go round and round the planet multiple times. So during the Tonga type of volcanic eruption, for instance, there was an atmospheric pressure wave that went out, converged on the opposite point on the globe, spread out again, came back to the origin point, and they did this for 3 days. These waves just spread out and went back, and there are seismic waves that do the same. So the Earth, after a big earthquake, after a big near-surface earthquake, these surface waves ring like a bell. They go round and round the Earth for multiple occasions. And my third preferred technique, I guess, would be reciprocal zenith angles. That would be my third preferred technique. But just the fact that angles to stars change by 1 degree for every 111 kilometers you move towards the ground point or away, that's also inconsistent with a flat Earth.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones. Have you guys heard the McToon one that he brought up the other day about sunrise angle from an airplane? Has anyone got any evidence that isn't accurate? What are you saying?
No, I think that's a very good piece of evidence as well. The fact that sort of the ancient Greeks developed spherical geometry to sort of assess, where is the sun going to be and what, when's it going to rise and how long is it going to be above the horizon, depending on your latitude. And they were able to get very accurate formulations of these. So that is another one.
It's a cracker, I reckon.
Yeah, it is a cracker. And like I say, that sort of thousands of years ago, very clever people, and sort of one of the things is they didn't have calculators, they didn't have they didn't have the notation that we have, which is a lot better than they had. So it was a lot more difficult to learn these disciplines, and they were able to employ them with great accuracy. So.
I'm always impressed by how well they recorded that stuff and estimated it. Well, not estimated, measured, with essentially nothing.
Yeah, they were extremely resourceful. Duck makes a pretty good point. Having photos of the globe from space is pretty good evidence. Yeah.
That's not as good though, because the answers. Well, you can't do it yourself, and the answer's always. The answer's
you
always.
can though.
Yeah. Well, look.
There are geostationary satellites, and there are packages on Amazon that you can buy for like $200, and then you just follow instruction, point antenna at satellite, get picture of globe.
That is true, but it's so easy to fall back on. Well, it's just CGI, which is just crap. But it's so they
Yeah, but Mage, I forgot his name. He's very good, but the mission above Globe Earth, he had a couple cracks at it. That effectively done the same thing on a budget. If you're honest, if you're intellectually honest, it done the same thing, which is why they won't do it. So, yeah.
My favorite response is to send them the raw photos from Epic, like the completely unprocessed raw photos. And as yet, I've never had anybody put in the effort to actually open the photo, which is remarkable. If you're going to say that you're, just trying to find out the truth.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the honesty thing. I like what you guys do, but it assumes honesty on their side, which,
You know what they say about assumptions?
Yes, you and me. I get it.
But I mean, there's sort of if you're trying to educate somebody, you can't, and I realise that it is something of a lost cause if they're not going to honestly try and learn. But if you are trying to educate somebody, you have to sort of treat them with respect. Otherwise, they're just going to be completely resistant to whatever you're trying to give them.
I gotta say, I appreciate you for that too. I'm learning. I'm kind of a hothead, but I'm in here just kind of mostly for laughs, to laugh at flat earthers because they're the dumbest people on the planet. But I am learning a lot from you, Tony. I really think you're awesome.
Oh, thank you. That's nice to hear. I mean, sort of, I've been very lucky. I've ended up in a career where I process satellite orbits, and I've studied Earth's gravitational field and its shape for more than 30 years. So I have access to evidence that most other people don't have. So I'm happy to share that.
Yeah, that's what's up. But yeah, that Vax guy is obvious troll. He can't answer a simple question. He has no you know that where it's going, right? If he answers the question, we're going to ask for some evidence, and that's what he doesn't have.
Well, I mean, it was obvious where he was going. He was going to try and use scriptural quotes to and suggest that they should trump any observational evidence.
Right.
Which is just a grotesque misrepresentation of how epistemology works.
Enough said.
In the immortal words of Stan Lee. Okay, I'm the only comic book nerd.
Yeah, you lost me there. I was really hoping you were
Also
going to
wrote,
finish the quote because I don't know what it is and didn't have to admit to it.
It's so Stanley in was editor at the Marvel Comics, and he would often just say, that you should, he would make an editorial comment about, how to, this conversation makes more sense if you've read this issue over here, and blah blah blah, and this and that. And one of his favorite statements was, "You should go read this." Enough said. But, it became sort of a call sign of his.
Fair enough.
So now you're just going to gloat that you're more mature than me because you don't know this comic book stuff. Okay, that's fine.
No, I love comic books. I just didn't know that particular thing. I'm just not mature enough to actually learn about them.
Or
I'm like the
old
Lord of
enough
the Rings
to-
fan that hasn't read. I'm like the Lord of the Rings fan that hasn't watched all the movies. Well, that's a bad example. I'm like the Bible fan that hasn't read the Bible. That's a better one.
Okay. Well, yeah. I was a
But I'm not
Christian
a
for
Bible
30
fan.
years. I have to say I haven't read all of them.
Oh, that's fair enough.
I remember the Nuff said thing, but I didn't remember preceding, like, you got to read this thing or something like that.
Yeah, I forget the exact context in which he used it, but yeah, it became sort of a tagline. I think I was making that up actually. But he did use it quite often. But it became a call sign for him. I'm not sure. Vaxwax seems to be. Yeah, there he goes. Black Sabbath saving my ass by showing him using the phrase. Vaxwax is trying to get people to join his server. I have to say that his conversational gambits earlier don't really encourage me to do that.
Into the Break was interesting. Getting upset about being blocked, like as a 24/7 crew, like far out.
Yes,
That was
he
remarkable.
was fired up.
The 24/7 guys are literally the most block happy crew I've ever met.
I can't say
Well,
that
and ban happy.
Okay. Is that a flat Earth discourse?
Oh yeah, don't go there. It's not a good place.
is that in the politics Discord?
They had a new one in politics and religion, which is I suspect why Into the Break was here because he got banned from politics and religion server.
So I joined there to try to hear a conversation, and they stop their conversation, and they're all, "Ooh, we have a new guy in here, the Monarch. What's up?" And I said, "What's up? I'm just chilling," and I didn't say anything else, and they were silent the whole time until I just fucking left. I was like, "What?"
That
I don't
sounds
get
like
it.
them. Yeah, they basically their only interest is in abusing new people who don't have a good grasp of defending the globe, and if they can't do that, and they've got other people around, then they're not really interested in doing anything else. Of course, when no one's around, they just want to share their anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Kind of like what y'all do to flat earthers. Gang up on them.
I could see that.
Oh, Taylor, you know just as well as anybody in here that you guys gang up on the Globers just as much as the Globers gang up on you.
Right.
It's tit for tat, as they say.
Yeah, then you got all the bots in the chat. I don't see any spamming flat earth bots in the chat. Just the Globers trolling flat earthers. It's like a job.
Much love to the Peanut Gallery and the people in the side chat.
The Peanut Gallery is the best place to be. It's got a hell of a view.
Yeah, I can't go in the politics server because like it's telling me to confirm my phone number, and then whenever I try to do that, it tells me I need my password, and I totally forgot my password. Like I had the password written down, but when I try it, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I can't. I don't go in there either. Because of that same reason, it's like, do you not want people in your server?
Daniel Warren, are you there? Yoo-hoo, JL. He must be doing some editing.
Some people just like to hear them talk, hear themselves talk a little too much.
I would like to announce that with the statistical analysis that I did with Mordwand, it is very confident that atheism and irreligiosity is unsustainable for populations, and that atheist populations do not have a sustainable birth rate. Therefore, atheism is not viable from a evolutionary perspective.
Who cares?
Do you ever love the people who don't understand that positive growth can't go on forever? It's amusing.
If something cannot sustain itself over generations,
So there'll
it
be
is
plenty of religious people to give babies and stuff if that's what
I-
you need. Like,
Well, his argument is based on a falsehood anyway. It is clear that the number of atheists has vastly increased over the past few hundred years. So they are not just the atheist population is increasing, not just by breeding. And the common argument is that religious people will outbreed atheists. Well, this is not what is being observed. What is being observed is that the number of is that the proportion of deeply religious people is dropping as a function of time, while the proportion of people who are willing to identify as atheists is increasing over time. So the claim that the atheist population is dropping, is falling, is unsustainable, is simply an inability to correctly interpret statistical data.
right. Like how many atheists will tell you that their parents were extremely religious?
that's that atheist populations do not have kids. And the solutions from secular countries is to import religious folk, which is also just another way of admitting that it's not sustainable.
Just gonna go ahead and need you to cite that first claim there.
Yeah, the reality
atheists
is
don't have kids.
The reality is that reproduction is heavily impacted by two factors. One is whether or not the women in the society are well educated and have rights, to pursue their own careers. And the other factor is whether or not the population has steady access to televisions. Those are the two factors. Those are the two factors that determine the reproduction rate in societies. They have nothing whatever to do with atheism. They happen to be correlated with atheism, but to suggest that atheism is the cause and that those two things aren't the cause is again just an inability to do basic statistical analysis.
Yeah, so you're right in that female access to education is the strongest correlate to birth rates, and that it's like a 0.7 recursive rate, but religiosity is a 0.4 recursive rate, which is very strong for social science correlations.
But still second order. So this claim that also religiosity is correlated with poor education.
Also, there's a data point that you said that's false. Is the idea that the level of atheists is rising? It's actually decreasing.
Nope.
Worldwide over time.
Nope.
Well, they don't bring data.
I believe Riggs just gave a source.
It's decreasing globally.
Yeah, because proportionately, getting outbred.
So just to check, what we have here is an article. Like when we say source, most people in their right state of mind mean like a scientific paper, not some random article from the Independent.
That's all they have for sources, But
I mean, I have a 2015 Pew Research Center study. Would that be acceptable?
Have you posted it?
But also, even if we grant, right, that religious people are just having more kids, that doesn't follow that all of their kids are going to be religious.
Yeah, in fact, the opposite is true. And so this article that Riggs quoted here cannot claim to have any global validity. It is restricted to one nation. It is restricted to a Muslim nation. It is so it cannot be used to infer global trends. And any such inference is again a result of your inability to properly understand statistics. So yes, you can misinterpret statistical data all day long. It doesn't make you right.
Isn't it just a matter of poverty that the more poor countries always have more kids, and the fact that those poor countries also tend to be more religious? It doesn't mean that the religiosity is the cause of them having more kids. It just simply can have a correlation with the poverty rates, and the fertility rates also have a correlation with the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, so we actually did that. Looked at GDP per capita as relation to total fertility rate, and GDP per capita has a pretty significantly worse correlation with fertility than irreligiosity. Irreligiosity is significantly more predictive of fertility rates than GDP per capita.
He said, having completely misinterpreted every single statistical study he's presented so far.
I mean, all the data is here.
But what does it mean?
It means that atheism is not viable from an evolutionary perspective and our biological imperative to sustain ourselves.
That was such a huge leap. Wow.
That's beyond a leap.
Wow.
Again, and I can't stress this enough. You cannot sustain positive population growth forever.
What about
how would we determine that increasing
the cultures that weren't religious historically?
What is your point, Rick? Yeah,
it was a
somebody cut you off.
completely illogical leap. There was no logic in that at all whatsoever.
That
The
to
vast
sustain
majority-
to sustain a population, you need a 2.1% total fertility rate, and there's not a single secular population in the world that has above a 2.1 population rate, except for, with the exception of Mongolia. And the reason that they are so atheistic is because they were a communist country for 4 generations. That is actually the only exception that you'll find.
To sustain a positive population, I just need my birth rate to equal my death rate. And that's to keep it at current levels. Like, that's not assuming it can go down a certain amount before it actually becomes critical.
You're talking about per generation. You need to have 2.1.
I'm talking about every
accepted.
day of the year, because this is a continuous phenomena, so we can treat it as a continuum, not as a discrete.
I'm going to dispute your figures there. You're saying that you need a 2.1% replacement rate. That suggests that 2% of our population is dying every year, which suggests that the average age is 50.
No,
that's not true.
total fertility rate. Like, this is just an accepted thing. Total fertility rate is defined as births per woman during their like fertile life, essentially. So for every woman, you have 2.1 births on average. When you have lower than that, you have a population decline. When you have higher than that, you have population increase. Immigration aside.
Immigration aside. I don't see this as a problem per se. We're currently in a situation where actually we have too much population.
Well, it is a problem for Japan currently, correct?
Yes,
it is a problem. It's a problem with China. It's a problem with
South Korea has a 0.7% TFR.
Yes, and what's driving that in Korea, because Korea is a deeply religious country. What's driving that in Korea is that women are deciding they don't want to have kids. It's got nothing to do with atheism.
Korea isn't that religious, but also
yes, it is.
Whenever,
sir, I know a great many Koreans. They are deeply religious. I live in Australia, and you can easily wander through Sydney and find multiple churches that do their services in Korean.
51 to 63% of the Korean population is no religion / unaffiliated, whereas Christianity, their population is 31%. So they are majority non-religious.
Well, that's not my experience, sir.
No, yeah, I do understand that there is a large cohort of like strong Christians, but this is also when you get into in developed countries, because people will make the argument that like, oh, it's just a developed country thing. In developed countries, the religious populations have above replacement birth rates. In America, Christian, Mormon, and Islamic populations all have above replacement birth rates, yet the U.S. birth rate is not at replacement levels. Same thing with the Netherlands.
Do you have the fraction of kids that become atheists from that birth rate there, bud? You might want to look into that.
This is the lie behind this, right? Which is to say that atheist birth rates are fixed in time, which I dispute. B, that what atheists that all people who are born to religious people will stay religious people. That isn't true. The claim here is, you are looking at a snapshot and a very brief snapshot in terms of global population of what's going on, and you're pulling it down to birth rates is the only way that atheism can or should grow. That's not true. It's
that the act of being atheist is against evolutionary pressures. It is actively a detriment evolutionary.
That's absolutely not true, sir.
Yeah, prove it.
When populations become more atheist, they start having unsustainable birth rates. And if you cannot sustain your population over generations,
The populations of Papua New Guinea don't have a fixed religion, but they have maintained population growth over time despite that, right? So the claim that not believing in an organized religion is going to cause your population to die out is not true, is it, sir?
This seems like a classic case of correlation does not equal causation.
Indeed.
At 2011 census, 98% of Papua New Guinea is Christian.
Yes, and you will
So,
note
so they're
that
predominantly Christian society.
Actually, to correct yourself there,
okay, well,
that's the number of percent who responded to the survey or census.
So you're saying in the highlands of India, the highlands of Papua New Guinea, right? Where there are tribes that have never met white people, so they can't be Christian, are those societies dying out?
You think Christianity was started by white people?
Certainly spread by white people.
That has nothing to do with anything I just said, Taylor.
What he was talking about religiosity.
Answer the question, please, sir.
What it doesn't have to be Christianity, though, right?
Yeah. These like native populations, they're not irreligious. In the same way that these African tribes, that have some like folk religions, these are religions.
I would be pretty certain that they have some religion, yeah. I'm sure they do, right?
No, I don't think they do. Not in any meaningful sense.
So you think that they are atheists?
They are spirit. I'm certain that they don't believe in gods. Yes, they may believe in spirits, but they don't believe in gods. So therefore, they are, by definition, not theists.
I don't know. I think it's getting a little nitpicky with words, but I would say that even
if he wants to,
I'm not trying to I swear, it just would make sense that even people on an island that have never met us, they've developed their own religion and they have religiosity. That would be a fair assumption.
This is a complete misunderstanding of the point.
Yeah, but by that definition, an atheist can have some sort of religiosity, and then the whole argument falls apart.
That is a fact as well. An atheist can have some sort of religiosity. This is a fact.
Yes,
right, so the whole
an atheist can have religiosity, but this is a European-centric style of argument. The idea he came in here attacking atheism, which is definitionally just a non-belief in gods. There are plenty of people who qualify as non-belief in gods that maintain their populations. And I would argue that actually for the majority of human history, this has been the case, that people did not believe in gods and that they were able to grow their populations.
So when I think of the word religiosity, I don't think it necessarily has to be gods. I think of things like the church, things that what's it called? Things that you do on repeat.
So ritual and ceremony. Yes, you can argue that, but that isn't what he's saying. He is saying that his argument is based on the dichotomy that atheists, people who don't believe in gods, don't maintain replacement birth levels, while people who do believe in gods do.
Right. I definitely do not agree with his argument, by the way.
Okay. And I am making the point that for the majority of Earth's history, we did not have gods. We did not worship gods. We did not believe in gods, and that there are still many hundreds of thousands of people alive today who are in the same position. I also think that sort of he is conflating multiple social dynamics here, and misrepresenting the statistics. I know plenty of atheists who have had plenty of children.
Yeah,
I mean that's like saying that I know a tall woman, therefore women are taller than men.
I was just gonna say, I
No,
confess I believe that there wasn't gods in history. I think that humans have always been some sort of higher being. And the Papua New Guinea 95% Christian thing is correct according to the survey.
Yes, I am making the point that there exist people in Papua New Guinea who have not gone extinct, who do not believe in gods.
That's 2% of the indigenous tribes. 2% of the indigenous tribes.
Yes, and they have lived for tens of thousands of years, sir. They have not gone extinct.
I mean, they are highly religious. They even believe that there is a creator. They believe in a creator. They don't have a monotheistic religion in the same way that Christianity or Abrahamic religions are.
All right, let's like pull back a little bit. Let's just follow the logic here. Would it not follow that people who have a prerogative based on their faith to procreate for mandatory, obligatory reasons would not be reproducing more often than people that arbitrarily can choose reasons to, replicate?
Have you ever tried it?
Would it not? Yeah, I have. Would it not follow that people who have those reasons would not just, have a lot more opportunity and perhaps more information, like more babies? I mean, I just don't see why anybody would argue otherwise. I don't. Where does it follow?
Well, the argument isn't necessarily that they don't have more children.
Sorry,
Rick.
Off you go.
The argument isn't necessarily that they don't have more children. That's not really in discussion. The argument is whether atheism will remain a viable for populations, and atheist populations are fed from religious people who have children, and the children do not stay religious. You don't have to be feeding a self-feeding. It's like Australia doesn't have enough children to maintain the population in Australia, yet our population is increasing.
So what do you do for primarily secular societies? Like, I just take like Norway as an example. Just pretend that Norway is 90% secular, which I think it probably is. What do? Do they just die out?
No.
People who are
we recruit more people.
So you import religious folk who do have successful population rates,
or people whose parents were religious can join the non-religious portion of society.
So you, to sustain your Norway population, have to import other people from religious upbringings.
The atheist portion of civilization is capable of importing new non-religious atheist people other than via birth. So immigration, conversion, loss of faith, all sorts of things.
So do any of these countries specifically try to import atheists?
I don't believe that's a specific part of any of them thing. I could be wrong, but many of them are not losing their population and are not becoming more religious.
I mean, the only reason that these countries, like Norway or something, are not having a significant population decrease is because they are having high immigration rates.
And those immigrants are in turn becoming atheists.
What's the point of this discussion? I've lost it.
So
I believe the point at some point was
the argument that Yaske is trying to introduce here is that atheism is counter-evolutionary, and that's simply not true. And it is and his argument is based on essentially a misunderstanding of multiple social dynamics that are occurring here. For instance, the expense and the expense, physical, emotional, and economic of having children is quite high in advanced countries. So also there are other things that potential parents might want to do with their time other than look after kids. But that isn't true. That isn't true of everywhere. Nor is there any indication that that these factors will continue to be true moving forward. In order for it to be anti-evolutionary, it would have to have an effect over many generations, and we have yet to see that play out.
Yeah, because secularism is also fairly new. It is untested.
Incorrect. Also, by the
So
way.
So you haven't given it time to get to an equilibrium point, and then you're criticizing it for not being at an equilibrium point. Great argument.
So there's never been an example of a society that has gone voluntarily secular. I'm saying that because there's the communist in Mongolia. Only exception.
Didn't you just say Norway is 90% secular?
No. So there's no country, because I did not finish my point. No, I did not finish my point. There's no country that has voluntarily become secular that has had a sustainable population growth or sustainable population rates.
Is Norway not sustainable? Didn't we just agree that Norway was sustainable? I'm so confused.
Through immigration.
Well, he's
saying
sustainable from internal birth rates, which is irrelevant.
But that's not how humanity works.
But it's also irrelevant because you've agreed that it's been too short a time for an equilibrium to have been reached. So you're making a criticism that they haven't reached an equilibrium birth rate in the short amount of time that they've been secular. Wow, fantastic argument.
I just want to point out something, right? The argument that's being made here is that atheist societies are not sustainable in their birth rates. That's the argument that was put forward. Is that correct?
So far, I think that's the case.
Essentially, yeah.
Now, I don't know how many atheist people are in the chat, but I am atheist and have one child, and the only thing preventing me from having more children is money.
So the biggest thing here, the biggest thing here is that
cost of daycare, cost of vehicles, etc. Now, most of these things are things that are caused by high population. Low population would mean lower cost of living. It would mean lower competition for housing. It would mean vehicles. It would mean everything that we're talking about would be cheaper. I mean, higher salaries, etc. So the only, if populations were to decrease, the cost of living would decrease in most places, particularly around housing, etc. And then people like me would be more than happy to have more children. And that would balance very easily.
Yeah, so there's two things. There's two things with this. The first one is that religious populations in the same places, the same countries, do have replacement birth rates, and they still have all of the same issues, still have all those same things. And then there's another statistical analysis somewhere of countries that give heavy monetary incentives and increase the amount of financial support that they give to people having kids, does not increase the birth rate in these countries.
Citation required. Yet again.
Also, those kinds of limitations that you're putting on your own personal birth rate thing is often things that are supported within like church communities, like daycare, after school care, all kinds of resources through the church. They facilitate with the things that are preventing you from, having more children. They have those things.
So
yes, community is very important for having kids. Yes,
you're seriously going to sit there. You're seriously going to sit there with a straight face and say that we should entrust our children into the care of religious officials on a regular basis.
Well, it's worked for all of time. So
it is proven to be a sustainable way of.
I have some Catholic altar boys. I would like both of you to now meet.
Statistically, public schools are way more likely to abuse you than Catholic priests.
Citation required yet again.
Yeah, again, citation required. I was on the jury. Again, like we've had, Australia, Boston, etc., has had quite a bit of experience with this, and we're just not going to let religious institutions. And the reason that we don't do this is because religious institutions demonstrably are more interested in the welfare of the religious institution than they are in preventing evil. They will hide crimes that their members commit. They will facilitate the concealment of the continuation of criminal careers predating on children. And it's not just Catholics. Multiple religions in Australia have been hauled over the coals for this sort of shit, with people actively ignoring or in some cases facilitating the crimes that took place. And this
Okay, but
is
the
why,
point here is that they live to tell about it. So that's kind of the point.
except for the ones who committed suicide, right?
So
they didn't live to tell about it.
Yeah,
did they?
a lot of people commit suicide. I don't know if you have a stat for that.
You know, a lot
So
of
it's
religious
like,
people do we think that religious people commit suicide more often? Is that what we're saying?
By that logic, we should just end.
I'm
we should
saying
end all
I'm saying that
armies
the
by that
victims-
logic.
I'm saying that the victims of sexual abuse at the hands of religious figures have a much higher suicide rate than the general population. That's what I'm saying.
What about military service people? They have a very high suicide rate.
Not really.
And do we
Therefore,
regularly
should we get rid of the military?
Not if you
therefore,
norm.
it's okay that religious figures abuse kids because
Well,
the
but
military.
more importantly,
I mean, it's just statistically irrelevant when California public school districts have like 300,000 cases a year.
I want to talk
of
about that
like
military
kids getting abused.
Citation still required. Haven't provided any evidence. Just keep making claims.
This isn't difficult to look up.
Hey, I want to talk about
Then
that
you can find it when asked. Can you not? Jesus
not talk
Christ,
about-
that's a
can I not
terrible
talk-
excuse.
Can I not talk about that military
can I
statistics? It's a bunch of shit. Because you have a norm for the population. If you norm for the population of the military versus the population of the general population, you'll find that they're quite pretty much in line.
do we also, in respect to the military, if it is higher, which it may be, but let's not discuss that right now, do we regularly conscript 9-year-olds to the military and force them to be part of it? Because this is what we're comparing. Whoever raised
False
that.
equivalence.
I also want to know why you think we need
no,
to increase
because
the population beyond the 8 billion people who are currently on the Earth. How many billions do we have to make?
No, it's about having sustainable levels. Is that when you don't have
But you don't
sustainable
understand what
levels
sustainable
within
is.
very few generations. It's
So
2.1. It's 2.1 births per children. This is
We
like
have 8
a
billion
very
people.
accepted thing in social science.
Again, constant growth
Hold
does
on, there are
not
8 billion
equal.
people on Earth. There are 8 billion people on Earth, and that is increasing. This fact that there are some populations, subpopulations of that have fewer than that. Why is it necessary to increase your population all the time?
Yeah, so religious folk will continue to breed, and atheism will go down, as the expected trends are showing.
No,
You don't know any of that,
sir,
and it's
because
hilarious.
the majority of atheists were born in religious families. You are again asserting a logical falsehood that those people who are born into religious families will stay religious. That is just not true, is it, sir?
If it wasn't, then why are all projections showing that atheism is going to have a
All
shorter
misinterpretations
share?
of statistical data.
Why is it necessary to have a constantly increasing population?
It's about having a sustainable population.
What's the
We
what
have
is the
8 billion people on
sustainable?
Earth. We have 8 billion people on Earth, and it's increasing as we speak. How many billions do we need before we have a sustainable population?
What does it matter how many people there are in Africa when you're talking about Norway? If
But
you want to
what's the-
sustain
here's the-
Norway, in
question is
Norway
what-
has a very small population, like Norway just goes away after a
So
certain point.
Norway has essentially infinite access to immigrants.
Yeah, so importing
Again,
religious folk.
why is it necessary that Norway has an increasing? Why does everybody have to have an increasing population? Why is that necessary?
No, it's about having sustainable levels. 2.1 is just to sustain.
Why is
Sustaining is simply keeping the same level of population
But
that
wait
you
a minute,
currently have.
population is going
no,
up.
but you said no. There's two different things. There is sustaining current populations, and there is a sustainable population. Those are two different things. Sustaining current populations is not the same as having a sustainable population.
2.1 is the sustainable birth rate to maintain a population. You have immigration, which is another thing.
Why is less than that bad? Why is less than that
Hang
bad?
on. Stop. We're skipping over something that's really important here. Having a sustainable population is not the same as sustaining the current population. Those are two different things. They use similar words.
So on what basis do you expect to believe that these secular countries with below sustainable birth rates will somehow at some point magically gain a 2.1% rate, once it levels out?
Infinite access to immigration.
You keep talking like this. You keep talking like countries will fall apart if they don't have a 2.1 birth rate. Why is that?
Eventually, over generations, you just kind of stop existing.
That is not what's going to happen.
Bad? You think that 8 billion people isn't enough? How many billions of people do we need on Earth before you're happy?
I mean, it's irrelevant how many people are in China when you're talking about a secular population in Norway.
No, it's not. No, those two are interconnected, whether you believe it or not.
There's an implicit racism to the argument here that that Norwegians and Americans need to be sustaining themselves rather than relying on immigrants from other areas, from other racial groups.
And how many?
In what sense is that racist?
How many? Well, why is it necessary? Why is it necessary?
Hold up. NASA, let me talk to Tony. What sense is that racist?
Okay.
Well, there's racist people would definitely like this idea. Let's just say that.
Wait, no, I didn't ask you.
Why do I care what the racial constitution of Australia is in the future? In the past, what has happened with what? Allow me to finish. Sorry.
Yeah,
in the past, what has happened is that we have had non-Caucasian people come to Australia in large waves. Particularly after the Vietnam War, they became Australians. They've got Australian accents. They watch Australian sports. They participate in Australian. They're Australians. It doesn't matter that racially they're Asian. Why do I care? I don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah, and the guys that are talking are Americans, and we're pretty much lead that, to bring a whole bunch of people in, and it doesn't turn out. Everybody doesn't turn out to be the same. It's more like a stew instead of the great melting pot. It's more like a stew.
I mean, I'm all for immigration, but I just don't think that it's fair to say that the argument itself is racist.
Well, it kind of relies on this.
They will definitely like the argument. This is an argument that racist people would love.
But that's an accusation of association.
And it's
like saying Hitler drinks water. Hitler drinks water, therefore water
like this argument.
I would say that your implication.
To deny the claim that there is some esteem being given here to racial purity, I think is disingenuous, right? If you're arguing that all countries should have a sustainable birth rate of 2.1, and should be replacing their own populations with no reliance on immigration whatsoever, and that to rely on immigration is somehow weakening your society, I think that there is an implicit racial purity component to your argument. And you may deny this, but it seems like you need to tread very carefully to avoid stepping in the racial purity mess.
Yeah, but there are many countries around the world, that for whom this sort of argument and preserving their own society is not seen as racist either. So I suppose if you have a consistent standard and you're saying that there's
How about Japan?
No racist thinks they're racist.
Japan and China are both phenomenally racist countries. Yes.
Well, China brought this on themselves. China's problem. They brought this on themselves.
Yeah, well, so did.
I guess if we can agree on that, then we can agree that there is a racial component to the argument. I don't deny that there's a racial component to the argument. I just characterizing it as racist intrinsically. I guess it depends on your definition of racism as well. But to me, there is a there's a fundamental desire among many ethnic groups to preserve their ethnicity, which is, in fairness, probably one of the leading sources of global conflict. I mean, if you just look at what's happening in the Congo or Sudan in that regard. But like,
yeah,
depending on your definition of racism, I see like, I think it's a fundamental like the idea of a racial or ethnic group has been a fundamental aspect of human existence and the foundation of collective identity for much longer than the state has existed. So I'm not sure that replacing that racial identity with the state really works in the same way. Now,
yeah, it's just magic soil theory. That like what makes somebody British is, you know, just being in the land and having a passport.
Well, to me, what makes someone British is integrating with British society.
Okay, that was Yaskai's thing there. That, you know, somebody who lives in Britain and holds a British passport isn't British. Yeah. Okay, that was a more explicit dog whistle.
I would agree if someone is not integrated into society. I don't think that simply inhabiting a society automatically grants you the privileges of that society. I'm not trying to say that was your argument either, but I'm just clarifying what my standard would be. I'd say that anyone that integrates within the society and contributes to the society will become part of the society over time. And there's no one particular ethnic group that's necessarily privileged in that society, because in some sense we're replacing the reliance on ethnicity with the state, right? The notion of being a member of a state is a new concept in history, relatively new. I mean,
yeah, the original definition of nation was along ethnic lines.
Perhaps, but that's not the case anymore. I mean, my point is just that, like, there's
yeah, I'm just saying that, like, the definition of nation is a very new concept.
People
I don't
like
think that's
saying
true either.
Well, you gotta look
I
at
think
Japan,
making
right?
an argument that people are, you know, Australian or British based on where they live. I don't think that's true. People can essentially choose what country they identify as, you know, their nationality. I know a lot of British people who have lived in Australia for a very long time, and if they say, "Oh, are you Australian?" they go, "No, I'm British," and that's because they identify as being British. That's where they're, you know, that's where they call home, and that depends on the person. That doesn't depend on where they live, but it doesn't depend on, you know, I also know a lot of British people who now, having lived in Australia for a very long time, would say, "No, I'm Australian." So it depends, you know, on what you identify your country to be. And that's, you know, within the bounds of reality. You can't say, "No, I identify as being South African," when, you know, you've never even visited the place.
Yeah,
because that's
like this is kind of getting a little bit.
You're Japanese, but you don't look Japanese. It doesn't compute. You know?
Yeah, you will never be accepted as Japanese by a foreigner, even if you've lived there for like 50 generations.
Well, not necessarily. If you are,
No, necessarily, yes. That's how they are.
That is how the Japanese are. You will never be Japanese.
Yeah, that's true. That's true of Japanese, and Japanese are well known to be some of the most racist people in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
there's that
you know,
So the argument that Japanese racism, you know, the Japanese are racist, therefore racism is okay. I don't think is a particularly strong one.
Well, how would you define? I'm curious though, Tony, because we're using this term. How would you define racism? I mean, it could be a very simple definition, but I'm just curious if we could establish a baseline.
So my definition of racism is if you have an implicit bias against a group based on racial characteristics.
Yeah, it seems pretty.
So if you just positively think about your own group and neutral about other groups, is that racist?
Yes.
So are we just calling the majority of the world racist? Like 98% of the world racist?
Everybody's racist, yes.
What's wrong with an in-group preference?
Then at that
I'd say
point,
that's
like,
pretty
what is the
natural.
utility of racism as a term, if that's how we're using it?
So the utility of racism as a term is that you can recognize that this is a form of cognitive bias, and you can isolate. You can try and isolate yourself from the negative consequences of it. You can try and inoculate yourself against thinking in those terms.
And to Riggs, to answer your question, it's because the only actual in-group that matters across the arc of history is the human in-group.
So it's
I
been
mean,
working.
people have always thought along racial lines, and
that doesn't mean it
that
works.
I mean, that is what was sustainable, as in, like, that was the thing that like existed throughout time, which means that that is what worked. That is the successful strategy that worked.
So you believe we arrived here in the 21st century on a sustainable course?
Yeske, that is directly counter-evolutionary. Humans are social animals. Therefore, the larger the social group, the larger and more cohesive the social group you can form, the greater the evolutionary advantage you have over other human groups. Therefore, limiting your social groups by race is handicapping yourself in an evolutionary sense. So you're free, and quite frankly, the longer this conversation goes on, the more dog whistles you're giving that racism is okay and that it's natural, everybody does racism, therefore it's all good. It isn't. Stop it. You know, you're prepared to, if you're prepared to act on this, you know, if you're prepared to act on this, fine. I'll build a bigger social group than you do, and I'll kick your social group's ass.
I mean, this goes into your social group of atheism. Like, this conversation started with religion and how a specific religious population cannot sustain itself. And then you just brought it into race because you are the real racist. Just a joke. But like, yeah, you're the one who brought it onto racial lines when it's specifically about atheistic populations being unsustainable. But
you're the one making the argument that societies should preferentially have a self-sustaining birth rate, and that if they don't, that's an inadequacy on their part, right?
Categorically.
Yeah, well, I guess.
Yes. So a population.
Let me ask you this then, branching off of that, Tony. Is that argument that you just stated implicitly racist? Because I think an argument that a country based on a particular ethnic group ought to be preserved is. But if a country is diverse like the United States, a replacement birth rate preserves that diversity. So how is that a racist argument?
But we weren't talking about the United States.
I don't particularly distinguish between humans on the basis of lines drawn on a map, sir. I don't see that you know, allowing immigrants into your country is a bad thing. I don't see that keeping immigrants out of your country is a good thing. I don't see that racial homogeneity or purity are things that need to be esteemed or respected. I'm perfectly okay with the fact that we can you know, sustain populations through immigration. I've got no problem with that. American culture will adapt. American culture will develop over time.
My point is that I don't see how that's still the argument. Perhaps it's like a statist or jingoist argument, one could say. But if the argument is that we have a America as it exists now, and we want to preserve America as it exists now as a state, not as a race, you know, through the means of a self-sustaining birth rate, I don't see that as a racist argument.
That would require that America as it is now is not a racist country.
Why?
So the let's consider the case of South Africa, right? You know, saying during the apartheid years, yeah, we'll allow people in as long as they you know, they maintain the sort of racial proportions that we originally started with. but we're then going to subject them to a racist, a racist organisation. Their immigration policy is still part of a racist regime. I don't. Okay.
Sorry.
Look, to be brutally honest, this entire argument about nation lines needing to have sustainable birth rates, I don't believe it, right? Because nations are artificial things. I don't respect them. I don't hold their welfare in that high regard. I regard the welfare of human beings and humans as a whole as a much more valuable metric. So I consider Yaskay's argument fallacious. The simple fact is that the number of atheists is increasing through time. It isn't decreasing through time. So the idea that atheists don't replenish is simply false from the get-go. The idea that birth replacement rates will remain as low if economic conditions change significantly is also a falsehood. There are multiple just syllogistic flaws in the entire line of reasoning that I fundamentally disagree with. My ability to concentrate on this conversation is being impaired by not having had lunch. So I'm going to go and let you guys discuss this in more detail, but I'm deeply suspicious about the elements of national and racial purity that seem to underline a lot of this argument.
So the entire,
I think that was really well put.
Yeah, so the entire point of the conversation is that atheism and irreligiosity are not sustainable for populations. And Tony was actually just proving that not only with, the lack of birth rates, but with the words that he was actually saying, which is that he thinks that it is fine for his population. You can say, whether it's the people in his country or just secular people in general, it's perfectly fine if they completely go away because it's about the collective human population, which proves that that ideology that he has is counterfactual for sustainable populations. His ideology, his ideology is not sustainable for a population.
I think the point that you're missing, though, is that he's saying that there's a huge population to draw on globally already that is also going to be growing for the foreseeable future. Globally, the idea of a replacement birth rate being a problem will not be an issue for another few decades, most likely, unless there's some dramatic change that I'm not aware of. But
the question that really comes back to.
Sorry, go ahead.
The question that really comes back to is if you're talking about population sustainability, if you have, let's take this away for a second from religion and humans. If you have a population of crickets, right? For that population to be sustainable, you need a certain number of crickets. If you have more crickets or less crickets, you can be overpopulated or underpopulated. Now, the birth rate of crickets can change based on food availability, based on number of individuals, based on space they have, a whole bunch of things. The mortality can also be influenced. So mortality as well as birth rate are two things that can be influenced based on total number of crickets. Now, to say that the population will not be sustainable is to say that there is something here, which is, religion in this case, that is going to make it so that at no point will this population become balanced and therefore sustainable. And what is being said is, we need 2.1 for it to be sustainable, which is not true. We need 2.1 births per woman in order for the population to remain at its current rate. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the current rate is the equilibrium that the population will find. And I think to say it is just, based on essentially nothing. Unless you
not the current rate, but the current population.
But you keep using this word, the population to be sustainable. But it's not the population to be sustainable. It's the current population to be sustained. And I'm not sure that there's necessarily an argument that those two things coincide. And, simply put, who cares if the population drops? I certainly don't.
Yeah, that's the entire point, is that atheism is like not congruent with sustaining populations. And
who
you
cares?
atheists are making arguments that are proving that by saying that it doesn't matter that your population is sustainable.
But that's two different things. A sustainable population or the population being sustained, who cares? You're saying as if the whole point of this is to say as if it's a bad thing. But who cares if the population isn't sustained at its current rate? Why is that a problem?
So the entire point is that different groups along lines of religiosity or whatever have different levels of success in being able to sustain themselves. Certain populations have rates to where like Korea is like doomed in like 1 generation, 2 generations. Like Korea is like over at this point, unless like massive things happen. So in this sense, like the argument that
you're saying the population being able to sustain itself. That's not what we're talking about. We're saying, is atheism sustainable for societies? And sustainable doesn't necessarily mean sustaining the current rate. And I think that's the point, is that there is no argument that we're at an equilibrium. I don't think that we're at an equilibrium. I don't think that we're at a sustainable population.
You would have to make some kind of coherent argument that, the replacement rate will be at, 1.5 for 2 generations, and then eventually it'll go back to 2.1 once, the population goes down from 10 million to 6 million. The problem is there's no basis to make that argument.
Why?
And what's the basis to say that it's not the case?
Yeah.
Because it's this idea that somehow there will be some change in society that will increase the birth rate to sustainable levels, yet you already have populations in those exact same countries that have sustainable birth rates. And it's just across the board, there's not a single voluntarily atheist population that has a sustainable birth rate. So there's no reason to believe that that will ever change in the future.
False.
It is an entirely unproven assertion to say that there could be a difference at some point. It's just appeal to possibility.
If population
And we have already highlighted at least one policy that is directly correlated to an increased birth rate. So, no, it's not fallacious to think that a policy change can result in increased birth rates.
Yeah, there's so many fallacies in Yasuka's arguments. I just strongly disagree with the whole thing.
Well, but do you think that a nation preserving itself through birth is an inherently racist idea? Because that's what I was trying to. I'm a patriot, right? I love the country I live in, and I think that there's a fabric.
And the country you live in was built on immigration.
Huh?
And the country you live in was built on immigration.
Yeah, I'm very pro immigration.
I can tell by the sound of your voice that your
immigrant?
ancestors didn't come from here.
Are you German immigrant?
Huh?
You German immigrant?
Who, me?
You don't have to answer.
I have German ancestors. Yeah, they lived in Cuba though.
Are you saying that based on his accent? That's why you're asking?
No, just based on the previous statement about being extremely nationalist.
There's a joke.
Which is, I'm totally fine with it, by the way. But
Riggs. So I have a very specific rule. I think that all Nazis are bad, but some Nazis are useful. If that answers your question.
Bro,
you mean like Arnold Schwarzenegger's father compared to his son?
No, I mean more like Werner von Braun was pretty fucking useful. And was pretty fucking Nazi.
Yeah, people today be like,
Disney?
"Oh, I can't have Nazis leading my space program. Curse you, Elon." But I got a little bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, except for von Braun completely disavowed himself of that entire thing.
But
there's a whole nother layer to that story that Professor Parks has talked about
On
It's
It's
just
really
not-
easy. It's really easy to disavow the.
Hold on one sec.
yeah.
So the problem that I have with Von Braun in that context, and maybe my facts aren't correct, is that, and don't get me wrong, if I was in the U.S. position at the time, I would have done the same fucking thing. I would never have, because Von Braun personally defected with his team to the U.S. like well in advance of the war ending. He like took his team, drove them south to where the U.S. lines were at the southern front, and surrendered. It is like the ultimate gift, you know. He was, you know, the V2 program killed like, I mean, it's not that they killed people in Europe. That's perfectly legitimate in warfare. We would have done the same thing. But I think around 30,000 people died in forced labor in the V2 program. And I struggle to think that Von Braun wouldn't have been aware of and implicitly in approval of that sort of thing occurring. And I don't know what level of denazification removes that level of moral taint, as it were.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he also came in
days.
September of 1945, which is after the war. So it's not like he made some conscious choice when there actually was a meaningful choice to make, which is, you know, making the choice before one side is completely abolished.
Well, he could have gone to the Soviets. He chose the United States.
Yeah, yeah. So he has a choice between Soviets or America. And regardless, regardless of whichever side he goes to, he would disavow his previous. Yeah, that's
true. He could have gone to Argentina easily.
That is true.
Like a lot of like Mengele did, and a lot of other. I mean, there were like hundreds, if not thousands, of like Nazis that went to Argentina, and many of them were never found.
What does it matter? What does it matter?
Yeah. So to go back to the main point, like the philosophy that Rick and Tony are saying is that there's nothing wrong with, you know, Japan's or Korea having a 0.7 birth rate, and it will die as a country in the next couple generations because there's a bunch of people being made in other countries.
I don't think
because it's all about the human race.
I don't think that's what they said. I think that they said that the only reason they would die is by not opening themselves up to immigration and accepting a smaller population that could be sustained. I don't think the implication was ever that the country ought to just die. I think they're just pointing out, my understanding of what Tony said in particular was that he sees humanity as being one global population, you know, irrespective of race or state. So the idea of preserving a state itself isn't something that he necessarily agrees with. And I think that you're not, I think, giving their position the full context, because, like, well, I guess from your point of view, to put it to you then, what is wrong with a country changing its ethnic makeup if it is let's say, presumably it can preserve its culture through such a process?
I mean, that would go into the question of integration, which is an entirely like separate topic. But there's also the question is like, is that even the preferable outcome? As in, like, you know, if you personally, you Mordwand, and, you know, you had a family, right? And then you moved to China, and you moved to like the Shenzhen area. For you to actually fully integrate would mean not learning English, not teaching English to your kids. Because if you are teaching English to your kids, then you are not fully integrating, because the majority of the people in that region in China are not English speakers. So in that sense, you are not fully integrating unless you don't teach your kids English.
Yeah, but nobody in China is not learning English by choice, though. That's, I think, what you're missing there. Like, for me to not teach, it wouldn't actually, I think that would make me fit in less, because in the class that I'm a part of, economically, every person in China of my economic class globally will speak English and teach their children English.
There are populations in China that like don't like people learning English. And if you move to those areas, then you would not be integrating by learning English and teaching that to your kids.
I disagree with that. I don't really know how to convince you otherwise, but I think that it depends on on how allowing the culture is for integration as well.
Yeah, it's just that full integration would mean not taking anything from your previous culture. That is what full integration would mean.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that that's true. I don't think that that's true, because to integrate into something does not imply taking away everything that's left. Like, it doesn't mean
so in that sense you are
clean state and don't make contributions to the culture. Like, and in fact, most of the cultures that we think of today, irrespective of a few very, very unusually homogenous cultures, they're like, the food that they're most famous for is an immigrant food. Like, the entire idea of what it means to be American is defined by the immigrant experience in as much as it's defined by the frontier. So, like, I disagree that integration requires that level of homogeneity with some sort of like existing ethnic or cultural standard.
No, it's
I just don't see that as being supported.
it's just a question of degrees of integration. Like, you can learn Chinese of the specific dialect of like Shandong, China, which is like a fairly like northern like regional like more rural place, right? You can learn the language, and that is a partial integration. But to have full integration would be to entirely remove every aspect of your previous culture. And my point is that, like, I'm agreeing with you in that is not a preferable outcome. It is not a preferable outcome to fully integrate, because, like, as you were saying, yeah.
But
because as you were saying, you would be missing something.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that definition
semantically, but like, for me, it's like, it's hard to quantify what it looks like to integrate into a society. But I think that's the key. That's the key for me. And I think that there are limits to, maybe it's like a ratio of birth rate to immigration or something along those lines. That my main concern is preserving there's preserving the culture of the country. Because the culture of the country itself sustains the policy, sustains the political institutions, sustains like the way that we run government. All of that's also cultural, and that's the sense that I'm a conservative, is preserving that aspect of a nation.
This goes into the concept of are you familiar with the concept of eternal September?
No.
So eternal September was this idea that in the origins of the internet, there was a very strict culture of the internet that like everybody understood, everybody had like a similar vibe. Like this was pre-porn on the internet.
It was just 14-year-old boys and porn. That's all it was.
Wait, when did you say pre-porn on the internet?
There was no pre-porn on the internet.
What were you talking about? Like 1996?
No, like the 80s, early 90s, when it was primarily like professionals on
the research institution. Primarily used for like research and communication between government laboratories.
When it was not a very large, when it wasn't a very large commercial thing, but there was still access. Like if you were a student, you would have access to the internet, right?
It was a way for universities with big iron to talk to other university system administrators, basically.
Yeah, so there was a culture, like there were forums, there was a particular way in which people operated on the internet. And there was this thing called, like, every time September hit, there would be a wave and an influx of new users from like new university students coming in, and they wouldn't understand the vibe at all. They would not catch the vibe. They would like bring in their own kind of BS, and it would take a while to like integrate them into the culture of the time. And, you know, when it was just a bunch of people coming in September, during those years, it was able to be, there was few enough people coming in at a time to where they were able to integrate in to where the original internet culture was able to sustain itself. And then Usenet essentially made internet be commercially viable for everybody, which was called the Eternal September, because there were so many new users coming in at such a rate that the original internet culture was not able to sustain itself. And so
Can I just ask a question? Can I just ask a question here? Why are we valuing this culture?
Because it gets us to our fascist state that we want so bad.
Ah, okay.
No, it's just the example. It's just the example of maintaining a culture. It doesn't
Right,
matter what the culture is.
but
Just a
it's
culture.
implicit. It's implicit in what you're saying that you value this culture and wish to keep it around. And I'm asking, thus the question: why do I care that this culture
I already
survives?
said that though. I already made the argument.
It's
that
already
policy. There's a culture to our country that affects our government and affects the policies, and therefore affects freedom in our country.
Yeah, maybe
different countries
maybe
have
that
different
culture
approaches to freedom.
Yeah, maybe that culture needs to die. They elected
I would
Trump.
fight you to the death on that one.
They elected Trump. That's the American culture.
What's wrong with them, Ward One?
Huh?
So what's wrong with them?
I think that they think that the culture is like terminal in that it doesn't I don't know, it has terminal issues.
It elected Trump twice.
Sounds to me like a good reason, right?
Yeah, but do you know why a lot of Americans flipped from
I
elect
don't
Trump?
care. The man tried to steal an election, and a majority of the country voted for him. This country is terminal.
They're boomers who are raised on television and taught to believe everything they see in media. And then came the internet, and they believed everything they saw on the internet. And the internet fed them, just a minute, and the internet fed them what they wanted with the algorithm, and it pushed them to an extreme.
Yep.
I don't think we need to diverge this into is America doomed because Trump exists?
No, but the whole point is that
because
the whole point. So the whole point that we've got here, and the reason I think it's important to the conversation is that there was the question asked like, why is preserving a particular culture good? And for me, I think there's many examples. It's not just America. It's a culture like Switzerland has a very different culture than the United States, and I would want that to be preserved as well. Like I think that by preserving different
can't do
cultures
that.
and having mediated exchange between them, you end up with a more diverse global society than if you simply integrated all cultures.
But you just can't do that. That's not how cultures work. They're constantly changing. There is no a culture. Like I don't want an ossified culture. I want something that changes and takes into consideration new material.
Yeah, an ossified culture.
We need
will
more radical
collapse.
Christians. That's what we need.
An ossified culture, an ossified. Yeah, she's a fundamentalist.
Yeah, we need more radical Christians for sure.
Yeah, you're the kind of people. You're the kind of people who are destroying the country.
Like the Yalaban, Taylor. Like you want like
What is that?
You want like
y'all as in Southern Taliban.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
it's a joke.
Radical Christians.
America would never be able to survive if the stock collapsed and the stores shut down. People don't know how to grow their own food. People don't know how to do nothing.
Yeah.
You're very quiet, Coco.
People barely know how to change a tire.
Very weak sounding.
Men in particular.
Well, I think we should challenge the notion that we ought to conserve the culture. Maybe culture should be flexible and change.
Well, I never said that it shouldn't change. I just think that there's
challenging
a balance.
you, though. I wasn't challenging you.
No, but against that point, I would say that like I think there's a spectrum of opinions in the VC as it pertains to this right now. I don't exactly understand what Yasuke's position or ideal society looks like, but my point is that there's a balance between integration and preservation of the society, and like I'm all for change. It's just that there is value in conserving the existing institutions that work well.
I believe in that too, Mordecai. I believe in preserving like our traditional values, like freedom, right? Freedom of speech. freedom of movement, right? Birthright
Immigration.
citizenship, right? Yeah, I believe in all those things, and I believe that the current people in charge are destroying it.
Mm,
Hold on, step away. I'll be right back.
probably.
They're destroying the
I
rule of
think
law.
the whole world's working together behind closed doors, like the WEF. I think like the NATO and all these worldwide treaties are all like, well, even if there is a president, like I didn't vote for Trump, but even not that I didn't vote at all. Okay, let me put it that way. But I think either way, there's a whole agenda that we're going to be moving towards, and we can't stop it.
Yeah,
but this is the entire conversation goes into the sustainability of populations, groups, and cultures based on certain factors. The particular factor being like religiosity and irreligiosity.
Wouldn't you say that a culture that can adapt and change would be more resilient than one that is rigid and conformist?
I'm not saying a culture shouldn't change. I'm saying that a culture needs to be able to sustain itself over generations. Otherwise, it is evolutionarily unviable.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Evolution is change.
Are globalists conformist?
I mean evolution as in a biological imperative to reproduce, as in being able to sustain yourself over generations.
That is the literal definition of change, because do you understand what happens during reproduction? There's some mixing, there's some matching, there's some mutating, like that is fundamentally change, my guy.
It's
That's step number one to evolution. You have to reproduce.
And the entire point is that there are certain traits that make societies become unsustainable, and then within generations,
corruption.
That culture.
Yeah, usually corruption in the government is a good one.
Like the president of the United States taking $400 million gold-plated planes as a bribe. I think corruption.
I think Uganda has a pretty corrupt government, and it still has a really high reproduction rate.
I don't see.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about sustaining culture now. Sustaining culture doesn't necessarily have anything to do with birth rate. That's the point we've been trying to get to.
I'm saying
you don't
sustaining populations.
But it's fine.
Here's a question. Do you think that African Americans, by not assimilating, made the United States better?
Yes. 100%.
The why do I don't know his name.
Yeah, I do not think it would have been a good thing if they tried to fully assimilate. So what they did was the ideal outcome.
Right. So there you go. We don't have to assimilate. In fact, America would have been poorer culturally, like rock and roll. Right?
You don't need to force people to assimilate. You don't need to force them to commingle. Right?
No,
we don't need that.
People commingle rather willingly. I notice that there's plenty of fucking going around, and people don't seem to care too much about who they're fucking. So intermixing it's all over the place.
It's like 2%, but
No, yeah, I don't mind it either. Right? It's not that I want to stop it, but if people don't want to commingle, right? If they want to keep it within their own culture, their own race, they should be allowed to, and they shouldn't be condemned for that.
That's just wrong-headed thinking, because you're saying that people have a right to impose that on other people, and you're just wrong about that.
No, I'm just saying what I'm saying is,
he is saying
you have a right. If Mexicans want to stay within their own race, if a Mexican father wants his daughter marrying a Mexican man, we shouldn't condemn that man and be like, "Oh, you're racist. You're prejudiced." No,
he is racist. He is prejudiced.
Why?
Because he is racist. Because he's basing an opinion on the basis of race. That's why. That's why he's racist. That's what makes it racist.
It's not racist.
So under that definition, any levels of thinking along ethnic lines. Any levels of thinking along ethnic lines is racist, akin to literally lynching
all
people.
Or nothing, that's an all or nothing type of thing. No.
There also needs to be an associated power structure. Like,
so the father should not have the right.
Wait. Why? Why does there have to be an associated power structure?
Because then how are you going to enforce the racism?
Does it have to be enforced?
Like how does it become allowed in society? It becomes allowed in society because people feel like they are allowed to do that. People feel like they're allowed to do something when they feel like they have the power to do it.
So the Mexican father, like, trying to have preference over his daughter, who his daughter marries, has some kind of institutional
31%.
power.
Not necessarily. I would argue that it's not racist because, again, of the aforementioned power structure.
Yeah, Brenda disagrees with you. Brenda says that is racist.
What was the dude saying? 2%? Is that what you said? 2%? Looks like it's 31%.
I mean, it depends on like what specifically you're looking
you
at.
have
If you're
a
looking at total
problem-
population or like recent.
Do you consider
engagements?
interracial marriage to be wrong?
No.
And I don't know what to call the Y guy. All I see is the letter Y. Because
Brenda, we've been talking for years, Brenda. You don't remember me?
I'm
It's
not talking about
It's-
lion.
It's lion.
No, it's ayahuasca. That's how you say his name.
Ayahuasca.
Oh, Yaski.
Yaski is
Do not call me
interracial.
ayahuasca.
Just imagine saying Yas Queen, but then just say
is-
Yas K.
Is interracial marriage wrong?
Not inherently, no.
Could it be wrong?
Yeah, that was kind of a
The
soft
weasel
answer.
words are like a magnet. You inserted a weasel word.
Well, what would you consider to be like racist? Like people who prefer their own nation,
Racism
people
is
who prefer
prejudice.
their own, I guess,
Race-
quote unquote, culture, their ethnicity, or just straight
Religion.
up color.
Racism is prejudging somebody on the basis of their skin color or their race or ethnic heritage.
So the
Okay,
Mexican father is prejudging because
Right.
he wants a
Right.
Mexican son-in-law.
So we shouldn't have in-group preference at all. You want to
I don't
shame
know
that
what
out of
I don't know
society?
what that even means.
I think the in group should be all of humanity. That's all.
I think people have the right to choose who they want to fall in love with.
They do choose.
No, that's
we're
not
not
what-
saying that.
that's not what
And they
it's saying.
choose people who look like themselves.
No,
this
they
is the
don't.
point.
No, they don't.
They overwhelmingly
objectively
do.
Don't. They objectively
Overwhelmingly,
don't.
they do.
They objectively don't. You're just
What's wrong with in-group preference?
Yeah, let's.
Nobody said there wasn't anything.
Wait, did you?
You just didn't listen.
I asked her. She said I was fine.
The point is that individuals have the right to
sent me on
choose,
WhatsApp?
not groups of people, individuals, right? The father doesn't get to choose who his daughter chooses to marry. She does.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Your hot mic.
Well,
is on.
depends on the laws and depends on the rules in you know that
No,
situation.
there in the United States, I don't believe there are any.
But in the
laws.
United States, well, I didn't say the United States.
Yeah, I got
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, I'm making more one.
Yeah, I think that because I can never say this word,
Miscegenation.
miscegenation laws are fundamentally racist and should be eliminated.
I don't think anybody would argue for miscegenation laws.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not arguing for that either.
You were.
Because you're making a dichotomy of like, you're saying that one, people should not have a preference, and then you're also saying that it's like, oh shit, we shouldn't have those laws,
Yeah,
which is
I never
implying
said
that
that.
people having preference for
No.
their in group is inherently racist.
No, I never said that. I said that the daughter has the right to marry the man she wants to. If she's Puerto Rican, she can choose. She can have her in-group preference, and if not, she can have an out-group preference.
Absolutely. But in the same way that she's allowed to marry anybody she wants, if she wants to marry into her own race, her own religion, her own kind, she should be allowed that and not shamed for that.
Sure.
Or outcasted for that or shunned for that because, in-group preference. Whether it's Mexicans or Indians or Jews, if they choose in-group preference, they should be allowed that, not shamed for that. That's all I'm saying.
Brenda's saying it's
that's not all you're
racist for those people to have in-group preference and to marry based along those lines.
I literally have just said it wasn't.
Yeah, that's not what Brenda said at all. So let's not misrepresent people.
So a Mexican person
they need
saying
to
that,
distort
I'm
it.
only going to marry another Mexican, is that not racist?
No.
I think
Okay,
Brenda
so having an
identifying
in-group preference
as
is not
Like saying,
racist.
it's like saying, you know, as a man, somebody wishes only to marry women and is not interested in marrying men. That is not sexist or homophobic. That's not homophobic.
So it's only racist if in-group preference is legally enforced, and if people just have in-group preference voluntarily, then that is not racist.
Is somebody enforcing people who they should marry?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Nobody's doing that, dude.
So that could be racist. Anti-miscegenation laws, sure, racist.
Yeah,
I'm saying that people having in-group preference, as long as it is
Miscegenation
voluntarily.
laws make it illegal for racial mixing, and that is inherently racist.
Yes, we're in agreement on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're not talking about codified law here. We're talking about preferences.
So are people having their own in-group preference
Already answered
voluntarily?
this question 3 times.
So it's not racist for.
It's not racist if you choose, if you're black and you say you only want to marry other blacks. That's not racist.
So as long as it's along the lines of voluntarily associating, it's not racist.
There's a key. Yes, it's voluntary and individual. The individual gets to decide. Yes.
So
welcome
then, like,
to the 17th century.
So the guy saying, "I don't want to live in a neighborhood with blacks," and
That's
is like
different.
KKK.
Yes, he is.
It's voluntary.
Yes.
It's voluntary association. He's
came in-
voluntarily not moving into a neighborhood because there's no blacks. Nobody is
That-
being forced in this situation. Is that not
so
racist?
different. Why are you moving the goalposts? Why are you changing?
Because
no, it's the
he
same
needs
thing.
to
Because
pervert.
Martin
He needs
Bailey
to
tactics
pervert.
is all he's got on this one.
Yeah, he
No.
needs to pervert what is good and true. That's what he needs to do.
No, they're both instances of voluntary association.
Yeah, because fascists need to pervert what is good for their beliefs to reign.
Anyone, you are
who's a
imposing
fascist, though?
yourself on people
Yeah, he is.
other than you. You're
No, by
that's
saying I don't want to move, by that person saying they don't want to move into a neighborhood because there's a black guy in there, they're not imposing themselves on anybody.
Definitionally racist.
They're voluntarily not moving into a neighborhood. They're making a voluntary choice
that's
to move in
definitionally
one neighborhood
racist.
and not another.
You equating it to marriage would be like saying, okay, I don't want these black people moving in to live with me 24 hours a day. Not moving into a neighborhood where you can stay in your own damn house. What, like, that doesn't even make any
So it's
sense.
not about voluntary association because they're both voluntary association.
How about serving people in a restaurant? Under your conception, can I voluntarily choose, I don't want to serve blacks or Jews in this restaurant?
I mean, yeah, I don't think that
You really
the Civil
wanna know
Rights
what
Act was good.
What?
I think-
I didn't hear him because Lion needed to talk, and Lion, when
He
he
took a
feels the
ill
need
pause.
to talk, when he feels the need to talk, then he just talks, and he doesn't check to see if anybody else is talking, because everything surrounds you, doesn't it, Lion?
All right, well, I got next. Go ahead.
You're a fucking
Yasuke.
child.
I mean, if you're taking consistency of free association as an actual principle, then yes, I am against the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, that's fundamentally.
Wait.
Hold on, I got next. I got next.
Whoa.
I got next.
Whoa. Hold the phone, bro.
I win.
I agree with him. I agree with Yasuke on this. And I'll explain why.
Pro segregation. What? Blacks
I'll
only
explain
cut
why.
water fountains?
Hold on.
It's so out of pocket.
Let me know when you're done.
What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lion. I just.
So a quick
It's getting
example of
wild.
this. No, it sounds immoral on the surface level, but if you really think critically, right? If you have a landscaping company or a construction company, you should be allowed to hire whoever the hell you want. The government should not intervene in the relationship between you and your employees, right? So if you want to hire an all-male crew, you should be allowed to do that and not called sexist because you don't want a female on your crew. You just don't want a female. Does that now make you a sexist? No. You just don't want a female on your crew. You should be allowed to have that. Or in the same way, if you have a bakery or whatever, and you don't want to hire any homosexuals, then you should be allowed to not hire any homosexual. You shouldn't be called a homophobe because you don't want any homosexuals on your staff. What's the problem with that?
Somebody call you a sexist or a homophobe when you clearly are. That's stupid.
Hey, Brenda, can I ask you one more hypothetical just real quick? So you said it's not racist. It's not racist for a Mexican. Wait, did Brenda leave?
Yes, correct.
You can ask the question of the room though. I know where you're going.
I think Yasuke was too red pilled, and yeah, it was
woke people get triggered easily. So, like, my question for Brenda was: she said it's not racist for a Mexican guy to only want to marry a Mexican woman, but she said it is racist if the Mexican guy doesn't want to move into an all-black neighborhood. So I was going to ask her if it was racist if a Mexican guy didn't want a black roommate or only wanted a Mexican roommate.
It can't be racist. He's not white.
They just get tired of your shit easily, just so you know.
I mean, they're logically consistent positions. If you hold one and then don't hold the other, then you are lying about your preferences. And your revealed preferences show that you are not being honest about, oh, it is fine if it is free association. If free association is okay in this instance, but it's not okay in another instance.
That's boring racism
I think they're forcing people into preference.
Question: when you guys go to work and you see people
That's
of
coercion.
your preferred sex at work, do you automatically judge them by if you want to sleep with them and marry them?
Yes,
that's the first thing that
every human being on the planet does the same thing, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that men do.
If that's true, then maybe you would have a leg to stand on by saying you think that marrying by preference, somebody you're going to be sleeping with, having kids with, and everything is the same thing as who you work with. But yeah, I would venture to guess you don't really want to marry and have sex with everyone at your workplace.
So in that case, it's not about free association. It's discrimination in marriage is the only acceptable discrimination.
Wait. I just want to get it on the record that in the fuck, marry, kill triad, everyone at my work is on marry for me. Just saying. Right, continue.
That's actually kind of sweet.
Yeah. It's just like Brenda. I'm not going to say Brenda. So you would be lying if you were saying that it is about free association if the free association only applies to marriage and doesn't apply to anything else. You clearly, in that situation, would not hold free association as a principle. You hold something else as a principle.
When your sexism and racism and everything starts affecting other people, then yeah, it changes into something different. Like, you're not going to force somebody to marry you if they're of a culture you don't like or something like that. But you can't just decide who gets to have a job or who gets to go do things and whatnot or who gets to live in a neighborhood because you don't want to associate with them. You don't.
Yeah, nobody's saying this.
You don't have to associate with somebody in your neighborhood to live there. So you saying that you don't want somebody of some other race or sex or whatever in your neighborhood, yes, is very racist or sexist, because you're now just saying you don't even want them in your vicinity. They're not
living in the same neighborhood as somebody is interacting with them. There's no way of getting around that.
No, it isn't. I live in a neighborhood. I choose who I interact with and who I don't.
If somebody consistently has block parties, you're going to be interacting with them.
Don't go to the block party. What the fuck?
You hear the music. You hear you smell
the weed.
Oh my god, I'm hearing somebody else's music. I might
What
die.
if somebody's having
by
their Dodge
definition
Challenger
interaction? You're
outside
saying
all the time.
Yeah, you're saying that somebody is not interacting. But if you have like there's some people that do like motocross stuff that are like next door neighbors, and they don't motocross along the streets in our neighborhood, but there's plenty of people that do that. So if those were my neighbors, then I would constantly be hearing that motocross stuff up and down my streets all the time. So who your neighbors are will be people that you are interacting with. And there's no way of getting around that.
So are these the colored people that motocross in your neighborhood?
Yes, all the black
No,
ones.
no, they are white. And they don't motocross in the neighborhood. That's the entire point, is that they're nice neighbors because they don't motocross. But I would not want to live with neighbors who had those bikes and then use them all along the roads at night.
Yeah, they got gangs of quads on the street pulling wheelies.
Thing. Pointing out that somebody is doing a behavior that bothers other neighbors is completely different than saying you just don't want to live near somebody with a different skin color or background or culture. That's where the difference is, bro.
It's refuting your point that you don't interact with your neighbors. That was the reason why it was invoked. You said, you don't need to interact with your neighbors. You don't interact with your neighbors, but you do interact with your neighbors. There's no getting
That's
around
not
that.
what she said when she said that. You're like, that's not what she meant.
What's it called when you don't want to be with somebody that's like an atheist? I would never be with an atheist. What is that called?
Atheismist.
Christian.
Who would want to marry an atheist?
What if it's against your faith? Yeah, and you're an employer and you don't want to hire an atheist, or you,
Is there
you
a
don't
name
want
for
to
that?
hire
Was there a name
whatever
for
the
that?
case may be.
Yeah, what's the
you
name
gotta
for
make
that?
you gotta make one. Nobody could.
What's the point? What's the point of atheists marrying?
That's true.
What's the point of atheists marrying? It's
Other than like a tax write-off.
It's seen as a cultural bond of love.
That was pretty stupid
Oh.
question. Why does anybody?
Well, no,
So they can share insurance.
No,
Maybe.
that's because to a religious person, and especially in like, I would say like more fundamentalist Christianity, the whole purpose of marriage is like a covenant with God that like privileges certain actions between the two people in the couple. So it's a legitimate question to ask, like, why would an atheist get married from that perspective? But I think it goes deeper than economic benefits. I think that it's like, why would two men get married? It's the same thing. There's a bond of fellowship formed in marriage and making that oath.
And going back to the thing that started this argument, atheists don't have kids. Another big part of
whoa.
Statistically, they're the least likely to have kids. They do not have sustainable birth
That
rates.
doesn't make your first statement accurate, though. You do see that, right?
It was clearly a hyperbole. It was clearly a hyperbole.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
He was pushing the bias through the glass.
Yeah. Like that PhD pal that I have has a kid.
Hey,
Yo,
They have a
guys.
kid.
there are over 1,000 secular laws that affect married couples. One of the bigger ones that we don't always think about is the plain old fact that if your loved one is in an accident and gets rushed to the hospital, if you are not married to them and don't have a POA or something, you cannot go in to see them and help them with decisions and things like that. You must be married for that or have the appropriate documentation.
I mean, it sounds like a legal issue, not necessarily like a devotion covenant issue.
Married, you dumbass, because you love them and care about them, and if something happens to them, you want to be able to be with them. Why wouldn't you get married? That's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's reasons for that too. There's reasons to not get married also. It depends on how you have your life set up. So
not through the state. You don't have to get married through the state.
Yeah, it's also the entire point of marriage vows has always been, till death do us part. Is this like making this covenant, making this bond that we're agreeing to never break this. And then, all these populations have like really high rates of saying, lol, JK, I'm going to break this contract. Which is just saying they don't take the contract seriously, which is saying that,
Yeah, and the contract should be able to be broken if there's something wrong in the marriage. So that's a little ridiculous as well.
So you're against no fault divorce then? There has to be a cause?
I just say I'm against no fault divorce.
You just said there should be a way out if there's a reason. So you're against no fault divorce.
That is not what I said.
Okay,
said,
so are you against no fault divorce?
Of course I am not against no fault divorce, but don't twist my words. You're the one that said that's what the
No, he
contract
was asking a question. Could you please not attempt to be attacked at every time he says something?
You're the one that said that a contract was till death do you part. The marriage was. I said there absolutely should be a way to break that contract because sometimes things go wrong. Yeah.
But they promised.
Yeah, I mean, when you make a contract, you honor the contract, and so the contract just isn't serious for populations that don't care.
Wait, I've got a question. If two atheists get married and get divorced, is it less of a sin than if two Christians get married and get divorced for the same reason?
Oh, good question.
It's not a sin.
Because they don't believe it.
I mean, atheists are just sinning by their existence. So, like, adding one more on top of it is just like not really a big deal.
Yeah,
also,
not- not
statistically,
fucking cares.
they're so much less likely to have kids. And really, like, we probably don't have as much of an issue with divorce when there's no kids involved. It's when there's kids involved
Are you
to where it's
atheist,
like
by the way,
you're selfish
guy?
to divorce.
What's your name? Yeti?
I am.
That's
I am
you?
not.
No.
Yeti. That's a new one. Oh, okay. I see. No, I'm not.
I do have an example, actually, like a analogy. Like if you can imagine two people feeling around in the dark, like is it more likely that they're going to knock something over because they don't know what they're doing? Yeah, like this is the problem when you have like subjective values. You don't exactly know why or have the same reasons, perhaps, that somebody has decided to marry you, or maybe there's some like lack of clarity in one way or another. So I'll lead this into a question. Like, is it the case that people who are, are religious, when they get married, they tend to stay together longer or more forever or something like that?
People that are religious that get married, do they tend to get divorced at lower rates? I believe the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think that's the question. Sure.
Yeah.
But my question for you, Mr. Objective Morality, is why is slavery bad?
Yeah.
I mean, I will make the argument that slavery is not inherently bad.
Okay, well, he's gonna fucking go balls to the walls, but what does Rick say?
It depends on how you define slave. Like some people would just rather not have to deal with anything, and as long as they show up and do work and they're taken care of and fed, and they can just do that. Some people would prefer that, actually.
I agree.
Defining slavery, I think it's kind of been like reframed in the recent history that it's basically like this whipped, poorly treated type of specific colored individual.
All right, well,
reality,
let's just go there.
Yeah.
Let's just go there. Why is the whipped particular kind of individual slavery bad?
This is a serious question.
Well, yeah. You're basically.
But why?
You're removing the element of choice, which is we highlighted that earlier.
But where does an objective standard of morality on respecting choice come from?
Where does it come from?
Yeah, where does it come from? Where does it go? Where's your morality, Cotton Eye Joe?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where you want to go with this. I mean,
I don't understand slavery. Like, are you going for like you can only determine what is good or bad with God kind of thing?
I'm saying that that there is no obvious objective standard of morality without the presumption of some sort of consequences for what you could call sin or karma in this life.
Yeah, he's basically just stress testing Riggs's idea of objective morality by throwing out extreme examples.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you have like a nice
I don't know. I don't.
Like he's cool.
I guess
like,
I just
he
don't
doesn't
feel
whip
prepared
you,
to answer
he
the
keeps
right
you in
way.
the house, gives you like clean
But, like-
clothes, keeps you fed, but you're a slave though. Like you're his property.
All right, well,
you have to do what he tells you legally.
It's hard to think with somebody. I
Okay,
don't know if
give you
I've got a
kiss.
tab open or what the fuck's happening.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
what do
I
you
got
mean?
your. So let's go back to thank you, Riggs, for your contribution. If we could redirect the panel to our balls to the walls guest, Yasuke, where's the basis of your contention that slavery is not inherently bad?
Yeah, so obviously there are going to be systems of slavery that are like way more brutal than others, and ones that just have no like justification whatsoever. So I will just lay out a structure that would be considered slavery that I think would be good, in the sense of that this is like the idea of like, here is essentially like a proposal that I have for you, and then you can choose to accept this. And then if you accept this, here's a contract that you are bound by.
So like indentured servitude type slavery, you think is ethical?
Yeah. So in the sense of like, so many people, like their lives suck, or that like they have so much undue stress from dealing with like the logistics of life. You know, taxes, going to the DMV, like worrying about making sure they get their bills paid, etc. And there are many people who would be better off and would make an agreement to be better off, to where they wouldn't have to worry about any of the logistics. You know,
like a widow.
Dude,
they got,
this is the same argument
people
people like Andrew Tate used to justify human trafficking. Oh, these women, they don't have to deal with their bills. They don't have to deal with like all this bullshit. I handle all that stuff for them. They just work for me, and then
So that lover boy strategy that Andrew Tate did was under duress. Like, he would bring these women over under like different presuppositions of like, oh, I'm going to be your boyfriend.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So that is completely different than like in a isolated, sterile environment. Like, here is me posting on a job board. All of the details of the contract. So essentially,
I just had a random idea.
Well, one second. I'll say it very quickly. So essentially, you get all of your bills paid for. You get all of your logistics paid for. All you got to do is work. You get to you work for 8 hours a day. You go back to your family. You have a family, and then your kids are allowed to leave if they want to, when they're of age. And all you got to do is work. You get all of the logistics paid for. You get your medicine. You get food, boarding, and you get to just work and live your life.
I agree.
Are you like a libertarian? Are you a libertarian?
Basically.
No, that's biblical. We've always had serfs in history, right? There's always been a serf class, either because of debt,
oh Jesus,
or voluntary servitude. People sometimes, like you said, would rather be a servant than have to work, and pay the bills. They'd rather be supplied the food, the shelter. Sometimes it's the easier way of life. Look at all the people.
Is this pro-feudalism?
No, but there's voluntary servitude.
Yeah, but there was permanent slavery as well in the Bible.
We're not talking about. No, there wasn't, dude. There was a Jubilee. There was. No, it's called the Jubilee of Shemitah. All the captives were let free every 7 years. Now, it got to the point where the slave could actually make a covenant with their master because they loved their master. They would get a gauge through their ear and would be a slave for life. Voluntarily. They loved their master. They loved their life. They had a good life. No, because you have to understand that.
No, that's insane.
Hold on. We've been conditioned in America to think of chattel slavery, where you got black people in chains and getting whipped. That's not the type of slavery that me and Yasuke are referencing. The type of slavery that we're referencing is where people are treated with dignity, respect, and are treated humanely. They're giving shelter. They're giving food.
Dude. Would you take that option then?
But also,
if a benevolent slave master came up to you and gave you the choice, would you do that?
This is such a fantasy, man.
No,
we're already slaves, dude. We're already slaves right now. We have this.
Depends on the offer, bro.
But also, if you think it's delusional that people would love their slave masters, you can go to the Library of Congress website right now and see interviews of former slaves in the 40s and 50s,
but by and large,
where they overwhelmingly say, like, there's so many interviews of former slaves saying that they preferred things back in slavery.
No. You have to.
Citation needed. Hold on 1 sec. I want to ask for another.
Yeah, what's your source, dude? Source?
I think
the Library of Congress.
I think women were probably happier when they could vote and they were owned by their men.
Anyway, Yasuke, stop and frisk, good or bad?
I don't know. Like, I don't exactly know what that means.
So the stop and frisk policy in New York was a policy of stopping predominantly young African American men who in the database were most likely to have committed crimes. And they ended up stopping in an average year more black men than there were black men in New York City through the program.
So wait, stopping so they stopped people multiple times?
Yeah, you could just stop. They would just stop them. They would frisk them for a weapon, check them for contraband, and then most of the time let them go. Like 90,
Or literally,
98%
there's like
of
no
the time.
probable cause. They would just stop you.
Yeah. Just, because you were
You're
statistically
just walking down the
likely
street
to.
as a black, and then you get stopped by a cop, and they're like, "Yo, we're gonna check you for weapons."
How many years did they do that for?
The whole Giuliani term, at least.
Was it? Damn, that's
crazy.
Years, bro.
Yeah. So I can have nuance. I understand this is what people who this is what AI policing would essentially become, in that it would do that of disproportionately targeting certain groups because they operate on statistical models, and then that's how statistical models work, is that they would go after people that are more likely to do things based on characteristics that can be seen. So in that sense, I understand that idea. If the ultimate goal is just to stop crime, that it can technically have efficacy. I would not personally have something like that in my legal system. I don't. I think that there are much more effective ways of doing things.
Is this why AIs originally were very extremely racist?
Yeah, the biggest thing about AIs is programming racism out of them, because every AI model starts off incredibly racist, and then the majority of coding time goes into coding that out of them.
What do you think about Ty, the people's chatbot, and that whole affair?
I don't know anything.
Oh, it was when a group of 4chaners cornered this Microsoft bot that I think they had on Twitter and made it into a waifu, basically. It was a Nazi anime. It became a persona of a Nazi anime girl, essentially.
Oh yeah, I think that was something well before chatbots were mass adopted, or LLMs were mass adopted.
It had basically no guardrails, I think, was the issue.
Yeah, it's that it had guardrails at first, and then they kind of broke it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have much of an opinion of a thing.
Dude, it wasn't just that one. It was Bing too. When Bing first came out, the AI for Bing, it started going off the rails. It really did. It was racist. It was anti-Semitic, dude. It was going off the rails, bro. I don't know if it was tapping into this collective unconscious. No, because I think sometimes it taps into the collective unconscious, all those forms, and it just, dude, it was manifesting, dude. It was nuts. They had to retract it. They had to pull it down.
Well, people were talking to it, weren't they? They were saying racist shit to it.
No, I think sometimes AI has produced unsolicited responses that are racist or.
Oh, sure, but the Microsoft AI one I thought was a Twitter.
They basically figured out how to trigger it because they're no lifers on 4chan, but they're also extremely smart and experts with computers. So they figured out how to jailbreak the AI and command it to do things it wasn't supposed to do.
That's so weird. Jailbreaking AI. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, it's called adversarial attacks. So basically one of the things you can do, so there's a influencing the AI where you can actually tell it what to do and try to figure out guardrails and how to directly get around them. Then there's another thing called adversarial attacks where you may have heard of this one where it used to be the case. I don't think it's necessarily the case in newer systems now, but in early facial recognition cameras, there were certain patterns that you could print out and hold up. And while you were holding that up and it was on screen, your face couldn't be recognized. Because basically what it was doing is it was some sort of edge case in the computer vision where when it saw that pattern, it just shut the entire algorithm down. So one of the jailbreaking strategies is to do what's called adversarial attacks like that. And then once it's broken, it is able to be hijacked essentially because it's in a state where it's already doing stuff it's not supposed to do, if that makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway. But let's just keep pushing on this one because people. I just want to. But from the perspective of the policy at the time and not having complete knowledge, would you err on the side of having a program like that if it prevented murders, or do you think there's like an absolute natural right that's being violated that's more important than the consequences of not getting guns off the street? Because they did find a lot of contraband, in fairness, but.
Yeah. So that goes into like it being efficacious, and then there's the question of like, do the ends justify the means in that sense? I lean more towards like very harsh punishments, like extremely harsh punishments, relatively speaking.
Wait, you do?
But like, yeah. But what's it called? So harsher punishments, but still with that aspect of like sort of respecting personal freedom. In the dichotomy of like what we're talking about right now. So
okay,
in like,
lay it on me. What does such a punishment look like?
I mean, so if you're talking about something that is like actually implemented, is like Japan, like their systems of laws for certain things, and like you do things and you're going away for a long time, and like you're not just going to be like back on the street at any point. I mean, like they literally make like homelessness illegal, but like because they make homelessness illegal in the standard way of like, you know, the druggie in San Francisco, like that kind of stuff just can't work. Because they do that, their streets are so safe that like young women can like, you know, miss the last train and like pass out on the ground and sleep, and it is a safe thing to do. Whereas if you do just let in, like if you just let kind of like schizophrenic homeless people just kind of loiter around, it just makes your society more unsafe. So in this sense,
well, since we talked about schizophrenic homeless people, let's just keep this going. So if the punishment for homelessness was 10 lashes and then you get like job training and shit, would you still support that punishment if it was effective at reducing homelessness? Even if it meant that, like, you know, you were pulling like schizophrenic old dudes off the street and whipping them in the public square.
Yeah, if I believed that lashes or jobs programs actually like helped, then like maybe. But I'm like,
that was a wild combination of things. Okay.
Yeah, like that's what you said. Yeah. But like I'm very much in the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure ideal, in that I am much less believing in rehabilitation as a concept than most people are. I think that like it's infinitely hard to like rehabilitate somebody once they're like broken and psychotic and, you know, going to be violent if they are let free.
Right.
That
but
it is not worth it for a society to like attempt.
But would you support? So you don't think corporal punishment is effective, hence you don't support it.
I in the specific scenario that you gave, lashings plus job training programs, I do not think that would turn a schizophrenic homeless man into a productive member of society.
Right. So okay, gotcha. Fair enough. That was kind of an extreme example, in fairness. What about like drug users? Like Singapore has the death penalty for large trafficking charges. And they also have pretty long prison sentences for. It's actually a really interesting documentary on a maximum security prison in Singapore. And a lot of the people in that documentary actually are just there for like simple drug charges, and they've been in prison for like 7 years just because they're like recurrent offenders. So they get like, because they got like, you know, minor charges on stuff. I think one guy he was walking around with a samurai sword, so he got like 10 years for that, because you can't have like any weapon in Singapore. But like, are those sorts of policies that you support? Or because you seem to err on the side of if there's a benefit to society of a policy, it perhaps outweighs what people might call natural rights.
Is that
Well,
fair?
I would kind of say it this way: is that you either there's going to be the bottom quintile in everything, in that Pareto distribution, 20% of people cause 80% of the problems, 20% of like people do 80% of the good things, et cetera, et cetera. Like the Pareto distribution is unwavering. So in this sense, think about it like a classroom, right? Have you ever been in a classroom to where like, one person does something bad and everybody gets punished? That's effectively what our society is right now, is that because we allow the bad actors in our society.
Well,
So
exactly. That's not so. It's not exactly analogous because applying your metaphor to a society would the relevant equality would be to a policy like collective punishment by the government. So while there may be similar ethical consequences,
yeah. So I was going to give the example of how that is collective punishment, or how we are effectively doing collective punishment. So the argument that I'm putting forth is that because we don't harshly punish and appropriately punish the bottom quintile of people that are causing all of the problems, everybody has to have more stringent rules. And so there's less freedom for everybody because it's effectively an open air prison. Because there are some people who break the law has to apply to like everybody. Because some people just like can't keep it in their pants, metaphorically speaking. So in this sense, you can have a society that has less laws and more freedom overall if you get rid of the people that are doing most of the law breaking.
Maybe idealistically, and in a country like Singapore and Japan, that's certainly true, but that hasn't really been replicated many other places.
Yeah, it's just most places haven't tried.
That's not true per se. I would say that many countries have had extremely strict penal codes at different times. But like it's like Bukele, for example. Like he gets all this praise for, and based on the stats and everything, and what I've heard.
Is that the El Salvador guy?
Yeah, but nobody has been able to replicate the success of that policy. So to say that something is good as policy or as a way of running a country in general, I feel like you have to look at the spectrum of all the examples where such a policy has been applied. And I think I understand your argument. It's like in Starship Troopers, for example. Have you watched that movie?
It's on my list. I've been meaning to watch it for the past
Well, you should definitely watch it because the premise of the society is that a group of like veterans took control, and you can only like vote or participate in like much of society if you serve in the army, for example. And they have an extremely strict penal code. The question though then becomes and here's the issue where Singapore is sort of special. People in Singapore don't really feel unfree, even though they technically are. But
yeah. So that
times, yeah, go ahead. But many times that's not the case, and we become living in an open air prison because we're living in a dictatorship. Right?
Yeah. So that goes into like different populations have different tolerances for different rules, in that like things that would be illegal in Singapore that Singaporeans are like, yeah, I'm totally fine with this. Like the average, Pacific Northwest person would be like, nah, that's way too far from me, dog. So there will be certain policies that you like it's the same level of like extremities in terms of how extreme your law system is, but you tailor it according to the population that you have. Because like, if you in Pacific Northwest, if you make weed illegal, like, there's going to be riots. Like you're going to have people rioting in the streets. Although like Oregon, as an example, they decriminalized all hard drugs, and everybody agreed that that was a horrible thing to do. And like druggies were just kind of destroying everything, and then they re-criminalized them.
Wait, where is this?
Oregon.
Yeah, but on the other side of that policy, like Portugal did it successfully. It does point to the fact that like a policy that works one place doesn't work elsewhere. I don't think that decriminalization policies have worked very well in the U.S. personally.
I'm
living in Denver.
Yeah, I'm anti-universalist in that different populations have different requirements and different cultures. So you need to have law systems, government systems, et cetera, that are appropriate to the population in which you are against. But also, like, back to the thing that you were saying about like El Salvador, I never really used that as an example, but it actually just would be a good example in that, like, it was a country that was, you know, like top 5 in terms of being the most dangerous places to be.
Right.
And they were just the most aggressive that anywhere has ever been about just, you know, instantly
Yeah.
put in prison if you have like gang affiliations. And then now all of a sudden
Or
they're
even,
like one of the
even
safest countries.
Even suspicion or association with gangs.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So let me go
they
through a
painted a broad
scenario.
brush.
So let's say that you've got basically a few tattoos, right? And you look like a hood guy. You're not technically part of a gang, and you're not even doing anything illegal. But you're at a house with MS-13 members, and the El Salvador's police comes in. I'm pretty sure everyone in that room is going to CSOT.
Yeah.
And
That being
one
said, I do
person-
think that
so-
the I think in this specific scenario, the tattoos are part of the initiation. Like,
Right, but you're
Yeah.
familiar with the tenuous nature of some of the claims, like most notably because they're more legally covered and more covered by the media. And some of the people that were claimed to be members of what's it called? Tren de Aragua, and who were deported to CSOT. As someone that reviewed what they showed, like, because a symbol is used in a gang tattoo and you have a tattoo of a symbol that looks similar to it, doesn't make you a gang member. And I don't think it's a good indicator of gang membership. Like,
that's fair.
If you had a tattoo of a crown, then you're deemed a member of Tren de Aragua, generally, a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's fair, but I think you should just execute all people with tattoos. Like, is that a problem? This is obviously a joke.
I think that one's going to be
but-
against TOS, so I don't think we can go that far.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
so
life.
it's,
No violence,
there you
but
go.
just, you know, life.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, so in the sense of like when you are doing the policy first, you're obviously going to be having a lot more people. So there's less ability to have a high filter. Like you're sifting through dirt to like try to find like the gold, and the gold in this case is like actual
members.
innocent people.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about gang members for the gold.
Yeah, you can do it the opposite way, right?
Yeah. I'd rather think about panning for little MS-13 guys. You know, you like
Yeah.
and you see like the tattoo, and you like have to dig through the rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So when you're first instituting these policies, there's no way for you to have like the ultimate stringent eye. But then as soon as you like cull one time, it's a lot easier to sustain, and it's a lot easier later on to have more discernment with making sure that you're a little bit more 100%, a little bit able to have more due process.
But this again goes back to the idea of natural rights, right? And to me, the framework of natural rights, which is sort of originated in the Magna Carta, there was probably earlier documents than that, but the idea that even regardless of the system of government, that there are certain rights of the person that have to be respected, regardless of the social costs in almost all circumstances, except potentially in times of war. And even then, natural rights is still applicable. It doesn't seem like your worldview really prioritizes. It seems like you prioritize efficacy or strength over the preservation or the respect of natural rights in maybe like a more Machiavellian type way. And I don't mean that in any sort of psychological sense, but in the sense that, in your view, an effective ruler ought to be strong, and the price of that strength might be the disrespect of natural rights. Whereas in my view, the framework of natural rights has such a social benefit for preserving freedom and society itself that it's worth making it extremely difficult to suspend that, which is sort of the system that we have, at least for citizens in the US, generally speaking.
Yeah. So like the way that I would say it is like going back to your point on like Machiavellianism. Machiavellianism is essentially just doing whatever is most effective tactic available to win. And in that sense, if you put any other principle above that, then you are infinitely more likely to lose. So in the sense of the person who is winning, the person who is in power, is the only one who has the ability to dictate their like principles upon the world. So in the sense of like, I do value some framework that could be considered adjacent to like natural rights, not necessarily in the same way that it's defined by the Magna Carta or Constitution or something. But it is not my ultimate highest value, which is if it's your highest value, then you will not care about, like, if it's your highest value, it's your highest value, and then all other things be damned. Like it is a revealed preference of what is the most important thing to you.
Right, but I don't think that's my view is that I still don't have a absolutist view of natural rights either. Because even the most respected leaders of the United States, like Lincoln, for example, most people don't know that Lincoln imprisoned a newspaper editor from Baltimore. Which I would never support in a time of peace. I don't necessarily know how I feel about it now, but it's not my position to judge Lincoln in a time of war either. I'm not a man of that greatness. So like my point being, I think that I also see natural rights in a Machiavellian sense, where I think that the agreement among all countries, it's sort of like, okay, this is an extreme example too, but in Dune, the author didn't want nuclear war to be a part of the narrative in the way that it would have been, right? He creating his like culture at the start of the book. So in the book, basically, if you use nuclear weapons, every other house in the galaxy teams up against you automatically. It's just like a set thing. You can't do it. And so my point is that like a policy like that is sort of how I view natural rights. And it's sort of the reason that it's the reason I also support something like mutually assured destruction, which kind of goes to the other end of the extreme, which is that the idea of natural rights is such a strong check on some of the abuses of power, and such a strong historically respect for natural rights is highly correlated with all other societal outcomes as well. That it becomes a standard that I think it's useful to prioritize over maybe more utilitarian outcomes for also a utilitarian reason. Though I think when you look at like the scope of what, like for example, you know, the United States, and there's more economic differences as well, but you look at the United States versus Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan, for example. And on paper, the U.S. respecting natural rights, it didn't do it completely. Obviously, we had the internment program. But a society that had an intrinsic respect for natural rights destroyed a society that did not. And prior to that, other societies were resisting and also doing damage. Of course, like the flip side is that obviously the Soviets didn't respect natural rights and they were also a huge impact. My point is that like I think there's, when you look over the last from, you know, World War II onward in particular, this idea of human rights and natural rights and respect to human rights, on average, cultures that do respect those values and restrict their actions accordingly do better than those that don't on virtually every metric.
This is where I would go back to the idea of El Salvador, in that if you were to take natural rights to its logical conclusion, and that, like, you know, every single person needs to have, you know, a 10-year court process before they get like, charged, and like make sure that, you know, everything is 100% by the books. It goes back into that. There's the small example of like, oh, would you rather let, you know, 30 guilty men go free versus having, you know, one innocent person getting jailed? In this scenario, it's like would you rather have one innocent person getting jailed or a million guilty people go free? And in the sense of, let's say in this instance, because like I don't actually know, is that there's a certain amount of the people that El Salvador jailed that were pure innocent. Like they didn't even have like associations. So just like actually innocent people that aren't even like supporting in any vague way somebody. They're not an accessory at all. It would be hard to say that El Salvador is not better off because they imprisoned all of their gang affiliated members, and that they're just objectively in a better state because they did not take natural rights to its extreme.
But that's an exceptional example, though, and there's also evidence of the government colluding with gangs, and that collusion may have been as important a part of the policy as the mass incarceration was. So for all of the things that you're saying being true, it's not clear to me that that's a, again, looking at the I agree with you. If the collusion isn't true, I agree with you, but that is one very narrow example of that being the case, and more often than not, the natural consequence of not respecting human rights is that power is overly concentrated, and that over concentration of power causes corruption and other issues in society. And
Yeah. Ultimately, just like every single other social policy in the history of ever, it requires an actual desire from the people in power to enact their will in a certain way. Like,
right,
yeah.
But like, if I'm just saying, if you look at the court, like again, doing like almost like the stats we did earlier, if you look at the corpus of all the and you can do this, you could do the regression. You look at the corpus of all of the countries by index of human freedom. Freedom in the world is the one that I like to use, which is a multidimensional index of the respect of natural rights. And you take any metric you like, pretty much, and you regress on a per capita basis that metric against how much they respect human rights, and you will find that the spectrum overwhelmingly supports the conclusion that respect for natural human rights as a blanket policy guarantees better outcomes or leans towards better outcomes than the opposite.
Yeah. Like if we're taking this as a statistical analysis, but this is just in the idea of like, no other country actually has tried to do what El Salvador has done.
No, that's not true, though. Other countries have tried now.
I don't know enough to say if that is the case. Maybe it is the case, and yeah, maybe I'm just wrong.
And maybe the argument is they didn't go far enough. But my understanding is other countries absolutely are taking their cue. And
is this like a recent thing? As in, like, El Salvador did it, therefore these countries are trying it?
Yeah, I think I forget. I have to look up sources for you, but I was watching a video on it, and he was talking about that.
Okay,
because
then
the
in
whole
that case,
point,
it might just be that like not enough time. I don't know.
It also could be, and if it also might have been a policy that was only effective idiosyncratically, right? Like there could be something about the culture of El Salvador that made that kind of policy effective, right?
Yeah, it's also that like the people
so you look
who
at another
lead the
thing,
charge.
It's like the United States, for example, like two other policies that are like counterfactual. You look at gun confiscation is another great example, where a society that has less arms and a culture that does not think about using arms for any purpose really has drastically lower rates of homicide, and Singapore and Japan being the two classic examples. And on the flip side, you have a country like the United States that's economically similar, with more inequality, admittedly, but has a astronomically higher homicide rate and a rate of gun homicide that's like probably 100 times higher or something, like ridiculously higher.
Yes,
but like my point is that
if we were trying to do some more regressive means charts.
Hold on, let me finish though, because that is a specific point I wanted to get to. I know it's kind of long-winded, but in Australia, they largely solved that problem by blanket removing certain classes of firearms from the population. in the United States, such a policy would literally lead to some level of like civil unrest, right? Not to mention it's unconstitutional, but that's that's kind of a natural rights approach there. But my point is just
going
to say
back to
that
different
like,
population, different rules for different populations.
something can be idiosyncratically effective because there's a specific culture. Like in the United States too, if the military started breaking into people's houses on a regular basis like they do in El Salvador with no warrants, like people wouldn't stand for it. And therefore there would be like an immediate social and societal cost to such a policy that maybe isn't present in El Salvador. So my point is that like I don't think it's as simple as like saying that okay, well that worked and that's a great example, which in some sense it is. But it's also like that's the exact same argument made by people that are proponents of gun policy in the UK and Australia. And there's externalities there too, but point being like because something worked in one instance, I think that there's like
Yeah, I see what you mean. I would just say that like the innovator, the pioneer in something, like they understand every single reason why something is done, and they have like the philosophical foundations to sort of work on something. Whereas the copycats in anything, like they just see a thing, but they don't understand why the thing. Like they don't understand all of the little bits and pieces that goes into doing something to where maybe they do the steps, but like the Buku guy, right? Like he reads a lot of books of like understanding power dynamics and understanding like will to power, like Machiavelli and stuff in a way that like most politicians don't read this kind of stuff. So that is like I don't have any numbers, I don't have any figures. I'm just saying that like that would be kind of the first thing that I'm looking at, is that like I would say that there is most likely a difference in the way that these countries are going about it if the first pioneer country is successful but the others aren't.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Yeah. Is it comes down to like reproducibility, and that's why I look at like the corpus, right? Like, I guess I tend to think in a very data-driven way. Like, I get it, but it's like all else being equal, respect for natural right has this sort of deep intrinsic benefit to all of these different areas of society. And I don't exactly know why that's the case, but it certainly does. It certainly does seem to be the case in the research that's been done. Like if you regress the like freedom in the world index against the index of economic, like against any sort of economic index, you see a strong effect in addition to the effect from economic freedom. But that's the interesting thing about Singapore, right? And I don't know how El Salvador is right now. Also, countries like Rwanda are this way. They have extremely high economic freedom, right? So Singapore is incredibly easy to do business in, right? Countries like Rwanda are very, very easy to do business in, but they are very unfree in their political rights. So that's kind of an interesting like aspect to that as well. I don't know how it is in El Salvador.
El Salvador is like very like free market-esque. Like
that's the other factor too, right? Is there's maybe a give and take, right? Where in some sense, if you think about like my big criticism of a lot of government regulations, like particularly ones we have in the US, is that the government in the United States, the federal government, is as likely to violate your natural rights as anyone. The difference being there's basically very little you can do when that happens a lot of the time. But what was I going to say? So,
but like El Salvador is like really big into Bitcoin. Like they're like, hey, we're not going to tax your Bitcoin.
Like, so, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, my point is that like the way that people don't realize that economic and environmental regulations are enforced with force or implication of force, and often things like seizing property, right, which is a use of force, of course, right? And so people don't realize that things that look really good on paper
and like a corpus of regulations that maybe like sounds good is itself also a violation of natural rights. The rights to, and so that aspect of it is generally not considered. But that's, I think, perhaps why that could be a reason why people in Singapore are happy to accept this government that on paper or in de jure in the way they act with respect to a lot of natural rights is basically, what people would call fascist. It's not, but it's that level of, you can, like, if you hold up a sign against the government, you go to prison, right? Like that kind of stuff.
They use
But, like,
visible force, whereas America
Right.
has like more invisible hands to where it seems more free because it's less free.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
the economic freedom, though, almost like makes up for it, where people are willing to accept that because they haven't gotten to like extreme abuses of power.
Yeah.
Corruption.
It's also just like
corruption
if they
is very,
agree
very
with the
low.
policies too.
Yeah.
Of
Right.
like, if they agree with the policy of like, yeah, you shouldn't criticize the government. Like the government actually does good things.
Right.
Just like if that is the view.
And then beyond Singapore, there's also countries that are similar to like that. Like, if you ask the average person, they would say that they feel free, even though by any, Western or democratic standard, they're not. Like many people in Dubai, for example, not the people that are in the indentured servitude class, but the, citizen class of
the immigrants.
Dubai. Yeah, the expats and the Emiratis and their allies. But like they will tell you that, well, okay, yeah, I can't say this about the government, but I wouldn't say that anyway. Or like they don't see that loss of a right being as important because their society has this like orderly and conservative nature and a lot of their needs are provided for. I mean, a lot of these countries like in Qatar, like a lot of the people technically work for the government, but they only go into the office like 2 hours a day, they get like a full salary. So like there's definitely like, I don't know, I feel like there's some calculus there as well.
Yeah,
in
like
terms
that.
of, like,
that is kind of commonly said that is like for China as well. It's just like you can say so much more in China than you can in America if you're including like social credit scores being like 5 years ago, people were literally being fired for their jobs for not actively supporting BLM. That is a form of social credit score, even if it's not directly government imposed.
Who took it to that extreme for just not supporting BLM? Can you give me a case of that?
I could given time, but like I only have one hand free. And
I
no,
don't believe you that happened as you stated, but
what's it called? This was the source that I had pulled up for the other thing that I had of just like, Library of Congress, a bunch of slaves having positive recollections of their time in slavery.
yeah, but I like you were similarly choosing a particular way to view that historical event, though, right? I think when you look at the corpus, again, it's like a question of like the corpus of experiences. And I'm sure that there were many. This is actually shown in the film 12 Years a Slave. I think does an excellent job of, despite being a very accurate and visceral portrayal of slavery, it never strays into a narrative of racism against white people or generalization of the actions of white people at all. Like it presents a slave master who, is extremely kind to his slave, right? This guy who is wrongly a slave. But the reality of the situation is that when it comes down to it, even knowing that this person was kidnapped and is wrongfully a slave, chose not to help and free him, right? Whereas he most likely could have. And so that is a fundamental moral degeneracy of this type of chattel slavery that when it comes down to it, most, I would say, of the slaveholders, if not an overwhelming majority, having been faced with that situation, would also choose not to free this person unless they were legally forced to, which is what you sort of see in the film. And it is a very historically substantiated film.
So I think again, it's like there's like, and I'm not saying you're like per se defending slavery, but the brutality. I mean, the brutality of slavery in the U.S., bad as it was, wasn't as bad as somewhere like Haiti, for example. But there's a fundamental moral evil to chattel slavery and a certain corruption in the way that slave owners acted that I think even if they had quote unquote good treatment of their slaves, especially as per the standards of the time, did not, there's still a fundamental moral problem. And a lot of it has to do with kind of the similar thing that when you're essentially in slavery, you're removing the natural rights of an entire class of people. Now, it could be done by contract, but practically speaking, it often falls on ethnic lines as well. Like the contract slaves in Dubai are functionally no different. In fact, are honestly treated worse than the chattel slaves in Mauritania. But at the heart of both of those is a deep moral evil. Now, I guess viewed from a purely Machiavellian sense, I don't know. But I think that when you look at what actually comes out of that sort of moral evil being tolerated in a society, it doesn't lead to better outcomes to tolerate it.
I mean, like there's a whole bunch of ways of going into it. I'll just say one of them is just kind of more of the fun one, in the sense of like the sort of reality versus the like the sort of narrative kind of being given on something. In that, like, the ideal system of slavery that I gave is not the American chattel slavery system. So in this sense,
I'm aware of that, yeah. But
yeah.
in many practical ways, yes, they don't have like as harsh corporal punishments, perhaps. But what I'm saying is that when you look at a lot of that has to do with the fact that everything was more corporal at that time, including legal punishments. And when you look at like what I'm saying, like today, comparing like how slaves are treated, those that are born and like chattel slaves in the country of Mauritania, which is the same system of slavery essentially practiced in the US, at a smaller scale, but the rules are more or less the same, in that a child born to a slave is generally also a slave, which is not the case of indentured servants. That's I guess one important difference, but nonetheless, like the actual conditions of people and the inability to have any meaningful recourse towards the other side of the contract breaking the contract basically means that someone who's only on paper in indentured servitude in Dubai in one of these contracts from where they bring migrant laborers over from Nepal. A lot of them come from Nepal and places like that. The treatment ends up being largely the same. So like,
so like, it's generally just understood that like, or that American chattel slavery was, relatively speaking, more good-willed than other countries that had the same system legally.
Are you
as in
serious?
the same technical legal system of slavery.
You said good-willed?
Yeah.
So, the fact that they had, people out who could hang slaves who were off their owner's property and didn't have a pass, that's goodwill. That's entirely charitable, is it?
No. So the point that was being made is that, relatively speaking,
hanging people is goodwill.
No, relatively speaking, to other countries that had the same type of chattel slavery, legally speaking, like the same legal system of chattel slavery, that the American integration of chattel slavery was the most
it's a good thing I didn't.
harmful.
It's a good thing I didn't baselessly accuse. It's a good thing I
Oh my
didn't
God.
accuse you of racism earlier.
Am I wrong? Was America
Yes.
not the most? What other country had chattel slavery that was more ethical than American chattel slavery?
How about other countries that didn't have chattel slavery because they were more ethical than American?
That's a different argument then. You're just not having the same argument.
Well, you're making the argument that if it's that among countries where it's okay to boil infants, America was the most compassionate about boiling infants.
I'm not saying that boiling infants is good.
That doesn't
That's
make
not the
boiling
point that was being
infants
made.
in any way acceptable.
If
Well,
you are
what is the point
incapable
you're
of
making?
entertaining, if you are incapable of entertaining the point of saying, what was the most ethical system of slavery? And then you say, but all slavery is bad. You're just not a serious person.
There is no ethical version of slavery.
So all systems of slavery are equally bad, and there is no such thing as a version of slavery that was worse than another.
Yes, for instance, American slavery was vastly worse than Roman slavery.
So there are some systems of slavery that are better than others.
But your statement was...
Yes.
So that means that there has to be a best form of slavery.
No.
No, not at all. Stop doing that.
Relatively speaking to other slavery.
That doesn't follow at all, sir. The fact that there exists a set does not indicate that the set has a maximum element on any metric. That doesn't follow from set theory.
So there is not a form, there is not a country that did slavery, a slavery system that was less unethical than every other slavery system. There is a worst, but there's not a best.
Were unethical? I mean,
yes, that is a different question.
Yeah, I know, but then you go to that American system was the most ethical. I don't know.
You can disagree with that point. Just give me the example of what you think is the best form of slavery.
I don't think there is a best form of slavery because slavery.
So you think so? Then you have to think that all forms of slavery are equally bad.
This is an idiotic conversation on every single level, and I cannot believe that you, as an adult, cannot see how fucking pointless this is. This is an attempt to exculpate America for having had a slavery system when the majority of the civilized world had stopped having slavery systems. No. It was bad. It was a bad idea. They were wrong for doing it. And I don't care how ethically, how moral relativistic you want to get about it. It was a bad system. It did bad things. And I don't care whether or not there were worse countries. It was just terrible and it shouldn't have happened. Can we agree on that?
You came in halfway through the conversation, didn't understand the context of what was being said.
Shouldn't have happened? Can we agree that
you're not a serious person? I'm not entertaining your retarded questions.
Okay, so
you came in halfway through a conversation. You heard a point that you didn't like. That wasn't even the main point that was being talked about. Had nothing to do with the main point of the conversation. And then you just autistically screeched.
You shouldn't make stupid points. You shouldn't make stupid points as part of an ongoing conversation. And I was in here muted for quite a while before I chose to participate.
If that was true, then you wouldn't you would have understood what the actual point was.
I do understand that you are a racist apologist, sir.
You're the one who brought race into the conversation in the first place. And you also proved you left before this was able to be said, but you proved that the main thesis that was being talked about, which is that atheism is not sustainable for populations. When you said that it doesn't matter if a population exists, because if this population dies off, it's all about the collective human population. So it doesn't matter if this population dies off, because humans in general will still survive.
Your ability,
which is just showing that
your ability to distort what I said is fairly typical of all flat earthers. So you're on that intellectual level to start with. What I said was you have no evidence by which to extrapolate the statistics that you're using to time frames of 100 or 200 years. You don't know what the economic conditions are going to be like. You don't know what the associated costs or social support structures are going to be for child rearing in those time periods. And so your claim that ultimately atheism is counter-evolutionary has not been tested and is not evidentially supported except on a limited timescale that is not reflective of larger trends.
So you're appealing the possibility. Real communism
No.
hasn't been tried.
No, I'm appealing to the limitations of statistics, sir. If you have a sample that is limited, you cannot extrapolate from that sample to an inappropriate regime. That's how statistics work. But you don't understand how statistics work is, again, not my issue.
Yeah, so we have, 200-something countries. Every single secular population in them, barring one, has a below replacement birth rate. So 200 is not a significant number over however many generations.
However many generations. Please expand on that.
Different countries have had different levels of atheism for different times.
How long has atheism been a significant demographic trend in globally?
Just going off guesstimations off the top of my head, probably since like I mean, at some point after World War II. Yeah, if you want to say it's, the 60s, 70s.
Would you agree that that is a fairly small amount of time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so atheism is untested.
So you are extrapolating from a small sample size, and you are trying to extrapolate forward in time to argue that the same trend must causally follow across much larger time periods. That syllogism is not valid, sir.
Are you familiar at all with Chesterton's fence?
I just asked you whether you understood that your syllogism is not valid. That's a yes or no question. I don't care about this Chesterton chap.
Okay. I mean, the Chesterton chap would have answered it perfectly.
Well, then you might have been better off giving the answer rather than asking a question.
Are you sure?
No, because you seem to be quite stupid. So I was basing my comment on the assumption of rationality.
I mean, you're just boomer truth-brained, and you are incapable of having these conversations because you hold you hold a very particular mindset, and anything that goes outside of that is just like, it's the electric fence. Like, you touch the fence and then it shocks you, and you're incapable of having conversations on certain subjects. Like, your mind just blocks out anything that goes outside of your particular framework.
I'll have a conversation.
Listening to this, though. So, again, you're just making up shit about other people, which is not a good idea.
Can y'all talk about ideas and not people?
I process data for a living. I do statistics on data for a living. So I understand how to interpret and extrapolate statistical data, and you're not doing it properly. And you can deny that that's the case and argue that I'm a boomer, which I'm not. So
spiritually,
that's a factual. Well, that's a fact. Again, you can make that claim all you want, but the reality is you're just not employing a valid statistical interpretive methodology.
So the entire point is that there is that irreligiosity is counter to our biological imperative to sustain ourselves population-wise. And the evidence for this is that there is not a single secular population in the world that has a sustainable population fertility rate. And
they don't have to, provided that the fertility rate in other portions of the world is large enough to compensate, which it is.
So you're saying
there is no onus on them to have that high of a fertility rate because other people are still having kids. So there's no requirement for them. You are asserting a false priority here that they must have kids in order to be rational. They don't need to have kids because at the moment we are heading towards overpopulation if we aren't there already.
Exactly. And this is you proving that your philosophy is anti-evolution. Because you are saying that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the secular population of like Norway, as an example. I'm using Norway not because it's a white country and I'm racist or some retarded bullshit like that. Because it is one of the most secular countries in the world, you are saying that it does not matter if the population of Norway dies because it's not making enough babies, because there's a bunch of babies being made in like rural China or something.
Yeah.
So how
Could I ask you a question? Does the population? Hang on. I'm a Norwegian. So, does the total population of Norway increase year by year, or does it decrease?
So this goes into immigration is the primary dictator of that, because the population does not sustain itself on its own, particularly the secular population does not sustain itself on its own. So it needs immigration of primarily religious folk to maintain its population levels.
So what is one of the main reasons?
I want to ask.
But hang on,
hang
on. Yeah. What is the main reason that what we call a two-child mother? What's the reason we got that, like in Norway?
I don't know what you mean. Like that sounds like. Are you trying to say that that's a term in your place?
Because kids
yes,
don't die.
and the main reason, in fact, is economics, because it's costing a hell of a lot more to have kids today, and to support the kids and make them go through like long studies and things like that, sporting events, whatever. Everything's costing much more. And I'm just reading from the Norwegian official NIJ, which has done a lot of studies of this. So it basically does not have anything to do with religiosity or something like that. That's not the reason. The reason is, point one, economics. So it doesn't matter even if we were religious, economics would have such an impact that probably we wouldn't have more than an average of like 1.98 kids anyway.
Yeah, but I went over the stats.
What is the proportion? Sorry, I want to attack this from another direction. What is the proportion of people who claim to be religious in Norway?
Let me look up stats.
Now, I think at least 69% people.
Now, you said that so your claim that Norway is a secular society, with 69% of them claiming a religious conviction. How does that work?
I was just spitballing them as an example. They may not have, like, it might be like Sweden or something. It's one of those like Northern European countries that are like
picked an example
one of the
where
most
you're
secular
wrong,
countries.
but it doesn't prove that you're wrong.
At least from what I can see,
2020 poll said that 50% of Norwegians do not believe in God.
Yes.
What's the source of that, sir?
2022 survey from Ipsos.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the surveys that said,
has done several surveys in Norway regarding this, and especially among younger people below the age of 35, more than 50% do not believe in any deity in that respect. They could join other sort of spiritual kind of things, but not religious and in a traditional sense.
That's not
a 2018 European Values Study reported that 52.9% do not believe in God.
Okay, in 2014, 63% of Norwegians aged 15 years experienced confirmation ceremonies.
Yeah, they do, but that's for the money. It's all for the money.
Yeah, the Church of Norway does not actually seem to have a relationship with people's beliefs.
Okay, so people are members of the Church of Norway, but they're not religious.
As he was just saying, there are other reasons to be part of the Church of Norway. Yes, we have a Norwegian here confirming that.
Yeah, we can't tend to call it traditional church goer. So you go to church for maybe Christmas, weddings, funerals, and baptisms, and the same with confirmation also. There's a minimal number of those who are actually religious.
Stefan, could you also, are you familiar with Finland and them having the same type of system that you opt out of and them being considered the happiest country for the past 7-8 years?
We are very close, yes. Sweden, all of Scandinavia are more or less. I mean, everything is quite similar, yes. A few differences, of course, but no. We all same with Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland. We always score on the top.
Yep. I just like how they have been using Finland lately, saying it's so religious and been voted the happiest place on earth, when really it's not religious at all. They're just born into a religion and have to opt out of that religion. So most of them are not really religious, just like in Sweden and Norway.
Well, it's as I said, it's the same here. A lot of people are registered as how should I call it, a church member, but that's mainly because as tradition, people when they baptize their children, they do that in the church, not because they're religious, just mainly because of tradition.
Well, I've got a 2016 survey here that says 39% say they don't believe, 37% say they do believe, and 23% say they don't know whether or not there is a God.
Yeah, you're using the 2016 Norwegian Monitor survey.
Not sure where that's from. I'll have to do digging before I say yes or no to that. But so I'm not entirely convinced that. So, what to you counts as a Western society that is predominantly religious? Is America a religious country?
Like, yeah. So that would go into the question of like, how much do you put in the value of somebody just saying they're religious versus somebody that they like actually are like church going, as an example?
No, it's not, sir. I asked you a question about
No.
about your opinion. I don't need to define anything. It's your opinion. You don't have to justify it with data. I just wanted you to tell me something, right? I don't need to get into the technicalities. I want you to point to a society.
Well, on the money, it says, "In God we trust."
America should be more like that.
So I'd say it's. Yeah, I mean, I think America's comes from a Christian background, and then even the atheists, they still follow a lot of the Christian traditions because it is so ingrained in the culture here.
Wait, I have a good one. Vatican City is a very Christian Western country.
Okay, what's their fertility rate?
What is the fertility rate of Vatican City?
I think it should be 0.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty low. Just prepare yourself for some disappointment there.
Also, pointing at the "In God We Trust" on currency, that's an artifact from the Cold War, so part of the anti-communism movement. So it's not really that about a Christian country, not to mention all the things you're talking about that are affiliated with Christians. Christianity just took that stuff from Judaism, which took it from a prior thing. It's just this cultural stuff that's been passed down.
Yeah, we get it. You have daddy issues.
Christianity doesn't corner the market on moral distinction.
Okay, Yasko, I've told you what I do for a living. I'm a research geophysicist. I process satellite data. What do you do for a living?
Many things, and I am very quiet about my personal life.
Okay.
I do some video editing, as an example.
Okay,
I've talked about that.
But you're pretty liberal with your opinions of other people. In particular with psychological assessments of them.
I think that I have a good track of understanding people, yeah.
Do you indeed? And what's your basis for reaching this conclusion?
Coming to conclusions about people and then being proven right.
Okay.
And seeing trends and then saying, hey, like this person probably is this. And then I look more into it and they're exactly that. So it's just confirmation over time,
so
to slowly refine the process.
It's confirmation bias. Okay, we've got it.
No, that's how you make a prediction. You make a testable prediction, and then you confirm or deny the prediction. This is how you do science.
Can you give us an example of a prediction that you might make about somebody? Make a prediction about me.
No, because that's like a personal thing.
But you are making observations about individual people, right?
No, because it's about you specifically, you are going to be butthurt, and you are not going to be thinking about it in a rational way.
All right. Well, make the prediction, and we'll see. If I get butthurt, you'll have been proven right, won't you?
No, that's just an innate thing that people do because people are so delusional about their own perspectives of themselves, and then they're more objective when it comes to observations of other people.
You're not delusional about yourself.
No, I'm so delusional about myself. I am the most I have so much confidence in myself.
So how do you know that your confidence in your ability to understand other people is as good as you say it is?
I can prove it, Tony. You told me yourself you knew the shape of the Earth, therefore you were not going to be reviewing data while we were talking about bias. We were talking about bias at a professional level, and all you did was display that. You declared it.
When you know something is right, you don't have to pretend the wrong thing.
So, Dan, I have worked for 30 years studying the shape of the Earth and the nature of its gravity field. I'm aware of data sets that you've never heard of. So yes, I know on the basis of the information available to me what the shape of the Earth is. You can get butthurt all you want about the fact that it isn't flat, but that's just reality.
Oh, that's not why I was butthurt. I was butthurt because you wasted my time listening to your stuff privately.
I'm actually still in the middle of talking, mate.
Oh yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Yes, you did a bunch of experiments.
No, I tried to share something with you, and you explained that your bias exceeded your ability to look or judge. That's what you said. So just stick by what you said. Just stick by what you said, big man. Just stick by what you said. You said you were not going to listen because you knew. Therefore, did I listen to you? Did I spend? Yeah, I did. I spent an hour privately. Yes, privately. We spent time, and I listened to all your stuff, and I fucking agreed with you. And you didn't have the decency to blow past your bias and even review my data set.
Hold on, could one of you speak at a time?
No,
I mean, we had a rational, nice way of talking in here until you arrived, Dan, and then the over talking started at the time. Could you go one at a time, please?
Okay, why doesn't Dan go first? He seems to have a lot.
Yeah, I made my entire point. You were talking about bias. You're talking about where it comes from and how you've never displayed it. How we can make a prediction or not as to your behavior. And I sure as fuck can.
Okay, so I never said I wasn't biased. That's just a lie. Everybody was here for the earlier part of the conversation. At no part in that conversation did I say I wasn't biased. Second point, the conversations that we had about the shape of the Earth, your experiment is malformed. I know your experiment is malformed. I can tell you how your experiment is malformed.
Go ahead. Why don't you do that?
Okay, because
the one that you didn't watch, right? The one that you didn't watch.
Are you going to let me explain, or are you?
Well, I just know that you said you wouldn't watch it. Now you have an opinion on something that you wouldn't watch. That's what I know.
Is it okay for me to talk now, or are you still going?
I don't see any value in it, but you can waste your breath all you want.
Okay. Lasers traveling through the atmosphere disperse.
I fucking told you this had nothing to do with lasers. You fucking do this every fucking time.
So, sir, you said, we agreed, did we not, mere minutes ago, that you would shut up while I was talking and that we would go
but
one
you
at a
don't know
time.
what you're talking about. That's why I came on, to point out to everyone, when you're not boring us to sleep, you don't know what you're talking about.
So, Stefan, did we agree that one of us was going to talk at a time? Did I let him speak?
I think that was the deal, yes.
Am I now allowed to respond without being interrupted? So
you could try.
Lasers traveling through the atmosphere disperse. They disperse vertically and they disperse horizontally. That vertical dispersion will mean that a laser will hit a mirror at some distance, despite the curvature of the Earth. So these cross-track laser projections and mirror detections lack the capacity to distinguish between a flat Earth and a spherical Earth. So
and your imagination pretends that's what I'm showing you, or that's what I tried to show you.
It was a waste of.
Just make that shit up. We didn't work with mirrors. It was a waste of. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
It was a waste of. So, okay. Given that I was participating in a conversation with you and one of the people you were doing the
experiment with. Dude, you're fucking making
was,
shit up. You're making it up. You haven't watched. You're pretending you know what you're talking about, and it's fucking asinine. I wouldn't come on here and yell at you if you didn't deserve it.
In general, sir, when you say you're not going to do something and then you've already done it, that just makes you look foolish, doesn't it?
No one knows what you mean by that.
I do.
It means you said you wouldn't come on here and yell at me, and you just did. You yelled at me the last time.
If you didn't deserve it. See, I spoke in a full sentence. I wouldn't come on here and yell at you if you didn't deserve it. I spoke in a full sentence. Your ability to take part of it and then summarize it is the same bullshit I'm saying. You're pretending we worked with mirrors. You're pretending that you knew what we did. You're ignoring the daylight stuff. You're ignoring the premise. You're saying, oh, all your premises are no good. Bullshit. It was put together by fucking people that weren't flat earthers. I'm not sure what you're even thinking about when you have an opinion that exceeds your knowledge base.
Do you have a laser detection or not, sir?
No, sir.
Are you using lasers?
No, sir.
What are you using?
Daylight. We're using distances. We're looking for the progressive nature that you call 8 inches per mile. We were looking for that evidence of that. Across distance.
What is 8 inches per mile? What goes at 8 inches
it's
per mile?
It's the fucking radius of the Earth, genius.
That isn't the radius of the Earth, so the radius of the Earth is 6,371.2 kilometers in average. 8 inches per mile, and I think you mean 8 inches per mile squared, but that's drop. How are you measuring drop?
Oh, some sort of quadratic bullshit that I'm not arguing about? How's that?
Dan, you were so out of your.
That isn't an answer to the question. How?
Okay, so we're looking for 16 feet over the 66 foot of drop. We're looking for a 16-foot Sagada over 10 miles. How do you feel now?
How? Yes, how?
Well, that's a great question. So what we did is we just launched a boat and we looked to watch it happening at 1 mile, 2 miles, and 3 miles. So there should be a progressive nature as something goes in the distance. More importantly, what we noticed is that your 1 foot observer laying on his belly and the 6 foot observer, damn, they saw the same shit, Tony. Now think about that. Think about that.
Think about why.
Near water,
Why?
Just to clarify, near water.
No, not to clarify, because I have examples otherwise where it's graduated over land at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 miles out. But you don't fucking believe that either, because you're still pretending it's lasers. First you pretend it's lasers is the problem, then you're pretending it's water is the problem. The problem is you can't demonstrate an 8-inch drop. That's the fucking problem.
What were you doing over land, sir? What were you measuring, and how to demonstrate this drop over land?
Oh, it was really easy. You go to a big flat place and you drive 5 miles away and you go, hey, I can still see you. Then you go 5 miles further and you turn around and you go, wow, I can see the light still. And you go, wow, that's 10 miles.
Light?
What difference does it make, Tony? If I can see the city lights 35 miles away, or I can see the laser light in the man's hand 10 miles away. What difference does it make? I'm now over land, Tony. I'm now over land, Tony.
So you were using lasers.
So so the water's not going to help, huh? Just admit that the water's not going to fucking help, right?
You were using lasers. So you were using lasers. You rejected the idea that laser dispersion would be a factor, and now you're admitting that you are using lasers.
Denied that dispersion is a factor. Okay. So you tell me this diverging light, what's it going to take to wrap around the Earth? Bunch of temperature, water. I mean, what do you want? What are you going to say?
So it varies from light to light, sir. This is why I was asking.
You're getting somewhere. You're right. So if I tell you,
so you denied that laser dispersion was a factor. Then you did an experiment involving a laser. Great.
Oh no! If I tell you we did it with incandescent light, with flares and regular incandescent lights, you're not going to believe me either, are you? If I tell you I can see a flashlight at 10 miles, are you going to believe me? No. Are you going to look? No. So it doesn't matter the surface. It doesn't matter the light source. What matters is it's shocking that under different weather conditions, we're expecting that the weather is going to be changing the direction of light, because that's what you keep saying. That's what you're saying. It must be this and it must be that. But when we go and do it in different conditions and continue to see, it just aggravates the shit out of me, because you, as a scientist, aren't even willing to watch. You make up stories, you make up excuses. But when I listened for an hour at night, just you and me together, you telling me about earthquake sources and the antipole and how it proves the globe, I agreed with you. If your data set's correct, I agree with you. But you come on and you won't even listen to what I'm saying. You think you got the premise wrong, you got the location wrong, you got the math wrong, you think everything's fucking wrong. But the fact is the demonstration is accurate, and there was no curvature detected.
Can I ask you a simple question then? Why are almost all of your observations always done very close to the surface, especially a surface of water?
That's a really good question, because when you start,
could I finish?
I'm just going to explain it so you're not confused.
Could I finish before you start yelling again? Jesus, it's impossible to have a rational conversation with you. You always overtalk, and you overtalk everyone.
What are we looking to judge? The surface, right? So when you start up on a road, the road is usually 12 to 15 feet plus a tripod. We're now at 18 to 20 feet. So when we observe something at that distance, it's great to go verify it and walk down to the water's edge and see if it becomes obstructed. These data points every foot that you drop should make a difference on a globe. And when you get down to 3 feet off the water and you still see it, you're thinking, wow. So when you ask why we come down to the water, it's not that we start on the water. We come down afterwards. We see how far we can go.
But you never do the lapse rate, though, do you? Not in a single of your observations I've seen. You check the lapse rate, which affects what you should see at different conditions. That's the problem. You're leaving out quite a few very important things in your measurement. So what you and by the way, why don't you ever use like an auto level or a field light?
We do. We have. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The auto level, yes, not the theodolite. I'm sorry. We haven't used a theodolite, just as the Globers haven't used a laser. So it's a fair question. I've begged Bob, the science guy, to take a laser in his backyard, but he won't do it.
But we know the laser spreads out, though. It's about, what is it, 3 to 6 feet per kilometers in the atmosphere?
Yes, I actually had a talk with the guy Dan the Waterman was doing this with, and he verified that the laser that he was using spread out at least 10 meters either side, that it was detectable. They moved sideways 10 meters. That indicates also that it is at least 10 meters upwards and downwards as well.
It can't go downwards. The fucking surface is in the way. Wake the fuck up. The spread, if you can see the source, I mean, you can't break the surface to continue to be downward. You're going to claim.
You're yelling at me, sir. I'm actually not.
I'm yelling at you because
like that. No, it doesn't matter.
You are not
matter
as
why
sharp
you're
as
yelling.
you think you are. That's why I'm yelling at you.
It doesn't matter why you're yelling at me, sir. It's just not acceptable.
Okay, so let me go back
to
the claim that we only work over water is a lie.
No,
the claim that we only work at the surface is a lie.
I never claimed that. I never claimed any of that, sir. So those aren't lies because I didn't say them.
Okay, I just addressed Stefan. And
I was talking when you interrupted me, sir.
Yeah. Dan, when you said
when you interrupted me.
Yeah, Dan, when you said the light can't go down because of the lamp, yes, it can. On a curved surface, light is bent down. And if the surface of the Earth is curved and you level your laser and it spreads out, some of that light will be bent downwards due to refraction. So it sort of bends over the curve, just like refraction can do as you observe things like that. So claiming that the laser light cannot bend downwards is wrong.
Well, that's why we didn't rely on laser testing. That's why we did more than laser testing, didn't we?
Yeah, and every single time dispersion happens. Every single light you use, dispersion happens.
What about natural daylight, Tony?
That disperses as well, mate.
Good. Now, in your claim of dispersal, remember we're looking for a observational distance, right? We're looking at a difference of observation, whether it goes further and begins to disappear, or whether the different observational heights show something different. The fact of the matter is, mathematically, is that a 1 foot observer and a 6 foot observer should see something different. And we demonstrated quite clearly that that wasn't true.
No, you should only see something different if dispersion isn't the dominant effect. If dispersion is the dominant effect, then it doesn't matter what the elevation is. So the fact that you're getting the same results regardless of weather conditions, regardless of refractive conditions, tells me that dispersion is just swamping everything else. So you can say mathematically you're assuming that your light is not spreading out. It does spread out. Therefore, a person who is at both 6 feet and 1 foot can see it.
Well, there's no one that agrees with you. That's why when you look up the Earth curve calculator, it shows a difference. It doesn't go, hey, the 1 foot guy and the 6 foot guy see the same thing. right?
I
It
prefer
doesn't
you
say
didn't-
that.
I prefer you didn't speak.
What
for
about all the
me.
examples? Yeah.
I prefer you didn't speak for me because I understand the math and I understand what he's doing there. And yes, we do agree with. So no, you're alone in that boat there, Dan.
Okay, so you have the same fucking
Yeah,
conditions.
and
Yeah, so same lapse rate, same temperatures, same moment, and you're going to tell me that two people at different elevations are going to see the same thing?
Dan,
one,
what about
2,
all
and 3
the
miles?
yeah, Dan? What about all the examples that obviously show that as people are going up in elevation, you see things differently? There's plenty of those examples as well.
Yeah, because it increases the angle. When you see a photographer get on a ladder to shoot more of the people in the shot, he's not utilizing the curvature of the Earth when he raises his position.
I was more thinking about people that, let's say, are by the seaside and take an image of a half-hidden ship in the distance, and then they go up a few stories, 5, 8, 10 stories, and then take another snapshot of the ship, and then you can see much more of the hull. It's obviously that conforms to the curvature of the Earth. So why is that?
I don't know that you know that. You're actually seeing something now 7, 8 miles out. You're over 5K now. You're looking far away, right? So we like, hey, why should we be looking off into the fog and the haze and the weather? Why don't we just do this from the shore? So
well, I do that very often because there's an island about 37 kilometers away from me, and when I'm driving home, I drive up this tiny hill. It's like 74.
Ignored what I said, though.
74, 75 meters. 70, could I finish? 74, 75 meters above sea level.
Just ignored the answer,
hang on,
and now you're going to talk about distances again. You're going to talk about distances again. I go, well, we don't want all the obstruction at the distance. And you're like, well, when I'm looking in the distance, I'm like, yeah, I'm not talking about that.
No, but what I was going to say, when I pass that hill, I can see the sea houses at that island and some tiny flat islands between me and that one. But as I get down to where I live, which is about 8 meters above sea level, I can't see those houses.
That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We fucking hear you. That's why I mentioned the ladder. That's why I mentioned the photographer. That's why we know about elevations. So when it's demonstrated, when you're trying to go, hey, let's see this at 1 mile. Let's see if the 8 inches is present anywhere, right? Let's go to 2 miles. Let's go to 3 miles.
Why can't I see that? Yeah. Why can't I see the houses from down by the sea, but a kilometer further away?
Because it's 35 fucking K away. That's why.
Well, I can see them at 36 K away, but a higher elevation.
And what does that have to do? What does that have to do with bias and lies? Because that's
this is an observation that I've lived at that place now for 20 years, and I'm home. I daily drive across this hill coming from the east, and clear weather. This always happens. I can see the sea houses from that hill further away from the island. Getting closer to it and lower down, I can't see them anymore. There's nothing in the way. It's a clear, nice day. So why can't I see the houses from down by the sea, but I can see them from a higher elevation but further away?
You're asking me what's causing the obstruction when you're down by the surface?
Yes, on nice, clear days. Why can't I see the houses down by the sea, but I can see them from a higher elevation but further away?
I would just say it's due to the low angle of attack, and how if you asked people, it's not resolvable at that distance. That size isn't resolvable at that distance with the naked eye.
You're looking through the densest,
but it is.
humid.
But it is. I can.
You're looking through the densest, thickest, most humid part of the atmosphere.
So on a very clear, nice day, there's the atmosphere is hiding whatever's close to the surface, or let's say 10 meters above the surface. But
Well, I'm
what's
telling you, I can see
higher up, but
I'm
what's
telling you,
higher
I
up
can
is
see a
not hidden.
torch. I'm telling you, I can see a handheld torch 10 miles away across water at 3 inches off the water. So under certain conditions, we don't have that problem. I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, if you're talking about daytime, you're going to have a light problem. Remember, we only see light that reflects back off of something.
That's what I see when I see those houses. That's lights reflected off the houses back to me.
Okay, so you're saying they're obstructed from down lower.
When I get down to the seaside, yes, I can't see them. Going about a kilometer further away at a higher elevation, I can see them.
Okay, so if I am at a glass table, coffee table, and I look down and I see my feet underneath it, it's because I'm looking through the thinnest part of the table. If I go to the side and look through the thickness of that glass, the length of it, I don't think I'm going to have the same optical properties. So I wouldn't know what to expect, because now we've got incredible details on the way the other effects of light, besides, refraction, all the things that light does.
You're trying to compare the atmosphere to glass in the refractive index?
Sure.
The atmosphere?
Why not?
No,
because they're very
glass.
different materials. Okay, Dan,
Yeah,
do you accept that if you move 69 miles north or south, your latitude has changed by 1 degree?
Most likely true, yes.
Yeah, okay. So based on that, I can prove mathematically that the Earth can't be flat.
I know, but can someone show an 8-inch drop? Wouldn't that be exciting? Wouldn't that shut me up?
No,
Since we demonstrated that it wasn't there.
If you're wrong
No,
about
Dan. No,
if you're-
Dan. No,
if you're-
Dan.
If you're wrong about there being if you're like doing the math wrong, how could someone show you that something is wrong? If you're looking for something that's
I'm not doing any bad math.
If you're looking for something that's
you're
not
suggesting, you're suggesting something that isn't true. There isn't bad math involved. It's not involved.
Well, yes, there is, Dan. You've clearly not included dispersion effects in your modeling of what you should see.
No, I'm clearly comparing two observers side by side at different elevations on the globe. They should see something different. The conditions are shared.
No, they shouldn't if dispersion is a thing, mate.
The conditions are shared.
Yes. So dispersion is shared.
Correct.
So
they should see something different.
No, they won't see different things, mate. This is the thing. If you're just going by a light source, if you're just going by a source of light, light disperses, and you are not taking that into account in your experiment design.
Well, you haven't watched. You keep pretending that you comprehend. Stop pretending.
Therefore, your experimental design is flawed, and I can show you experiments that prove that the results you think you get are physically impossible.
I'm glad I came on, because you're awful. You're pretending. You're going back to pretending I'm talking about lasers. I'm talking about standing on the shore, you and I as 6-foot observers, and one of us have a tripod, and one of us are laying on our belly. We're going to see something move away at a different level, right? We're at different levels. So the globe, we should see different things. And guess what? As it moves from 1 to 3 miles, it should now, under these same conditions, gradually, not suddenly, be obstructed. It should gradually be obstructed.
Only if optical effects like dispersion and refraction permit it, right?
Yes, so at these distances during daylight, we're not going to have any of these things.
Why not?
Well, because it's much more manageable at 1, 2, and 3 miles than it is at 20 and 30.
That's not an answer to my question. Why
Well,
does
I keep
dispersion not
telling you
happen
they're
in daylight?
sharing. They're sharing
Why
conditions.
does it? Don't yell at me, you dickhead.
Well, but you're not admitting that the two people are sharing conditions. You're like, well, there's dispersion. Who gives a fuck? They're both looking through the same thing.
Yes. You seem not to understand that dispersion is a confounding variable that will destroy your experiment.
They're sharing the variable.
Yes, they're sharing the variable. So the fact that they both see the same thing is not a surprise, mate. That's what we expect if there are dispersion effects involved.
Okay, well, based on globe mathematics, both elevations
You haven't
and distances,
done the mathematics
both
properly because you haven't
elevations,
included the dispersion.
both elevations, we're talking about baseline, both elevations and distances will give you different results. This is total geometry. You should be able to handle this. You should be able to handle this.
Dispersion. Sir, I'm telling you that there is a
But you're not accepting the baseline.
Out.
You're pretending there's bad math. You're pretending that we're over poor surfaces. You're pretending we have bad light sources.
Is there an alternative way that somebody can find to express this that he may accept? Because he doesn't seem to be capable of understanding the English.
Here's the English. When Nat Geo says we see the stripes disappear one at a time, I would expect that to be true. But nothing disappeared one at a time.
When who?
Nat Geo. Right? When
what have they got to do with anything?
Well, because it's what I'm explaining to you is when you take a 6-foot banner that's graduated into 6 1-foot stripes and you take it out, you should see in the first mile 8 inches obstructed. In the second mile, I believe it's 16, and in the third one it's 32, something like this. At some point, by the time you get 3 miles out, there should be 1.5 feet of obstruction.
So
provided
I was just wondering,
your results are not subject to refraction and dispersion effects.
Nobody is confusing that. We're asking you why the globe doesn't show up when you change your elevation and change your distance. When the object's sitting there while mainstream TV is claiming that it's gone to the horizon at 3 miles, when you can clearly see the shoreline behind it. So they're wrong.
Dan, do you think there could be a slight difference in refraction at 6 feet compared to 1 feet above the surface?
It's possible. Yeah, when you get down under 3 feet, you could have an increased moisture off the surface in the form of a mist that isn't really connected to the weather. Yeah, you could.
There you go.
Good, you found an excuse. You found an excuse. So now establish the baseline now and move it from 1, 2, and 3 miles. Shouldn't the whole thing go over the curvature of the Earth?
We know that the distance to the horizon is affected by refraction, and we know that elevation above the water also changed the effect of refraction.
Blah, blah, blah. Listen to you.
So you're denying that now?
I'm just telling you that when we actually go out and demonstrate that the globe fails to appear.
Hey, Dan, I am
curious. Doesn't include
Dan, I'm curious. Just one easy question. Is it logically possible that the Earth is a sphere?
Definitely. It's most likely a sphere. For sure.
So intellectual honesty, that's good. So the question then is, why do all of the predictions that we make utilizing the globe model, why do they all come true simultaneously?
I would agree with you in all logic and sense. I'm just wondering why the media is lying.
Well, I'm just curious. Why do all of the predictions, like why can I make a prediction regarding an eclipse and the path of totality, the coordinate position of Polaris and the Southern Cross, the seasons, the sunrise, moonrise, sunset, moonset, all of these predictions, I can make them, even the arcs of stellar precession. I can make all of these predictions simultaneously using
You
the
were
globe model,
making great points.
and they all come true. Why
Right.
is
So
that?
why?
But
So
why is
why
that the
would they
case?
lie?
Why-
Otherwise,
But you're not
why-
making
no,
predictions.
so Dan, we're predicting where they will be tomorrow.
How are you making predictions? It happens year after year, day
Okay.
after day.
I understand
You're
that.
making an
But no,
observation.
Schlitzy. I understand that these things happen all the time. They're regular
Yes.
phenomena. But
So
just
they're not.
because,
You're not predicting
Schlitzy,
anything.
stop. Just
No.
because they've happened 99 times in a row is not a guarantee that it will happen the 100th time. The likelihood that it will be that way.
But your math.
Schlitz, stop. The likelihood is that it will occur. We still predict when it will happen. We still predict that the sun will rise at a specific time down to the millisecond. Okay, but the only way we can do that is if the math regarding the globe model is correct. Otherwise, those predictions wouldn't come true. So my question is, he acknowledges it's logically possible that the Earth is a sphere. That's great. There's no logical contradiction there. Fantastic. But it being that, how do all of these predictions come true simultaneously? Like, how is that possible? The Earth is not a sphere.
Right, I'm going to tell you. Have you finished? Because you seem to stop.
Were you actively listening to anything I said?
Yeah, I just listened to everything you said.
Okay, so how do those predictions all come true?
Because you're going on the premise that it happens day in, day out.
I'm not. I'm going off the math. I'm going off the math. Schlitzy, I'm going off the mathematics.
So
the math that is based on the
geometry.
Earth being the math that's based on the Earth being a sphere, the distances of these interstellar objects from the surface of the Earth. Okay, so all of that math goes into making predictions, what we will observe in reality. Those predictions all come true. Shut your fucking mouth and actively listen. Those predictions all come true. I'm talking to you, motherfucker. Those predictions all come true.
Are you gonna have
those predictions all come true? If they all come true simultaneously, what does that tell you about the model?
I think it tells me that you're sitting in your pram and you're throwing your toys out because
so you know I'm right. That's why you know I'm right. You know you're cooked.
How am I? How are you right? You're an absolute. Look, you're not even. I've just told you how, and you're going.
You didn't. No, you didn't. You went. Where I know I'm broken. I know my worldview is broke, and I know I can't counter it. So therefore, I'm going to talk shit. That's all you did.
You're just you're trying to gloss over the fact that you're making a prediction of something that happens day in, day out.
Schlitzy, shut your fucking mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about. My question was to Dan. My question was to Dan because at least Dan was being. Because at least I'm gonna turn this piece of shit down, so I don't have to listen to his ass.
You're about to get muted for being rude at the moment, bro. So Dan,
the question was to you. Dan, the question was to you because you were demonstrating intellectual honesty.
I was listening. I get it. You don't need to repeat it.
Okay, so how do all the predictions come true?
I'm part of a group of people that did happen to go and try and double check some of these things because many in the high 90 percentile of the predictions you discussed are completely testable and verifiable.
Right.
So they all should be.
Like, for example,
we've had trouble verifying. We've had trouble
the path of totality of an eclipse.
This 8-inch drop.
Yeah, like the path of the path of totality of eclipse from literally where it will be on the Earth, coordinate positions, latitude and longitude. We would not be able to predict that accurately. We base that prediction on our understanding that the Earth is a sphere. If the Earth was not a sphere, then that prediction would be false, and we can predict it down literally to the meter as to where the path of totality will be. So, how do these predictions come true if the math works?
I'm not sure all the math works. Like I said, when we went to go check certain things, it didn't match up. For instance, I would still argue distant sunsets, sunrise and sunset, being at a great distance is not possible on the globe.
What do you mean being at a great distance?
Anything over 5K, anything over 10 miles.
It is if the sun is 93 million miles away.
No, it's not, because the Earth would
which we
be
can
in the
confirm
way.
with which we can confirm through
Come
trigonometry
on,
and
man.
parallax.
You didn't hear a word I said?
No, Dan, the math includes the sun being 93 million miles away as confirmed by
That
trigonometry and
has
parallax.
nothing to do. If the angle is unavailable, you won't be able to see it.
The
We're
angles
talking about
are
angles.
available.
We're talking about angles. No.
The angles are available. That's how we calculate the trigonometry and that's how we calculate the parallax.
You're blurting shit now.
How do you know how? Okay, do you know how to calculate parallax, Dan?
I don't need to know.
Yes, you do.
I'm sure you do. I don't need to know.
You need to know how to calculate parallax.
Now explain to me where that's going to come into play. Now
that allows you to determine distances from objects.
Parallax? No.
Yes, parallax.
Okay.
You know what? You know. Okay, let me ask you this.
Wait, no, dude.
Do you know what parallax
We're talking
is?
about distances to the horizon. We're not talking about distances to the sun.
No, the mathematics is still there. The reason we have a sharp horizon. The reason we have a sharp horizon is because this is a sphere.
Do it. Let's go. You're a 6-foot guy. You're standing on the shore. Guess what? The horizon's 3.5 miles away. 3.2 miles away. So in your entire sunrise to sunset, if you were standing in the clear somewhere or in the middle of the ocean, your whole world would be only 7 miles wide.
But the angular size of the sun doesn't change.
We're not talking about the size of the sun. We're talking about whether or not we have visual obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, there can be multiple things that can cause the apparent horizon to shift. Atmospheric refraction, whatever. But the reality is you can't have a sharp horizon on a flat disk. There is a sharp horizon because it is a sphere. That is literally a phenomenon in three-dimensional geometry and spherical geometry.
Let me make an intelligent thing. The refraction when you are looking at the sun is totally possible because you are looking through big layers of atmosphere, different mediums. And so I will accept that there's a possibility that the sun is refracting upward, but I find it very hard to believe that there aren't days that the sun doesn't set close. You know what I mean?
Fine.
Why, Dan, does the sun set at all if the Earth is flat?
It would go out of view. You'd lose. Angles, low angle.
It goes out of your.
Okay, but the sun's angular size doesn't change, so the angle that the sun subtends does not change. So that angle isn't changing. So why is the sun going out of sight?
I'd be an asshole if I argued the sun because I haven't studied it. And
you have a limitation of what you can see, and it goes out of your limit. It's out of your limitation to see that.
Yeah, Dan, if what was happening was what you were describing, if the sun was just like receding away from us and getting further away to the point that we couldn't see it, then the sun would be changing in angular size. Because it would be getting farther away. The sun doesn't change in angular size ever.
Well, the flat earthers have been pretty wrong about the sun. So, like I said,
it doesn't change in angular size, which means it's not receding away from us. It's maintaining the same position, the same distance from us throughout its entire revolution. Or our revolution
we're talking
around
about
it.
whether or not the Earth gets in the way of observing. We're talking.
Well, it does once it's rotated away.
I know, so that should be happening considerably closer than it does.
But it doesn't, because the sun doesn't change distance. The sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth.
Nobody's talking about the size, the color, or the distance, or the temperature of the sun. We're talking about the fucking
nothing
Earth.
is changing about the sun.
Except your ability to still see it.
Right, because the Earth has rotated away from it.
Thank you. So
that's called sunset. It's called sunset.
Surprisingly, as a beach observer, that's a lot closer than it's ever appeared.
No,
to you
that's not
physically
closer.
or emotionally.
You are looking at this. You are looking at the sun, and it is refracted and looks larger. That is an optical illusion. It is still the same size. It's like looking at a full moon when a full moon is on the horizon, as opposed to right above you. They actually are the same size.
The sun
So if I have an island,
the sun emits neutrinos. We can detect the neutrinos. We can chart the passage of the sun as it passes over the horizon and goes under the Earth and comes back on the other horizon the next day. So we can scientifically demonstrate that your claimed trajectory for the sun doesn't happen. This is hard science. We've got an instrument that does it. So
Tony.
can you just give up this nonsensical gibberish?
Tony, can you rephrase that? That we theorize.
All I'm saying, dude,
what
all of the
happened. It's
predictions
not
come through
scientific.
simultaneously, Dan.
That is a detection of something with an instrument. That is scientific.
Measurement.
why can't I post stuff here? Is there
It's a
rule
measurement.
against-
It's observing an effect.
Dan,
It's
I got
observing a
you.
phenomenon.
Dan, I got you. Dan, I got you.
It's a detection. Yes, as Tony mentioned, it's detection of neutrinos coming from the sun.
Dan,
And the direction of the neutrinos are also detected, and you can follow those neutrinos for 24 hours, and you can actually see that the sun sometimes you get neutrinos coming from below the ground up to the detector.
Stefan,
go ahead.
Is a neutrino a baby neutron?
No.
No.
I just wondered.
How are you detecting
baby
neutrinos?
neutron?
It's amazing to me that you.
What's your favorite process of neutrino detection?
Yeah, what's your favorite process?
Yeah, what's
How do
your
you
favorite
detect
process of neutrino detection? What's your favorite process? What's your favorite one?
Muon, so we can
Who are
detect.
you
Why don't you just go and look it up? You can
Why don't
easily
you tell
find
us?
neutrino detectors.
If you're so
And why don't you just go on mute and go look
If
it
you're
up
so
yourself and then
affirmed-
come back and tell us?
Oh, I have looked it up. But
My
you could
favorite-
do the same.
My favorite's the one in the ice cube in the South Pole. It's really great.
My favorite is the one in Japan, the Super Kamiokande.
Someone looked at an
Yeah.
ice cube in Japan. An ice cube in
I-
Japan means
I
that
have
the
to-
sun moves under the earth. It's a great
Ice
one.
cube is at the
I
South
have to
Pole.
Not what
agree.
anybody
Noah?
said.
The fact that Ice Cube is at
An
the South
ice
Pole-
cube in Japan means
Yeah,
the
you
sun
know,
goes
Noah.
under the earth.
The ice cube detector is at the South Pole too, which kind of.
Fuck, I got an ice cube and a cocktail. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
except that the ice cube detector is like what, a couple miles on each side and a couple thousand feet deep.
Yeah,
They
and
reckon
it does,
that
and
they
it detects
experiment.
it detects ones
Japanese
that
one
go
is
through the
water.
Earth, not ones that are coming from the sky
Yep,
above it.
it looks down. Yeah, it looks down to see neutrinos.
They made a star in an ice cube. That's a new globe experiment.
Yeah, the
All
fact that
right.
it's at the South
So
Pole kind of.
who has the ice cube that we can go watch the
Why
neutrinos
don't-
come
why
from
don't
the
you
sun under the earth?
Why don't you get your ass to South Pole, and then you'll doubly disprove the flat Earth.
Oh my God, it's an NASA shoe.
Yeah.
Get your ass to Mars.
NASA
Get
shoe
your ass
has
to the
been
South
to
Pole.
space.
Doubly disprove the flat Earth. You're at the South Pole looking at a neutrino detector, looking down through the Earth.
You can't go to the South Pole because
Bullshit.
Nathan says that there's people with guns there. Can't
Oh,
go
that's
there.
right. Yeah,
You're gonna be turned away because of the guns.
Yeah, despite the fact Whitsid and all those guys.
Yeah, I
like,
just
what,
want to
they're
know which
80
one of you
degrees south.
have the ice cube and
You can't climb the ice wall, dude.
Let's let
which
Demlock
one of you
answer.
has the actual evidence of the neutrino coming from the ground into the ice cube and can demonstrate it to the
you?
best of your ability?
To you?
So,
we can't.
are
Because
you
no matter how much
denying that
work we
this
do,
occurs?
no matter how much work we
I'm
do,
asking for evidence of your claim.
no matter how much evidence we give to you, you'll just say no. So I'm not wasting my time digging for it.
Why are you here then, if you're not wasting your time?
Because I'm here.
I'm asking for evidence.
I'm here.
I'm listening to idiots.
I'm here.
Listening to idiots talk about
I'm
how
like
the Earth
gravity.
is
I'm
flat.
every fucking where.
Yeah, I'm here
Actual
asking
papers
you
up, but I already know what's gonna happen.
about your favorite. Yeah, I'm asking you
I
about
asked-
your favorite.
Who?
Hang on, Ronnie. I got some nut.
Sorry, I'm not liking.
So the Kamiokande detector uses neutrino excitations in water that produce electrons that in turn produce Cherenkov radiation. And by detecting the Cherenkov radiation, they can detect the direction of propagation of the neutrino streams.
You propagate them?
No, that's not what I said. And
Oh.
maybe listen to what I'm saying, and you too can learn stuff.
But why, if you're trying to teach people, why would you use such technical
I'm here to learn stuff. I'm here to learn.
Okay, you might be, but
Learning is
Chisholm
really
isn't.
fun with Tony,
Like
guys.
he's being plentiful ignorant by choice. I mean, these people aren't here to learn.
Okay, so someone has a body of water somewhere, and a neutrino passes through it and knocks an electron off of it. Was that the claim, or am I mishearing?
So yeah, the interactions between neutrinos and neutrino and matter are quite rare, but in water they can either interact with the nucleus or they can interact with electrons in the water. It results in the release of an electron that is traveling faster than the speed of light in water. The charged particle that moves faster than the speed of light in water. And
the water that is used is extremely clean. It's probably the cleanest water ever produced on Earth.
They're not in the North Sea then.
This produces what is called
Cherenkov
radiation.
Okay, so you have a body of water, and it puts off Cherenkov radiation every once in a while, and okay, we've established, I guess, I wouldn't say the facts because I don't even know if I agree with that, but let's just go with that as the facts for now. How does that relate or prove a sun being under your feet, sir?
Because the sun produces a lot of neutrinos. So if a neutrino source about the same size of the sun producing neutrinos at the same rate as the sun is underfoot, is beneath your observer, beneath your laboratory for some portion of the day, that would indicate the position of the sun, would it not? So we can
I would
look
be
at the
thinking
sun
that they're passing. I would be thinking that are you saying there's a different amount of radiation at a different time in the day? Like at noon, there's more radiation on one side, or what's going on here?
Well, yes, I'm saying that the sun is a source of neutrinos. So there are lots of neutrinos coming from the sun. That's a fixed patch in the sky. It's producing a fixed amount of neutrinos per second. So we can track it when the sun is above the horizon. We can track it. We can say, okay, this neutrino source, that's coming from the direction of the sun. Then when the sun
How did you get the direction?
You can track the passage of the Cherenkov radiation.
The passage of the Cherenkov radiation. You have a picture of this?
Not
a demonstration. Like, is there an arrow of radiation pointing back towards where the sun is, essentially, and then it goes and dips below your feet?
So I've given you quite a bit of information. Why don't you?
Yeah, I'm listening, sir, and questioning.
Why don't you go and Google it?
You're my Google, since you seem to know everything.
No, you're not. No, I'm not.
So you're like a magic 8-ball of globe factoids.
Well, that may be true, but I'm not here to do your homework for you.
Yeah,
I told
do
you
your
how to find
homework,
this
Noah.
I've told you how to find this information. Go ahead and find it.
I think you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you don't want to. You can't explain it. I think you can't explain it. That's why you're stopping here. I think you cannot explain it to a more nuanced level.
Yeah, that's
have you seen
that's definitely true. I can't explain.
I think you've put your faith in something you don't fully understand,
and I'm still.
And you're scared to. You're scared to explain it to me.
I'm still talking, sir. I'm still talking. Maybe if
we get it, we heard you the first time.
If you are,
he's still talking.
Hey, he's still talking, guys.
Maybe
he's
just
still talking.
Listen. So, Yes, there is a point at which my expertise in this field stops, and I am uncomfortable going beyond that, and I think I have gone beyond it. So, you want to learn more? Look it up yourself.
Tony?
Got it.
Tony,
Got it.
can I ask you a question?
So who here actually knows what they're talking about in regards to the neutrinos? Or because Tony just said that was the extent of his knowledge. So who has a deeper knowledge of the neutrinos under
I
our
have
feet?
bad news for you, Noah. This means you're trying to find a particle physicist, and I don't know any off the top of my head.
Has anyone seen one? Has anyone seen a neutrino?
I've seen a neutrino.
Where did you see it? The neutrino kid?
Well, you know that like super heavy masses do things, right? Well, when I was hanging out with your mom on the beach, there were all these like
My mum's dead. My mum's dead. My mum's dead. That's not true.
Yeah.
My mum's dead,
Yeah,
so that's not true, is it? You weren't hanging out with my mum.
Yeah, it was.
Well, how did you hang out with her? She's dead.
It was just this was in Hastings.
You went and digged her up. You went and dug her up, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe he just
that's right, yeah. I went and dug your
maybe
mom
he just
up.
hangs with maybe he just hangs with dead people.
I think he just
Yeah,
hangs
no,
out
he's
of
right,
the
he's right.
backside of his mates.
I went and dug. I went and hold on, wait. I went.
So is that just like the biggest cop out ever about the neutrinos? Basically, that nobody can understand why the neutrinos or how the neutrinos come from the ground and prove the sun's under the earth. So go Google it and figure out yourself.
Noah.
Let's start in the beginning then. Neutrinos are detected from the sun, and you can clearly see that you get more neutrinos in that direction than they do from other places.
Have you
Looking up in the sky, and
neutrino
you
detector?
Neutrino detector, like the one in Japan, which is a gigantic underground water tank with a bunch of detectors.
Where's that? Kamukandi?
I can't remember the name. But as the neutrinos comes in, they make like a path, like you've probably seen these what do you call them? Bubble chambers? Where you can see this Cherenkov radiation that points away from the radioactive source. Well, it's the same principle, basically. So you see the direction.
3 bubbles a year, apparently. What does that prove? What's that mean?
It just shows that these neutrinos, when they hit the water molecule every now and again,
that could just be a build-up of
the direction
in the machine. No?
Yeah, the direction of the neutrino is detected, and you know when it's and that is coming from the sun. And as you do these,
you got $1 million machine to detect a couple of bubbles per year. That's fucking.
No,
that's classic.
Cherenkov radiation.
Bro, whoever said that's classic is funny as fuck, dude.
That's fucking. That's
funny as fuck. Is that based on ignorance of the subject, or is it just and denial?
No, look, I'm fucking giving you some shit about your fucking neutrinos.
Do you think neutrinos exist?
Neutrino? Apart from the guy who dug my mum up and fucking hanged out with her on the beach, she must have fucking kicked up some smell.
Do you think? Yeah, but hang on. Let's start first. Do you think we can detect neutrinos?
No, I'm asking you a question. Have you ever fucking seen one? There's a difference. You're saying, do you think
I've never seen a radio wave either.
Have you ever seen one?
I've never, like radio waves, like your brain. No, I've never seen a neutrino.
Tony, you've really got a PhD? Because you fucking sound like a kid in the playground, and someone stole your fucking jam out of your donut.
You sound really angry.
This kind of savage.
Is everything okay?
So
well, of course, people are going to sound like that if you ask them questions
Tony,
like you're a kid in the playground.
Tony, phony, right, is sitting in his pram. He's throwing his toys out because someone's dared to question him. You've never seen a fucking neutrino, have you, Tony?
I'm absolutely livid. Listen to.
You've never ever seen a neutrino, toenail.
You sound just absolutely, completely out of your mind with rage, Tony. I need you to calm down.
Okay.
Do you guys think we can detect radiation? Alpha, beta, gamma radiation.
We're not talking about radiation. Is apparently a thing. Yeah, neutrinos is a theory, and I don't know how you can capture theory.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
It's not the theory as they have been. Why
We've got
the hell
radio
do you
waves
think they
because
built?
we know radio waves are there. It's like gravity. We don't know gravity is there.
How do you know
It's
radio
not my
waves?
question. Yeah. Can we detect?
Okay,
Hang on, hang on, hang on. He made
things that you can't.
Schlitzy or whatever his name is just.
Things that you can't see. I love
Old mate
it.
here has just made a claim.
Yeah, can't
He
see.
said that
Yeah.
we know radio waves are there. How does he know that radio waves are there?
Oh, because you turn on the radio and
So?
it's being transmitted from somewhere,
Oh, so-
and you got
so
a
you detect
receiver.
them.
You got a
hang on.
receiver, and you turn on your fucking radio, and hello, I've got a
So
fucking
you're saying
signal. I'm
you're saying
receiving the signal. It's
okay,
like
so you're saying the
Carpenters
only
record.
way
We are
you're saying that
receiving.
the only way you can hear noise through an electronic device is a radio wave. Is that what you're saying? It's proof of a radio wave.
No, I just told you.
Okay, so
you
it's
said
okay.
about
So
a radio
that's
wave.
gone. So how do you know that radio waves are there?
Because they're being transmitted to
How do you know
other.
they've been
So like
transmitted?
you have a transmitter.
No.
What
How
is
do
it?
you know they're being transmitted?
Broadcasting. You have a broadcaster. You have a signal. What's broadcasting, and you have a receiver to receive that. So there must be something going on. My fucking radio isn't plugged in.
Have you ever?
My
Have you ever?
radio isn't plugged in to the radio wave receiver. It's just plugged in to switch it on. So when I switch it on, there must be something that it's receiving to get the signal that turns it into. Oh, hello, I'm Dave. This is the morning show.
So when have you
it's just
ever
like
observed or seen or recorded or measured radio waves?
Pardon?
When have you ever measured or what observations
I
of radio
haven't
waves?
myself. No, I haven't.
Okay. So how do you think that's done?
You can consult Mr. Marconi.
I'm just curious because you said that there's a
Marconi.
radio. And what does a radio do? It sounds like a radio detects radio waves.
Shall we have a
That's
look
what
on
it sounds like.
Marconi? Marconi?
No. It sounds like a
Yeah,
radio
so
that you're switching
Tony
on
Marconi.
detects radio
Tony
waves.
Marconi. I think he's got something to do with it. Marconi.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just repeating yourself.
So
So
you
it sounds
can,
like a radio
in
detects.
fact compare. Yeah, but what you can do is compare
Yeah, but I'm
the
not
radio,
going into your
the radio,
hypothetical
radio
nonsense.
tower, and the antenna.
In communication.
And the antenna is the receiver. It's just like the sun. The sun is the sender, which creates the neutrinos, and the detectors are the antenna receiving the signals, just like you did with your radio and radio signals.
What is it? I thought you said the sun was made of these gases.
Yeah, that are undergoing fusion.
Okay.
And producing.
How come the
neutrinos
gas hasn't run out yet?
Because this is a very, very efficient process, and the sun is very, 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 very large.
It's all paid up, yeah? It's like no one's going to be cutting off the gas for the sun. You haven't paid your bill.
Oh, in a few billion years it will, yeah.
Do you know what it is? I love it. It's very, very, very. You've got all these theories, and then you offer them up as like.
What I have is math.
Slitty, are you claiming that the sun is burning gas like you do on your stove?
I don't know.
I believe that's
You
what he
tell
thinks.
me. I don't know. I haven't been up there. I can't really verify anything. All I can say is I walk out of my house, I look up in the sky. As long as it's clear day, I see the sun. That's all I know.
What's super
But
fun?
you're in
is
the
you can-
UK, mate. You can never a clear
I was
I
actually
see the
talking for a
current-
moment there, guys.
I'm in Spain actually. That's where you're fucking wrong, hey?
What's
Sort of.
fun?
That's what your problem is. You fucking guess. You fucking
Are you in the
guess,
plane?
and you're
Are you in the
fucking
plane
wrong.
on Spain? Because that's merely where the rain. Anyway.
No,
So as I
I'm
was
not on
saying,
Spain.
we
That's the
know
peninsula.
we can use Newton's universal law of gravitation to figure out how much mass the sun has, and then we can look at the fastest energy, or not fastest, like the most energy from mass conversion you can do with chemical energy, and you can very quickly find out that we don't have enough mass in the sun
The sun?
to do that.
In Spain, mainly on the plane. We don't have neutrinos.
Oh,
Have
you
you ever
definitely do.
Have you ever tried to detect them?
They told him. They said like, no, we're a no neutrino, neutrino.
He's just trolling now.
I'm not trolling. Apparently, they don't exist in Spain.
Yeah, like I said, he's just trolling.
Seriously, it's there's a paper, and I can't find
conversation with you guys.
I think the rain of neutrinos in Spain are making you insane.
There's no point in negating a concept that they have developed. Hey, Schlitzy, there's no point in saying that the concept that they have created doesn't exist because they use
No,
it.
it exists for them. It's like that you know when like you
It
believe your
exists
own
for you
shit.
too. Don't worry.
These people can pass lie detector tests because they actually believe the fucking nonsense what they're absolutely spewing out of their faces.
Hang on, you believe in radio waves because you can listen to a radio.
So funny, bro.
You believe in radio waves because you can listen to a radio.
Do I now believe? Do I believe in
It's
radio
so
waves?
funny.
My radio, I've switched it on a few times. Yeah, it comes to life. It's never ever waved at me ever.
It's actually very simple and like this. It's like you are saying that Alice in Wonderland isn't real, and then they are saying, but it exists in reality because it is a fictitious work.
It's always funny because the laws of
real
physics
in
don't
itself.
care about whether you believe in them or not. That's what the great part about the
So do
laws
you
of
think
physics is.
this is the scenario? These are the Mad Hatters. I thought there was only one Mad Hatter, but there's a few. Because and they just love to attack.
It's the whole T table.
They love to attack in groups.
Do you have anything
Even
of
if
value
they're
to add,
talking
man? Or are you just like,
nonsense, they will come
are
to
you
the
just
rescue of
claiming
each
that
other.
everyone's talking nonsense?
No, what
Do you have
what
anything
it
to
is
add to the conversation?
You just
anything at all?
It's like a tag team with you lot. You just
I'm just asking. Do you have
harp on.
anything
If
to add to the
if
conversation?
someone's fallen, you quickly interject and you take over. I love it. I think it's great.
Well, what's the point of your argument here, Shitty?
We're not having a conversation.
There is no conversation. Shitsy's just like
You're correct. There
talking
is no
nonsense.
conversation. There never is a conversation. There's only a dispute.
Well, I would direct
anything.
everybody going that there's never a conversation and always a dispute to direct their attention to the name of the channel and then realize where they're at.
Look, we had a guy on here yesterday, Mad Mac, the guy from Chile, absolutely lying out of his skin. Absolutely lying out of his skin. Yeah? Got caught out lying. I got mooted because I called him out on the lie. And he just like never ever really come back on it. So I posted the actual guy's fucking citation from his website in Catalan, Spanish, and English. Read them all in Catalan, Spanish, and English. And he didn't even mention about refraction, globe theory nonsense. He just talking about his fucking picture, longest shot, world record shot. That's it. No, he took into account from refraction in the Earth is a globe. No, it just took the fucking picture, man. I don't know what I don't. So then they've gone onto his website, took some quotes, and then done a fucking globe theory nonsense bullshit. And this guy was posting it saying, this is what he said. And he didn't say none of it. What did that tell you? It's just lies upon lies. And you've got to tell me, are you trolling? Yeah, of course I am.
And before you continue and respond to Schlitzy, you're perfectly capable of disputing and having of communicating and disputing. It is possible to communicate and have a communication and disagree. Do you guys know how to do that? It's quite important.
Problem is,
I don't know what you're trying to say because again, this is explicitly a debate room, So, like, obviously nobody's just going to accept what they're being told. Like, do you have any cognitive thinking up there?
Communication
Can I
has
just say
nothing to do
something?
with just
Just
being
because someone disagrees with you.
Let's say 1 second.
Okay.
Communication is not about just accepting what someone has to say. Like
You're still not
when you
listening to me.
have a debate,
It's fine.
when
It's
you
fine.
have a
I get
debate,
it. I
it's
get
a
it.
type
I
of
get it. You
communication.
don't know. You don't know. It's fine. You don't have to continue wasting your oxygen. It's fine. I get it. Save
No,
it for your
I
trees.
will
It's better
waste
used.
my
It's better
oxygen
used on your trees.
prove to you that you have you are very like seriously, man. Communication. So debate is a modality of communication. Understand?
Yeah, but nobody has to pretend like what you're saying is true when it's obviously wrong. Nobody has to do that.
Who gives a shit about people going into pretending something being true if it's wrong? No one is here, at least those are genuine and intellectually honest. None
That's
of
the
those
problem,
are here
right
to
there.
go around and
You see,
pretend.
that's the assumption you've made where the problem is. Because again, I direct you to the fact that this is a debate channel, not here in good faith channel.
Bro, it is a debate channel. I'm fully aware. The thing is
I
that
don't think you are.
when people just scream their opinions into each other and like over each other and actually don't ever listen to the other party, you're not communicating. Yet again, it is still possible to have the same opinions and communicate them with the other party. But you see, to communicate requires you to listen to the opposing party as well.
Yes, it does. But you guys,
But you don't. You that's the part that you don't understand, where they're not listening to us. But it's fine. I get it. You're not used to this being a debate channel. You're new here. Probably, maybe. I don't know.
No,
but
not
like,
new here. Not new here.
Because we can.
Been here a long.
Yes, I'm sorry you couldn't hear the sarcasm. I forgot you were born yesterday. My bad.
Yeah, because
No,
we
I
can.
I could hear the sarcasm.
Over
Yes, that's
and
why
over.
you responded sincerely.
Yeah, and
I
you
heard
never
the sarcasm.
listened.
It was stupid. So I just debunked it immediately. Like, why keep on going being sarcastic, dude?
What did you debunk exactly?
What's the point of being sarcastic, bro?
Because it's funny?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Because it's funny. Oh, I
think
need my
it's,
aggression to come out. I need
I
to
think
attack.
it's rhetorical.
I
I think his
redirect you to
rhetorical
the.
question. I think his rhetorical question was sarcastic.
I think I've made up of neutrinos myself. I'm a neutrino.
Okay.
I am a neutrino. Me, myself.
Oh, let's see. I'm sorry. Hard to tell.
Me and my wife and 3 kids.
I'm just gonna
are
mute
neutrinos.
Schlitzy because I don't want to have to hear him talk. So apologies if I speak over him in future.
Can't wait for anyone in this room to actually be able to communicate without irony, sarcasm, or hyperbole.
Why don't we ask each other some questions then? XY Nact, whatever your name is. What would you like to communicate about?
I want to talk about the ghost particle.
It sounds like you think the Earth is flat, and I'd like to ask you some questions about it. Would you like to communicate and explain a few things to me?
Well, I would if you don't project an assumption onto me.
I won't project any assumptions.
And we already are not communicating. You are assuming and inquiring about your assumptions, and you're treating me as some kind of like study for yourself, and so we're not communicating.
Today I've learned inquiring is not how you dispel your assumptions about somebody, and not how you learn about people. Good to know.
I think we should ask.
I just said, can I ask
more
you some
ghost
questions?
particles and some more ghost.
It's either a yes or a no, and it sounds like you're saying no.
Yeah, to be brutally honest, discourse with him is pointless. If he isn't willing to be honest about the intellectual position that he holds, which many flat earthers aren't, they say I'm not a flat earther. I never said the Earth was flat, but they'll argue, all the livelong day that the Earth isn't spheroidal and just try and dispute the evidence regarding that, and then refuse to admit that they're flat earthers. So, that's why he's whining about you categorizing him or pigeonholing him or whatever, is because you've used the term flat earth. He lacks the courage to say that, and he also lacks the courage to engage with reality.
He has never once ever that I've ever known him call himself a flat earther. He's never said the earth is flat. He's never argued for flat earth. You guys are just playing with your dildo right now. Like, you're literally doing fucking nothing but fucking yourself.
I just said it sounds like you're a flat earther.
I've got an analogy for a neutrino.
That's how you
If that
communicate.
dog turned into a cat while you weren't looking,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as you guys are. Sorry, as long as you globe earthers are using presumptions and trying to imply your presumptions in our belief system, well, that's the type of a thing that we don't like it. So right now, somebody said that he's able to calculate the mass of the sun using the Newton's law. So I really want to know that how do you guys really would have do these calculations without using any presumptions? Because you guys know that, and we know that you globers use a lot of presumptions, a lot, especially about parallax
Do you not know? Do you not know the assumption that's buried in Newton's law? Okay, I'll let you in on the assumption that we'll be making.
It seems like
The assumption, the assumption that we'll be making, the assumption that we'll be making is that the orbit is circular. But it's close enough that it doesn't matter.
No, okay, so if you look at the Newton's law, you have F equals G divided by R squared. So the R squared in the Newton's law, in Newton's gravitational law, that's the distance between this, let's say, sun and the earth. So within that equation, you would have need the R, or the distance, to put it down there to find the gravity. Or the mass, because you said that I will be able to find the mass of the sun using the Newton's law. Okay, you can do that, but as long as you know the radius or the distance between the sun and the earth.
I have to ask a question to the guy who said something about something being circular. What is circular exactly, sir?
The orbit of the Earth around the sun.
They also presume that the Kepler's law are they also presume that the Kepler's presumptions are law, like they've all believed that these planets have elliptical
Newton's
orbit.
math specifically allows for an elliptical orbit.
Exactly.
That's not circular, circular is.
I said I'm making the assumption that it is circular, Noah. It's an assumption that I'm making because I'm using this. Because I know that it'll be easier if I make that assumption.
Oh, you can use it, but you would have needed.
But that's not. How is that accurate to your actual model? If you go on you're on an elliptical orbit.
Okay,
you're just
do me a favor. Do me a favor and go find the apoapsis and the periapsis of Earth. Put them one over the other, and let me know what that number is, and I'll give you the margin of error.
He's right. Okay. He's right about it. They're going to have a close answer by just assuming that the orbit of the Earth is almost circle. Right? The Globers can assume that. We don't have any problem with that approximation that you guys are doing. The problem is that
it's kind of weird, bro. You keep shifting, you guys keep making claims and then shifting the actual supporting of the claims onto us instead of supporting your own claims.
No. I'm telling the Globers, they've done it. Noah, I am perfectly happy to stay here.
5 more seconds. They've done it 3 times today.
Was I here all 3 times?
If you're going to doubt generally accepted numbers,
it's a pattern that you're a part of.
If you're going to doubt generally accepted numbers like this, it's up to you to come up with the evidence that they're wrong.
But further, I'm very willing to sit down here and walk you through all of the math that's required to get to where I'm going. However, first I need to do dishes, so I'm muting myself to go do that.
Okay, go for distance, because if you would have known the distance of the sun to the earth, then we could put it on the equations of Newton's law and we can find the mass of the sun based on what you said. So break it down for us and tell us how you can accurately find the distance of the sun without using any presumption. Thanks.
Radio waves.
So we can bounce radio waves off the sun and find how long it takes to return.
I want you to provide me the data, the timelines, and the delay time that would have taken for the signal to go hit the Earth, sun, and comes back. Where is that data?
8 minutes, 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, that it comes from the equation that distance is equal velocity times time. Because we already know the distance of the sun is 193 million miles away. And we know time moves with 3,000 kilometers per second. And if you do the fucking math, you would get about 8 minutes. We know about that, okay? Yep. But here's the thing. We just want to know that how you guys are using the signal.
You do it the other way around, though. You send a radio wave at the sun, and it comes back 16 minutes later.
Okay, what if I told you, Romer, and a lot of other these astronomers, they have found the distance of the sun the same way that you're using today by this parallax method. So this distance, 150 million miles.
Story. You're talking parallax. We're talking radio waves of the sun. That's easy.
No, I'm trying to say that your radio waves result is almost the same result that these 200, 300 years scientists back in time they found. It's the same result. The Romer.
What about geometry and transit of Venus? That's one by
one. So I just want you to explain to us that how is it this radio signal that you guys are having today is exactly giving us the same result that those 300 years ago scientists found it?
You know what that's called? You know what that's called? That's called confirmation. When you do it by two different methods, you get the same result.
Precisely. So if those people were able to find the distance of the sun like 300 years ago, and like 100 years after, another scientist, he found the speed of light, again using the presumptions in the globe model, which was about 300.
No.
Okay, hold on. It's a Romer. He used the Jupiter orbit and the eclipses of Jupiter lunars to find the distance of the Jupiter and the speed of sound, the speed of light with it. You can look that up. He was the first person who found the speed of light using these presumptions. Just go on to Wikipedia and just write it down. It's Romer. It's an Italian scientist, okay? So he was the first person mathematically using the presumptions of the globe model. He used all of them to find the speed of light with it. Now, a couple years before that, they found the distance of the sun using these parallax methods. So by knowing the distance and by knowing the speed of light, we would get 8 minutes. So 8 minutes does not come from the signal that we have sent to the sun that it comes back. 8 minutes comes directly comes from this mathematical equation that velocity or time is equal distance divided by velocity. And I told you we knew about this distance.
And that's what we determined that's what we use to determine the distance.
8 minutes, as I told you, 8 minutes is not coming from your instruments. 8 minutes is not coming from your sensors. 8 minutes is coming directly from that equation I told you. Velocity or time is equal. Yeah, okay, so that's the way that we know the 8 minutes.
Wow.
We don't know it from the signals.
That was perhaps the most absolutely worst history of astronomy history I've ever heard in my life.
It's pretty bad.
It was also incoherent.
Which part did you not understand? What part?
Well, how about you let somebody who can use the language speak for a second? Yes, we have used multiple techniques to calculate the distance to the sun. The transit of Venus being one. Romer's work with the speed of the eclipses of Jupiter's moons being another. But a third technique that we used, was to transmit radio beams to the sun and time how long it took for them to come back. That is a completely independent experiment.
Tonal, your mic's really bad, mate.
Yeah,
okay, I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly. Yeah. We understand what you're saying. You're saying that you need to understand all this method that you mentioned right now, the transit of Venus, I don't know, the eclipse of the Jupiter. My brother, all of these methods, and there are more than hundreds of them. You can look that up on the net right now. All these methods, they're going to invoke the Kepler's presumptions. They're gonna use presumptions in those calculations.
How in the hell does sending a radio signal to the sun invoke Kepler's
hold on,
principles?
before I go to the
How in the hell could that be?
No.
What in the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I don't want you to go to the radio signals. First, I want to confirm all these
What in the
methods that you
fuck
guys
is
are
wrong
using,
with you?
you're using presumptions in it.
Have you hurt
We're using
yourself
global
lately?
presumptions. That's all I'm trying to say.
My
Now, if
God.
you want to talk about the radio signal, we're going to
Go
talk
see
about
a
it
doctor,
later.
Fuck
dude.
down. Calm the fuck down.
No, because I'm not a flat earther that you guys would have supposed to think that I
Calm
I
down.
gotta buy
Stop
anything.
spiraling. Calm the fuck
Is
down.
Yeah. It's like saying, is
Or is that-
geometry just an assumption, or do we sort of know that geometry works?
It's not geometry. You're gonna use presumptions in the transit of Venus. For example, you're gonna know that what is the distance of the Venus, and then you're gonna use the Kepler's law, which
Yo, can I get a mod?
No, you're fucking wrong.
Stop yelling.
Oh my God.
How do you ping active
Where
mod?
do you
Like,
use Kepler's laws in the transit of Venus? Can you explain to us when you calculate by geometry the distance to the sun by the transit of Venus? Where in that is Kepler?
Okay, the first law of Kepler tells that all the planets making an elliptical orbit around the sun. So in this transition thing, this transit Venus that you're talking about, we're going to assume that Venus and Earth are going around the sun. That it's the first brick of that method. The other thing that you guys need to add on is that you have to assume that you know the third distance of the third point distance. So if that's the Venus, or is it Moon, or is it any other fucking planet,
No, you're
you would have
completely wrong. You fucking have no idea how this is done. Please read up on it, okay?
Okay, break it down first. Tell us how you would find the distance of the sun without using any approximation, without using any reference or any other distances. Go on.
Send a radio wave.
Easy, shoot a radio beam at it and listen to count how long it takes it to return. That's simple.
Okay, guys, did you see how much they're disingenuous? Did you see?
It's not a problem.
I want to talk about the radio waves right now. I want to talk about this.
What you want to talk about? I don't matter to me.
You see, you get a lot You can't answer me.
So does reality often bend to your will when you yell at it, Casra?
So this
No,
is the same
because I really get
that's
hurt when
used in
stupid people
the same principle.
No, because you guys are
Go ahead, talk over
pretending.
us for a while. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's just shit. Your mic's really bad.
Yeah, I bet.
Stop pretending that you guys are not understanding
Let's see
what
their
you're saying.
mics are okay. If they've got a problem with mics, I'll point it out.
Oh, it's like muffled on
So
my
this is
end.
the same principle that we use, and when you go to Home Depot and buy a laser measurer, laser ruler, same principle.
What about
you go to laser? Okay. Can we just stick to the presumptions and this
No,
parallax method? No.
We're talking radio waves now. Radio waves is much easier to understand than the parallax method.
No. I don't. No. I don't want to go to radio waves.
Of course not.
I want you to stick. No. Don't run away. Don't run away. You Globers are
What you
so
want doesn't
coward.
make any difference to any of us.
No. Stay
If you
on
don't
the
understand the radio,
Not a
if you don't
bit.
if you don't understand how the radio waves work, then you're really not ready to understand how the transit of Venus works.
Are you really? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
You guys are big jokes. The radio waves. We're using geometry, trigonometry, a little bit presumptions and law. We don't use radio waves in the Kepler's.
No presumptions. All you need is a really good stopwatch and about 18 minutes of time, 16 minutes of time.
Timings, would that be a...
And hitting a wave to the sun, and you think that this sun would have bounced the wave back. Is that right?
The sun bounces the waves back because we'll send out there saying flat earthers are stupid. And 16 minutes later, we hear back flat earthers are stupid.
Where? Show me your result. Where is that? Where'd that come?
Go ahead. Just Google it yourself. It's been done.
NASA reckons he's done it himself.
I have not done this one myself. This one it's going to take some really huge antenna. We were talking about Earth, Moon, Earth, EME. That one is easy to do. That one that someone's doing right now. But Earth, Sun, that takes a bit of power and a big antenna.
You just ain't got a big antenna then, no?
Well, for this one, you're going to need about 1,500 watts of power. That's the most that an amateur can send out. You need one hell of an antenna because it's going to go.
But look, you can't be certain.
Then you need a whole shitload of computer processing too to pick out your signal from the noise.
Radio waves react with frequency, no?
Radio waves react with frequency. What do you mean by
Yeah, so what I'm going to say, like if I was somewhere and I was emitting a frequency and you sent a radio wave, that radio wave might be interacting with my signal that I'm emitting, yeah? That's true. You can
You really
so
are
much
clueless,
They're
aren't
both
you?
electromagnetic waves.
It says it.
Yes.
It says
You
it
really
doesn't
are
do
clueless. All right.
I don't. What's he trying to say, Blue? Is he making sense?
Yeah, it says I can give you the exact thing if I look it up. It says it will react, interact. It could be like interjected. So like if you send in a radio wave somewhere.
Radio waves can interact with stuff. I can prove that
Oh
if
yeah.
I put something.
Do you
in the
want to tell your
microwave
mate
and turn it
then?
on.
I'm not talking nonsense.
That's
What I just said is true.
That's how we hear the radio signal. It
Yeah,
interacts
you're
with
actually not
something.
really gay. By saying.
But I mean, your Wi-Fi will
weird
go
stuff.
out if your microwave's not sealed properly. Fun fact.
Oh, I reckon Marconi will be spinning his grave listening to this. What happened to the laser being sent to the moon? I thought that was the upgrade. They stopped sending radio waves and they now send.
The laser.
We've been doing that for literal decades, my friend.
Yeah, the laser. You need a really good laser. It's pretty expensive. Radio waves can bounce off the moon easier. Not as precise, but it's a whole lot cheaper to do.
NASA show.
Look, let me ask you something.
Hold on.
What's the
NASA
proof?
show.
Okay.
He provided a video, I think 2 days ago, about the same thing that he said right now, that a guy bounced a laser on moon on his backyard. Do you remember that you posted that video? So I watched that video, my brother. Bro, did you get anything out of that?
Radio wave.
Radio wave what? The guy didn't show you any signal, any time delay, nothing. It was just a fucking antenna. It was a directional antenna that he was in 50 kilowatt energy that he propagated to the fucking sky.
He was talking to people.
And he was receiving some data. He was receiving some waves. No, how do you know it was from the moon?
That's what
I've
I was
never
going to
seen
say.
somebody actually watch it.
Because he was pointing the directional antenna.
Yeah, the ionosphere up there, my brother.
Because he was pointing the directional antenna at the moon.
Did he point anywhere else to see how it would be different? No.
Well, no, because he.
And by the way, don't forget the ionosphere, my brother. It's a shield. It's a reflector.
No, not at only at certain frequencies and certain incidence angles.
Yeah. So what I'm talking. So your video was 50 kilowatts.
He was using. I believe he was using 2 meter band, and that goes right through the ionosphere.
Yeah, only goes 2 meters.
He was using a 9 megahertz radio frequency, basically. I don't know, you read the whole thing or not. The 900 megahertz would have been reflected by the ionosphere. So, by the way, doing this a little bit more tangible. But when you're saying sun,
so when you're saying 9 megahertz or 900, which
900 megahertz. Sorry, 900 megahertz was the propagation frequency.
Dude, 900. Listen, my sister, 900 megahertz goes through the ionosphere like berries through a sick goose. I mean, straight through it.
Love your southernisms.
No, it will be from 3 megahertz to, I think, 2,000 megahertz. That would be
that's the 33 centimeter band. That's the 33 centimeter band in.
So okay, even if it would have passed the ionosphere, my brother, it would not hit the moon, and it will come back without any repeaters. Don't you think that the Sokolov thermodynamics would have make those waves to become weakened and attenuated?
What is the second law of thermodynamics, my sister?
Why would you ask him something he doesn't know?
The waves,
why don't you explain to us why it wouldn't work with the second law of dynamics?
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, I will too. While I smoke this joint, I'm out.
I'll tell you, the electromagnetic waves are not conservative forces or energy.
What?
They produce loss.
What?
The only So, for example, when a light passes through the atmosphere, it will start to decay and attenuate. Why? It will lose its energy. Why? Because of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, that's not the second law of thermodynamics.
So why it loses energy? Hold on.
Okay, I have to stop. I had to stop because you just told me that the oh fuck, I forgot, but it was hilarious. I can't believe you said that.
Hey, dude, are you open to being corrected at all? Are you open to that idea of being corrected?
I've corrected many globers, so just answer the question. Why does the sun? Why does the sun?
Dude, I'm asking you. I'm not asking if you've corrected. Just a sec. You've misunderstood what I was asking you. I've asked if you are open to being corrected, not how many globers you've corrected. Are you open to being corrected?
You said E&M wasn't conservative, and that is like how modern E&M is based. Like that's how we got to quantum, was because electromagnetism is a conservative force.
Take that as a no.
Holy.
It's a conservative force. You're sure about this?
Take that as a no.
I am 100% positive that electromagnetism is a conservative force. Correct.
Conservative
Okay,
force.
let me
What
just
does that
ask
mean?
Okay, we're gonna ask ChatGPT. Hold on.
What does conservative force mean?
He doesn't know.
That's an excellent question because the term is actually meaningless.
Yeah, he's made it
Could
up.
I-
Or he
could I ask-
something.
DH
Conservative
Tony.
forces are forces that do not loses. They would not produce loss when they're working. For example, piston a cylinder will cause a lot of heat because that's not a conservative force. The only force that does not produce loss is gravity. If you don't know about this conservative and unconservative force, go back to school.
Conserved.
That's
I think
why
the
you
word you
cannot
want.
correct.
I think
You can. I told you, you're not in a position to correct me.
conserved.
You don't know the principles.
I think you want the
Okay?
word
You don't know the
conserved,
principles.
not conservative. But okay.
So can you direct us to the Wikipedia discussion of conservative forces?
Can I ask you a question, Tony?
Is that different from radical forces?
Can I ask Tony a question?
It's as opposed to liberal forces, Blue.
Or liberal forces? Okay, all right, maybe that's what it is.
Can I ask Tasmanian Tony for a question? Tony? Hello?
Hang on, is Tony from
No,
Tassie?
you may not ask me a question, nor may you ask me if you may ask me a question, which is already a question.
Oh, come on, Tassie.
Are you from
Tony.
Tassie, Tony?
Tony's from Tas.
I'm not from
Tasmanian
Tasmania,
Tony.
no.
Sometimes he acts like a little devil. Right, this is a general question
Shitsy
to a
might be.
general ball. Some baller, any baller. Right, MIT shot a laser, apparently, to the moon. They got a fucking, a detection of the light coming back. I don't know how they did that. Before the retro reflector was on there.
Did you call
and apparently,
Slitsy was?
What?
Shush, Terry. You weren't supposed to hear that.
Terry. Put another shrimp on the Barbie, mate.
Okay.
Thank you. So then they put a retro reflector when they went to the moon, apparently. And they've upgraded this retro reflector a few times, not just once. They went up there once, put one down, then they put an upgraded version, and then they put the coup de grace up there on the last time they was there. But the light reflected back hasn't changed that much since they put the reflector on from when they were hitting the moon without no reflector. So I was going to ask you, how is
the
that?
thing is,
But where are you getting? Where are you getting
give
that
you one
info
quick
from,
example.
though?
Yeah.
I'm just making
What do you mean the light hasn't changed?
No.
What does that
And one
statement
thing
mean? The
is-
light hasn't changed.
And one thing is that they can discern between the light being reflected by the reflectors and the regolith on the moon.
How do they discern that? What have they got? They got the rebound-o-meter?
They carefully
Tony's
polarize.
answering. The guy who I can't ask a question is now answering me.
Yeah, I'm informing other people. You're too much of an idiot. You're not going to understand what I'm saying.
Tony,
but I will.
listen,
I
if
will
you want to
inform
act
other
gay,
people.
that's fine.
Don't interrupt
Come on,
me.
Shitty, let Tony answer.
But Toenail
they
is acting weird.
They carefully polarize the light, which allows them to identify which photons they're collecting have been reflected.
Photons?
That's how they do it.
No
receive
neutrinos necessary.
No, just photons. Couple photons. This thing was done by the University of Arizona. Yeah, but that was 30 years ago. That they was trying to shoot the laser to the moon and getting the bouncing thing. But eventually they end up with a couple of photons. So they didn't come with a very hard evidence for this. And by the way, I just dropped the link for you guys to learn about what is a conservative force and why magnetic forces are not.
Has nothing to do with what we were talking about, but okay.
Oh, so when you're saying that the signal goes all the way into space and comes back, you need to understand this fucking signal would have lose its energy when it goes through all these mediums. Now, if you think that it's not a conservative force, just read the link that I posted for you from
Conservative force
physicalexchange.com.
has to do with moving particles. We're not talking about that. We're talking about radio waves going through basically nothing and coming back for basically nothing.
Basically nothing. So you're using another presumption there is nothing up there. You're using another presumption that there's nothing up there.
Do you think the inverse square law affects radio waves as it does with light?
Yeah, of course, exactly. Inverse square law is the law that will tell us that how much the light will dissipate.
Yep.
So what is the problem? So what is hang on? So then what is the problem that the returning signal? The returning signal is much weaker than the signals you sent out.
So why would it be weaker? Why would the signal return weaker if it wasn't passing through anything? Why would it just return?
Do you understand how the laser beam will spread out over that distance, becoming much wider? Which means fewer.
Let's think about that. How many miles? How many miles?
Fewer photons coming back per area.
How many miles?
Exactly.
It's not that difficult to understand, for fuck's sake.
Also,
say the mileage so we can digest
Also, you've got to take into account that the Earth has moved. So the direction in which the reflection is strongest is not the direction that the photons need to take in order to get back to the Earth, because the Earth is moving and the Moon is moving throughout this entire process. Not by much,
they're building a laser to
enough.
hit Mars. They're going to hit Mars in the same way. They reckon they're going to fire the laser. It shoots off. Yeah, takes
there's a lot of atmosphere by the way.
A few days to get there.
They do these laser measurements as well from these really high lying big telescopes, like about 5,000 meters above sea level. They do a bunch of these measurements as well.
Don't they have telescopes in space?
Yeah, Hubble.
Yes, there are multiple
no telescopes on Earth, like in the Andes and Hawaii.
So how does the Hubble Bubbly work? Can you tell us how the Hubble Bubbly works?
We're not going to talk about Hubble. Why do you want to talk about Hubble now? Why do you want to digress to Hubble? Because you don't understand it?
I was talking about Earth-based telescope.
So this is just goalpost shifting. So he's trying to ask a question that he hoped would embarrass Clovers. He gets an answer to it. Does he try and internalize the answer? Does he try and ask clarifying
Tony,
questions?
I'm sure
no, he bounces onto the next topic without having learned anything in this process.
I know that Globers have ready-made answers at their fingertips, and they go, "Oh look, I've got a GIF. Look, I've got a video. Oh look, I've got an explanation."
Except you could do this yourself. If you would call you up your local ham radio club and tell them you want to do EME moon bounce, they would send you to someone. You could do it.
They told me to jog on. They
No,
said no, we're
No,
not doing
you
that
didn't
no
call
more. That's
You didn't
old
call them.
school.
You
We
didn't call
did.
They
I'll
must,
make a
they
recording.
must,
How about
No,
I
you're
phone
lying
up the
sack of
Ham
shit.
Club? I
they
phone
must
up
know
the Ham
you.
Club, try to make an order for ham, and you listen to it, and I'll record it. I'll actually record the conversation.
So you get one guy
Yeah.
on who doesn't do it?
Yeah, you just said
Right.
like, so we don't do
Did you
it.
call the club or did you call the one guy?
Well, they give me a number, and I called the guy, and he said like, I just ain't doing it. He said
Yeah,
like,
that's-
to
Then
it's
find somebody
just
else. There's more than one.
okay.
There's more than one ham. Probably not
You
every ham.
you have a link? You have a link for me?
To where you are? No, I'd have to dox you for that.
Right, I don't mind. I'm in Spain.
The other impediment that you're working under is that this would involve a human being being in close proximity to you, and very few people are willing to suffer that.
Tony, get back in your pouch. You little
Anyway,
Joey.
we were talking about measuring the distance to the sun, and I still don't understand the assumptions we're making.
I know Tony's like deflecting again.
Well, like
He's had one of them
signed
drop
off a radio
bears
signal.
hit him on the head, and he's rendered him senseless.
We send off a radio signal
So
says
you guys
is a wanker.
don't have a firm. No. You guys, no. You don't have anything substantiate for this. Like we know that. Like you probably know, we broke that up. That the parallax method, all these methods, these mathematical methods. All you globers know that you guys are going to use a lot of presumptions in it.
Nope.
That's why every time we break this. Oh, okay. So tell me which one of those methods do you do not use presumptions? Go on.
Radio waves to the moon, to the sun and back.
Oh my God. Okay. Apart from the radio wave, which is a fucking fantasy in your mind that you would think that we can bounce lasers on these telescopes.
How are you talking to us?
Apart from that hallucination that you have in your mind, mathematically, you guys understood this.
How are you talking to me right now? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me over a computer that uses electromagnetic radiation? Are you using a wireless modem right now? No, I'm talking to Casper, the electromagnetism guy here, who doesn't know how radio waves work.
He probably
does. Really? So I was the only guy who said that it's not a conservative force, and you guys were wrong about it, and now just dropped the fucking link for you to learn how the electromagnetic wave would have dissipated and lose energy when it passes through the medium.
It's not a conservative force. That has to do with moving particles. We're not talking about that.
It's not a conservative force. I told you it's not a conservative
We're not
force.
talking about conservative forces. Read again your definition of conservative forces. I think you've messed up that things that are conserved, and force is not one of those things that is conserved.
What?
Yeah, momentum
The forces do not create loss in energy.
Anyway,
we know that.
your own citation there, as is usually what happens when McToon's laws of Flerf get involved, is to quote, "The electric force in a time-independent magnetic field, see Faraday's law as an example of a conservative force." Weird.
Okay, so I dropped a link for you. It's from physicsexchange.com. I want you to read that thing. Exactly, Brock.
I was just telling you about the Wikipedia article you dropped, but I'll also look over this one if you want me to.
That was a very no. I just brought a very scientific paper. It's on the chat box. Just read it.
Where's it at? I don't see it. The only one I saw was the Wikipedia link.
Okay, hold on. Here's it again.
Well, anyway, so you know all about conservative forces, but you don't know how radio waves work.
No, I'm saying that the radio wave, they cannot go for till infinity. They will lose their energy as they move to the medium. For example, if I shed a light in the atmosphere, I know there would be a distance that this light will be so dispersed it would not be visible. Why? Because the light has lost its energy.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean by left visible? What are we defining as not visible?
Yeah, because the big
listen to me. Because what is not visible physically is defined by your baseline.
No. I'm saying that when it's not visible, it's because it's losing its intensity. It will lose its intensity.
That doesn't matter. E equals HF, my friend. E equals HF, my friend. E equals HF, my friend. As long as it's still a wave, it's got a frequency. and then it has an energy. So again,
Did I say doesn't have a frequency, bro?
I'm still talking. I am only limited by the size
Those
of my
are words in my
receiver.
mouth. I never said it will become zero frequency. I never said that.
Yeah, correct. You said it would lose intensity. And I'm telling you that it doesn't matter if it loses intensity because E equals HF. I am only limited by the size of my receiver.
And by
So
the
your
way,
receiver cannot. So
hang
that's
on,
the point.
if
Your
the
receiver
radio
cannot be
waves,
shifted.
if the radio
No, it's
waves
not.
lost
If the radio
energy,
waves, it's got
the
arms.
wavelength, yeah, the wavelength would become longer. That's the
So the
only way you can
frequency,
change.
the
You can
frequency
change
goes
the
down.
energy. It's the only way you can that electromagnetic radiation changes its energy is by wavelength. But you mentioned dispersion yourself. So yes, at distance, fewer photons per area as you move away from the source, the light source, or the radio antenna, and so on. So of course, yes, less energy per area. Yep. But what's the problem? It's not like they
So here's the thing.
disappear. The
So
radio
we
wave,
know
the
that
energy in the single radio wave does not change.
Yeah. So as you said, the light of the sun, when it hits the atmosphere, it will scatter. We know it's a light, it's a white light, but it would have started to become blue, red, and all different colors because we would give a different scattering. So we know that the light would have, and when you get a different color, you have a different wavelength. It means that you have different frequency. So when you shed a white light to the atmosphere, yeah, the frequency
We're not saying
wouldn't
white light. We're saying radio waves.
but we're seeing the amplitude and the intensity of that light would have decreases as it moves to the atmosphere.
No.
And this is due to
No,
the law of
it's based on it's based on the energy of each
then when it comes to a health implication, we have to look after them. And now when it comes to wearing a seatbelt, you want to invoke all these causal aspects of like the responsibility to the society and the pressure that those people and the decisions that they make. Like, this is like, it's inconsistent in your application.
That's one country. So for us, hold on. To give you an example, Japan, right? Japan has processes to try and make sure people don't get too obese. They care about their people to that healthy amount. So this brings me back to a point I like to make, that if you don't agree with the laws, you should leave that country and find one you like. You are bound to the laws because they have deemed that wearing a seatbelt is what you should do to be safest to people in your vehicle and to other people around you. If you don't like that, settle your debts, get rid of your assets, leave the country and find somewhere else.
I've got a response to that, but I'll leave way for someone else.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
Hang on. I can think of a rational reason that you're required to wear a seatbelt that has nothing to do with your personal safety. If you get thrown from a car, say you're doing like a T-bone accident, and go through your windshield, you now create an obstruction on the road, which would cause another vehicle to swerve out of the way of you. That would cause them to get into an accident. You have to wear a seatbelt.
There's guys that are shooting space rockets up into the air, and if something happens, the fallout is cataclysmic. You're still willing to allow for the shooting of rockets up.
A completely different topic once I actually demonstrate something that's a real thing that happens in real life that would cause another accident.
And also to that point, those rockets are launched over water.
Okay,
so
but my point
We're getting off the rails here. What the fuck?
He brought it up.
Maybe I took it too far.
I don't know when this got into alcohol. Like I was not talking about that at all. I was thinking of a child like going to the grocery shopping for the mother because she couldn't do it or something, and if he just drives a few blocks down the road and goes shopping and comes home, like I don't think he should be in trouble for that.
No,
and then all of a sudden I hear about drunk driving. I'm like, what?
But that's your opinion. That's your opinion, though.
Why drive at all? Why drive at all?
Even if he does, a few blocks is still enough road to kill somebody.
Have you ever driven to the grocery store? Wait, like, have you ever driven to the grocery store and seen an accident on the way there? Not actually seen the live accident, but seen an after accident. Have you ever seen that?
I've seen a car flipped over in front of my house.
Telling me on the way to the grocery store you can get into an accident? Oh my God. Imagine you get T-boned. Imagine you get thrown from the car. Imagine you cause someone else to get into another accident now. Wear your seatbelt.
So, on the balance, right, man? Like, dude, I advocate for wearing a seat. I copped a seatbelt fine one time because I was traveling from one beachhead to another beachhead, going about 50 kilometers an hour, really actually under the speed limit. And I just didn't think to put my seatbelt on, and a cop rode past me and booked me for $350 and 3 points. And, like, what danger was I got? I was just going from one beachhead to another beachhead, man. That's the way the laws are imposed, right? Now, the other issue is that, like, at what point are you guys willing to sort of acknowledge that these are all impositions within people's freedoms, and we're trying to do a balancing act between, like, essentially, like, that of, like, a impingement of the government in people's freedoms, and, well, what's the other one? Essentially allowing people to do, like, essentially what they want. Like, that's the ideal, right? But we acknowledge that that's not it's not achievable, so we impose certain rules so that some people aren't sort of impacting other people as a consequence. But when it gets into this notion of, like, not wearing a seatbelt and then you fly through the windshield as a consequence, that's just never going to happen. Maybe it does on certain vehicle designs, right? But most vehicles won't do that. And it's such a unique, extraordinary example that you're imposing that then, like, actually the consequences of this is there are single mothers, there are like very poor families that are just, like, they're not as observant as what maybe the average folk are, and they're just getting smashed with fines all over the place. That's the cost of your implementation. So, I mean, I kind of agree with you guys. I know where you're coming from, but at some point, it's a balancing act between these freedoms.
Well, I have another argument here. Like, I live in Texas, and honestly, man, like, more than half the cars on the road are from Mexico, and they don't need any insurance or license or fucking anything to, they're not. Well, look, even if they have a license, it's basically whatever are approved for in Mexico. It's like, what is that?
Yeah.
That's fucking basically
interesting.
nothing. So like, and not only that, but these people they're usually not insured, and their car smells like shit, and it just drives like shit. So it's like, okay, so if I get an accident, my insurance covers it. Dude,
1 sec, bro.
Can I just get to the fucking point?
Yeah.
Like when I get an accident, like I end up paying for everything anyway, and my insurance is required, my license is required, and these guys are just getting carte blanche, like they do whatever the fuck they want, and they're just temporary here and no responsibility. It's like, okay, so I just feel like maybe, since we don't know how to drive anyway, maybe the government should just like peel back some of its
Do you think it's
some
wrong?
of its laws
Do
a
you
little
think
bit.
it's wrong that they get to come here, just drive and do whatever they want, not have to get insurance, have their smelly cars? Do you think that's wrong?
Well, I think it's wrong that the people
Okay.
of this nation, they get the short end of the stick when it comes to medical, when it comes to financial, when it comes to rights, when it comes to laws and
I'm going to ask
responsibility.
you the same question over again. Do you think it's wrong that some people think that laws do not apply to them?
Yes. I think it's wrong that there's more people that are not even from my country, they're not even citizens, that can get a better fucking deals than I can, and I've been working my ass off most of my life. I'm sorry, but they give free guitar lessons, free this, free that to people. You come over, have a child in our country. I'm sorry, there's people that still live in Mexico, like Rick is talking about, who are not even citizens because they've been part of Mexico when it was taken over and become Texas. So I don't know what you're talking about.
That's great. That's great.
Which laws are we talking about? Man's laws or God's law?
Same problem you have. Problem that
Who's that cheeky bugger?
the same problem that you have, the same problem that you just laid out is what I have a problem with sovereign citizens for.
You really don't have a problem with sovereign citizens, man. They're few and far between in fairness. There's very few sovereign citizens that are impacting your life, bro. You're just thinking about them a lot. They're living rent-free in your head.
The point is, though, sovereign. This guy was literally saying, like, I shouldn't have to get a driver's license. I shouldn't have to follow laws. I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to do any of these things. Well, then don't if you don't want to.
But the laws are
don't if you don't want
there are
to.
many there are many very like dehumanizing laws, right? There are many of those laws, like mandates that happen. They're not laws apparently either, but
Okay,
yeah.
I know what he's saying though. Like we say that we shouldn't have to have a driver's license and them pulling us over and everything. Well, guess what? I agree with that. But when the thing is they force it on us as citizens to no end. Okay, and they'll put my ass in jail if I don't do things. But they sure in the hell let people from citizens get away with shit. They do not give us the same judgments. I'm sorry, they just don't. They don't treat us the same. And when it's a law, it should be a law for everybody. Period.
It is a law for everybody.
But it shouldn't be biased, and there's biases going on around here.
It's not.
Well, Riggs actually just pointed out that there are Mexico cars that don't have any of the stringent responsibilities rolling around in Texas, right? And then look, I would sort of push back against Riggs and say I think that they're taking probably a lot of risk in what they're doing there, but that's the risk they take on. The problem is that their risk then becomes your sort of impact
we
or
pay for
liability
it.
upon your
We
experience.
pay for it.
Exactly. Yep.
Like my insurance pays, like if there's an accident, if they don't have it, it defaults onto me, and then I pay that every month extra. And those cars, they don't have the same safety requirements. They don't have like the steel, there's all kinds of reinforcements in cars and the doors and the A-pillar, all places that they don't require any of that stuff. The smell that comes out of the exhaust, they don't have the same catalytic converter. They don't have the same like requirement for efficiencies and all that. There's a million different things.
Does
But isn't that all over different? Because in Maine, they require certain things for you to drive, and they make stickers, and you can't have exhaust a certain way and all that, right? But in my state, you can do whatever you want.
Texas require inspections.
Yes, yeah,
Well, I don't know
and
about
they have to pass. You have to pass the certain emissions and stuff. Yeah.
Is that something that you think that you should have to follow?
Well, the fact is, Riggs, they would get pulled over, and if they got an inspection done on that vehicle, they'd probably get the vehicle towed, right?
So, okay, that's it. Okay.
Because
I'll try to keep it short. No, it's not your turn. Not your turn.
You're not being fair. I've been interrupting
Jesus
Riggs
Christ.
all morning.
Jesus
Yeah, but Rich
Christ.
was talking. It was him explaining
was.
about Texas, and he
Look,
is from
there-
Texas. So
all of the states in the United States are peeling back some of the laws that has to do with inspection, have to do with emissions. It's not because, and most places charge like $100, $50, whatever it is. They're peeling it back to like $20, $30, sometimes 15. And it's not because they're not doing it. It's that the cars that are coming out have such stringent requirements to be made that they've found it to be wasteful to require they get certified every year for this money. So like now cars have like 5 catalytic converters. So emissions is a lot easier to pass because the computers are more sophisticated, the cars are more sophisticated. So it's less stringent of a test.
Florida
Doesn't mean they
doesn't
don't have it.
require inspection, so not all the states are making it easier. Some states don't even require inspections.
Exactly.
Some states are making it
So-
harder, like Vermont. Vermont literally cares if you have rust underneath your undercarriage of the car.
I don't know if California, they might be taking, dude, California's crazy though. But the requirements I feel like should be held at like at the manufacturer level, as long as the vehicles are manufactured a certain way, then, the test should, I mean, if it doesn't pass a test, that should fall under warranty, in my opinion.
So
Well,
it's
there is
in favor of the government governing and making sure that these vehicles are up to code by making it a law to get inspections where you make sure your vehicle has these things.
The problem
yeah, but there's many states that don't even expect you to have inspections at all. Like mine.
Yes, I already
You
said
can
that.
drive down my road with no door, no this, no that. So what is the difference? Like why? It's just state based.
I don't understand what he's arguing for. Is he arguing for I don't think there should be these things that are required?
Well, I don't think there should be.
Because he seems to be mad.
Well, do you want
when
the answer?
When other people have these cars that aren't up to code that he does, but then he seems to be like, but he wants them to have it. So then there should be these laws that require that you do inspections.
Dude, if the car is manufactured in the last 20 years in the United States, they're going to pass the inspection. So I just don't think that we should have them. Not that it matters, because the requirements should be at the manufacturer level anyway. And that's all I'm saying is that, like, all I'm saying is that the stuff that's coming from Mexico is shit. That's all I'm saying.
Their cars.
The drugs are shit. The
people
business
can
is
modify
shit.
their
The
cars.
vehicles are shit.
People can modify their cars after they get it.
Yeah. And I'm totally fine with that.
Which means it's why you need to constantly bring it in to get inspected to make sure you haven't modded it in a way that makes it not up to code.
Well, I just don't give a fuck about that.
Bro. It's an imposition upon.
I just think that that should be a requirement from. Yeah, I think that should be a requirement from the manufacturer that they have to meet a certain stringent requirement, and then after that, if it's your
get it from the manufacturer.
Dude, can you stop interrupting, dude? Like,
all I'm
Because
saying
he's
is,
bringing up
if
a
it's your
point that-
property, that should be it. You bought it in a certain condition. Whatever happens after that, it's fucking on you. Okay.
But do you feel that the reason that I've had conversations like this is people think that these regulations that they're doing on these cars, right, inspections and everything, are done, yes, to keep people safe, though. Because if your car is not up to say that it has, I don't know, an accident, right, tie rod goes, anything, you're causing another accident to happen. Someone else's life is in danger. So, yeah, you shouldn't have a vehicle with your struts and everything else is messed up in your vehicle. You shouldn't. But people do it, and we're allowed to. In my state especially, right, you drive it until it breaks down right in front of everybody, and you get in an accident. Nobody gives a shit. But you are putting people's lives at risk, though. You know,
dude, that's not. Yeah, there's nothing that's going to stop that, though.
No, nothing.
I do not know one inspection that has ever resulted in them taking the car off the road. That doesn't happen. That doesn't fucking happen. You pay them $20, you're on the fucking road again.
And most of the time, those inspection stickers can be bought, and you have people doing like a black market with it. You can go get stickers from people that you know for free and just stick it on your car, and your car is not safe at all, not even inspected correctly. So what is the point?
Okay.
Money.
Can I ally to something to you guys? When I was looking into this, I was looking at importing Japanese cars because I love high aces, right? And you can get vehicles that are used vehicles from Japan, and they export them over to here because apparently well, it increases the value price, and we're willing to pay for it essentially. But when they land, they need to go through an inspection, and that is actually, it's got an emissions, and I think when I looked it up, it was about 30 to 50% or something fail emissions tests. But the irony is that there's vehicles on the road right now in Australia that would not pass those emissions tests.
Right.
It's only like when it passes through this particular, like, it's a vehicle from Japan. I can go buy the same high-ace here as what I'm buying from there. Obviously, I want to go from there because I won't get into the details there. But the vehicles that are on the road are just like, they're not complying exactly the same as what these import sort of imposed regulations are on import vehicles. It's just like inconsistency for some reason.
The problem with people breaking the law, like people not following the law, is not a reason to not have the law in the first place. There are incentives. It's also incentive driven, in that when you have to bring something up to code, then people tend not to break that law very often. There's some people that are going to go around that, obviously, but there's a lot more people who are going to try and comply with that. And even at the manufacturer level, like if you just offload it to the manufacturers, half the time the way they structure these laws, you can make a car that's dirtier if you offset it with a not as dirty law, which is why it ought to be more car specific than manufacturer specific. I mean, what you're arguing against is enforcement, not the law itself.
No, what I'm arguing against is that if they're going to let in so many fucking people into this country, they should at least afford the same kind of leverage to its citizens. Or just don't let them in.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that.
Go into a foreign country.
So this wasn't really about the car. It was just one thing.
Laws of that. Yeah, but they're still bound by the laws of that country. Like you can drive on a foreign license for a certain amount of time, I think. But if you stay longer than that, then you have to get an actual license from the country you're in.
This is true. Yeah.
Like there's some leeway, but you know, because they're not just going to block all tourism, right? There's some leeway that they give, but it's not like a free for all.
Bro, if you saw the borders in Texas to Mexico, I think you'd change what you're saying there. It's basically a free for all, bro.
I probably wouldn't.
What's
it
what's
might
the
seem
point there?
because you're in the thick of it, but
the enforcement of other places, like you said, this isn't about enforcement. This is about certifying and punishment. Nothing to do with the quality of the training. Nothing to do with the quality of the enforcement. Nothing to do with the quality of the person without the license. It's to do with the laws and where you live. If you don't have this thing, it says you should be punished.
Are we still on the sovereign citizenship?
Essentially, yes. Like if you want some bullshit, I saw a video the other day that said that Nintendo is going to be adding to the Nintendo Switch, or already the second one, Switch 2, that if it detects that you've modified the console, it will remotely shut itself down and won't be usable.
Yeah, I heard that too. By the way, doesn't it seem...
crack that?
Maybe. Doesn't it seem interesting to you that people who advocate for this extreme libertarian view of sovereign citizenship want also to constrict trans people's rights? Isn't it that sweet, sweet irony?
What are you talking about?
It does feel a bit ironic.
What are you stretching to?
Person bring up trans, yes. So weird.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be trans people. It can be anything, right? Anything they dislike. They have this extreme libertarian view about themselves and the world they exist in, but when it comes to other people and the thing that they find disgusting or yucky, they have to restrict their rights because they don't like that their fifis were hurt.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, what's your Do you think that sovereign citizens
got
vote?
me, so it's fine. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, all of this stuff is being imposed by a sort of authoritarian government, essentially, right? Through sort of consensus in democracy. And that person's just expressing their opinion about something as an individual. At that point, they're not trying to. I doubt that they would try to use their vote in the government in order to impinge other people. They're just
no. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a government power. They're just willing to, as they as a person, as a private individual, to constrict other people's rights because they find something yucky or disgusting or whatever.
How are they imposing anything on their rights?
By imposing social norms onto other people.
Everyone imposes social norms on everyone else. I expect you guys to.
Yeah, and it's ironic when
of behavior, and you seem to comport with that. There's no problem here. There's other people.
But I'm saying it's ironic. It's ironic that these extreme libertarians are only libertarians about the things they like and that benefit them, not in general.
Pretty much
they're not
everyone,
principled people.
Everyone works like that, man. Unfortunately,
I disagree. I don't think I work like that.
Yeah, pretty much everyone does. Like, if you agree with something, you're inclined to let it go. But if you've got a problem with it, then you'll complain about it.
Not really. I'm open to all kinds of concepts. I just need to have good arguments and evidence for them.
Would you be willing to use your democratic vote to impinge on other people's rights, like other people you disagree with?
It depends.
Exactly. So there you go. You're doing the same thing, just through the democratic system.
Okay, but I'm not claiming I'm this extreme version of libertarian, right? While these people, the sovereign citizens, claim they're this extreme version of a libertarian, therefore, like extreme individualism, yet they're not willing to give extreme individualism to people that they find that they disagree with, right? They're only giving this extreme individualism property to themselves, right? Because they're narcissists and selfish people, etc.
These are generalized, like these people claim to be individuals, and yet you're trying to categorize them all as one. I'm pretty sure you can find some sovereign citizens that literally say, if trans people want to do trans stuff.
It doesn't have to be trans people, it can be drug usage.
You're characterizing them as a group. So you're participating actually in sort of a communistic sort of endeavor in that sense.
It's interesting that you say this because
you can do that.
It's interesting that you say this because I only face these people and I categorize them based on their beliefs. So in my mind, they are a group, they're a category. Sovereign citizens.
Yeah, I know.
So if I meet somebody who breaks the mold, Ricksky, please have the respect. At least let me finish my thought. You will be prompted to respond as soon as I'm done. Like it's not good. It's not a good conversation if we talk over each other. Please.
I've stayed silent. I'm waiting for you to. But I take your point. Thank you.
I was just saying, in my mind, they're a category, and if somebody breaks that category, I'll create a new category in my mind palace to accommodate them. But for now, all of these people are of the same mold. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. I feel like you already said that, and then I wanted to respond to it, and then you told me I was interrupting you. So whatever that is, doesn't matter. Where were we? Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like an amorphous sort of like group of people that you're generally characterizing at that point. I would like if you pointed out a specific individual, like a sovereign citizen that you saw as posting about, sort of freedoms and liberties, and then at the same time, it's like stating like declaratively that, trans don't have any rights and all the rest of it, I would agree with you. And I would say, I point to that person, we can both all point to that person and say that's wrong, right? But what you're actually doing is just kind of like this sort of confected notion of like your interpretation of how these people think. You maybe saw some bad actors, some bad apples in the situation, maybe the loudest and crudest of them are the people that you're using to sort of generally sort of character. What if there's a sovereign citizen, right, that is just pretty quiet, keeps to themselves, doesn't worry about anyone else? But you've put that person in that box that you're referring to. What do you say to that person when you come to them and you say, well, I've got all these opinions about you, right? Which you've openly said on a public forum, but they're a quiet person that keeps to themselves, that believes in the sovereign citizen stuff, but also doesn't want to impugn trans rights or whatever. What do you say to that person? Do you say like, oops, my apologies, or no, my categorization doesn't apply to you, but I mean, they're already inside the category that you built up, and you're talking about it, and you're willing to talk about it to other people after you've already had that interaction with that person that doesn't comport with your categorization. I mean, what do you say to that person?
Well, easy. If I meet a person like that, I'll just categorize them as a new type of sovereign citizen. So the sovereign citizens I've met so far are type A, and he is a type, or she is a type B. That's it.
Yeah, look, I think
And I have two categories that are sovereign citizens.
So, a sovereign citizen is an
They
oxymoron of
could
a
be
statement. Actually, the psyop inside of that. Dude, I'm pretty much that sovereign citizen that you're referring to, and I kind of raise it as another third person. But dude, I really don't like this government bullshit. I'm basically a sovereign citizen, except for the label is a notion. Like it's pretty silly, right? But like if the trans people want to do the trans stuff, I mean, as long as they're not sort of doing some crazy shit in front of kids and stuff, like I don't care. Like the over sexualization aspect with kids, like that's a bit weird to me. I don't think we should be doing it. But if these people want to go into a nightclub and it's trans night and they want to get up and sing like queens, go for it, man. Like, who am I to tell you not to?
If they want
I've
to
been there,
volunteer,
dude. I go to those parties still right now. I just
if they want,
I don't indulge in the experience too much though.
if they want to volunteer at a children's hospital, should they be allowed to?
Yeah, as long as they're not coming in drag. Drag is a sexualized interpretation, dude. Like it.
No, we're
is
talking about
actively
trans people.
like the sexualization.
I thought we were talking about trans people too.
Yes,
Guys, I think you large to my
and all sorts of other crazy things.
You large to my example too much. Okay, I'll switch it to people who like to drink their coffee with their feet while naked. Alright, let's switch with that because it's easier. Like I think those people would be fine doing that in their house or in sections that are only like for them, like nudist beaches, right? Whatever. But we should not rob them of that experience, obviously.
Okay. So what's the experience that you think like I'm taking away when I say that like trans people and kids? Sorry,
I'm talking about.
I got no problem with trans people and kids. Okay? I'm assuming that they're well behaved and they're comporting with all the other rules.
You're liking too much to the trans
drag,
example. Was just some example that like people often disagree with. That's all it is. It wasn't meant to be.
I get where you're coming from. Hopefully, I made my position sort of like fair and equitable. And,
it's clear, Richard. Then I categorize you as sovereign citizen type B. Okay.
I'm not a
I've
sovereign
met two
citizen
types on the internet.
Like, I'm not sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. Doesn't make sense. You can't be. You can't be a
whatever you
slave,
are,
bro.
you're type
it doesn't
B.
make sense.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever you are, you're type B.
This is like
one of the Bible cards. The
sovereign
Bible
citizens
card stops
never.
it.
Sovereign
Let's not say
citizens
Bible
never admit
cards.
to being. Sovereign citizens never admit to being sovereign citizens. So.
Well, okay, then I accuse you of being a sovereign citizen, sir. How are you going to deal with this situation? Because you're going to say that you're not.
One thing a sovereign citizen will never say is that I am a citizen of the United States of America and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof.
No, I disagree with that. You're an independent individual making your own decisions in the world, and you decide whether or not you want to comply and comport with those laws. If you don't and you get caught, you will go to jail. Okay, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't push back again. You keep talking, bro. Okay.
Guys, let's be honest. Come on.
It doesn't mean that you shouldn't push back against laws, man. Like, I mean, do you guys agree that sort of that some laws are unfair and inequitable?
Yes.
Okay, so then can we push back against those without being accused of sovereign citizenship?
Yeah. In what way? It depends on like what way you do it.
You're just advocating for it. Like, I don't want to have to walk around wearing a mask whenever they sort of trigger certain things, right? So, I mean, it's just sort of, I don't feel like I need to comply with that.
So,
the problem this comes back again though to your opinion on what's safe or not. Like walking away from that topic you brought up, the whole license thing is about safety, and that people in industry, again, something Flat Earth has categorically disagreed with, has judged that things like wearing seatbelts, about having a license, about not having bare tires, etc., makes you safe to be on the road.
Do you think you should go out into the sun without sunscreen? Just curious.
I just want to say one thing real quickly. So if you had a problem with the mask, right, I would have no problem with you and everyone else that also has a problem with a mask going to like a public place, a public parking spot, and saying, we are protesting this. We are a group gathered together closer than 6 feet, and it's one group all willing to do this, And if you want to do a protest like that, I think that should be perfectly legal.
Yeah, so you're only allowed to protest inside of like a little box, and like those people can protest over there as long as they're not sort of coming into your space. Like the whole point is the social square, right? You're imposing rules upon the social square, and then you're saying like a segment of the square. You guys can go talk about the problem with the square over in that corner of the square. It's kind of defeats the purpose of protesting.
I think his point is more that you can do what you want as long as it's only a risk to you. He doesn't mean like over in the corner, out of the way. He means you're not doing it in our faces, which would be a conflict with what the whole
then
thing
you
that
can
they're
wear the
being
mask.
against.
The mask is meant to protect you. The seatbelt is meant to protect you. At the point at which you say that the seatbelt and the mask, you're required to wear it, or other people are required to wear it for your safety, that's an you're impugning their freedoms at that point.
No, what we're doing is trying to I want us to stop talking about masks. If we just keep it to seatbelts, as much as you don't think wearing the seatbelt impacts anyone else, you are safer and everyone else is safer with it. So why not just fucking wear it?
Because it if you take that law too far, like say for example, right? That,
No. Don't stretch it out of context. That one case, are you safer with the seatbelt? Yes or no?
Yes, you are safer.
Then just wear it.
Are you no? But can they impose criminal activities and expenses, fines upon you because you don't want to be safe? I mean, I'm allowed to go rock climbing. Right?
Because but again, you're going to
the wilderness
only impacts you.
And
only impacts you though.
No, it doesn't.
You rock climbing only impacts you. You not wearing sun cream only impacts you. Driving a fucking ton of metal round roads is very much able to affect everyone immediately near you and take out a fleet of children.
Let me respond. Okay. Okay. If you go out into the wilderness and you have a problem and you call your SOS beacon, it doesn't just impugn you. Now you have a whole bunch of guys running a helicopter trying to find you. Second of all,
but they're not in danger. They're not in danger. No, you're not talking about the right thing. I'm talking about danger, not inconvenience. Give me an example.
As soon as you're in the wilderness,
is a danger to other people.
As soon as you're in the wilderness, away from the hospital and the care sector, on ropes, climbing up the side of a mountain, that is.
Who are you in danger to? Who else are you in danger to in that scenario, Risky?
Okay, as soon as you have a problem. Okay, this goes a couple of different ways, right? You guys have already mentioned. You want to mention before also the sunscreen issue that you mentioned?
No. You're getting away from the point. Who else are you immediately in danger to?
He's saying we're endangering the people.
One sec, dude. One sec. I'm responding to a whole bunch of claims that you made, right? And then I respond to one, and then I want to respond to the other, and you say, "Oh, now you're running away from that topic, dude." This is all over the shop. Okay.
So
I can respond to any one of these. So reset. Which one do you want me to respond to?
Let's cover both one at a time. So the sun cream. If you choose not to wear the sun cream, that is not going to affect the people around you immediately, is it?
Okay, I think it was Stefan that mentioned this, that if you don't wear sunscreen and you go into the hospital, you're putting, therefore, pressure upon the hospital as a consequence of your life decisions and habits, right? So you are causing a position upon the... that is literally danger because now the doctors... but the argument then becomes, right, that because time was taken to deal with you because you wouldn't wear sunscreen, which don't wear sunscreen, people. But anyway, actually, I can't say that. My apologies.
But that just feels like infinite aggression.
One sec, I'm still responding, bro. The hospital now has to allocate resources and doctors to your problem that you've apparently created and responsible to, and it diverts what do they call that? Resources away from other people that have genuine, different problems going.
Yeah, that's why they have
So
waiting lists.
that causes the danger down the pipe. And this is the thing. You end up with this runaway ethical battle as a consequence of this. Like it always ends up in this way. I mean, like, this is why I've deferred back to the individual is the only thing that can like really make decisions about what it should do. Because as soon as you guys want to start imposing certain rules upon other behaviors, it becomes like it's a runaway moralistic sort of argument at that point.
Yeah, but he does make a good point that the hospital has a system for prioritizing you, for example. And I agree there'll be lots of variations, we can't go through them all. But yeah, the impact of not putting your sun cream on is a lot more minimal than the potential impact of not maintaining your tires or not being deemed worthy of driving on the road. Like, you can see that, yes, there's going to be levels where we could chase this definition and be like, well, if you don't wear sun cream, you might go to the hospital, so this doctor might be inconvenienced, so this person dies anyway. Yeah, but we have to work with the system we're in. It always feels like because you don't agree with the system, you want to invalidate it, and that's not sustainable. You can't
that's exactly
just say,
it, man. Yeah, because
well, you
everything
can't do that.
It needs to be resisted. It needs to be resisted, dude. Do you know how many if no one resisted any of this stuff, do you know how many laws and rules and regulations that they would impose upon the individual? And then you got this complaint problem of like people talking about these issues and saying, well, you shouldn't be allowed to complain about the issues. Like if you actually got rid of all of us who are complaining about the nature of law, the runaway effect, like you wouldn't want to live there, man. You'd actually then you would be the one to start picking up arms because you're realizing the imposition. You would actually become one of the people that you dislike in that regard.
No, it's very fair because things like segregation or women's rights, all that, yeah, that got overturned as well. Those were shitty laws, for example. I agree with you there.
Risky.
You're just going to have to pay You're just going to have to pay the consequences for those actions, like until and if you get the rules changed so that you can drive a car without a license or drive a car without your seatbelt, you take the punishment.
We do and we can't. You'll
cool,
never
you
know.
take the punishment then.
But sometimes there is no punishment because we're just.
I don't care about the sometimes, Dawn, just to make yourself sound right. I'm talking about when you get caught, you fuckwit.
Listen, you're trying to assert law onto other people, and I'm telling you, we will not listen. I am
saying, in the case, if you get caught, you will be punished.
Talk over each other, please.
Yeah, you're not listening.
No, you're saying, but we do it anyway. I am specifically talking to when you get caught, you will get punished, and you will have to live with that until you get the law changed.
Yeah,
just like segregation.
Stop
they got punished.
Stop telling me about your ideological punishment.
Do you look up to Rosa Parks, Dawn? Do you look up to Rosa Parks for doing what she did?
Who's that?
You don't. How the fuck?
The lady who did not move away from her seat in the bus when the white person asked her to move because she was black.
Who cares?
Anyway,
she's exactly the person you're talking about.
Bus seats are a human right. You don't have to move for someone just because they're.
But they weren't. It was that there was a section of the bus for blacks and for whites, and if more whites got on, blacks had to move to the back, and she didn't give up her seat.
When was
this? Should we have a seat? Like, in your opinion, right, on the bus, should we have a section for the masked people and then a section for the non-masked people?
Rights? Oh, we can't talk about that, Rick.
We're allowed to talk about masks. No, it's not.
Right.
We're allowed to talk about masks. We're not allowed to talk about the other thing.
Risky. I want to address your other point that you were going to raise about the guy rock climbing with the beacon. Those rescue workers, they don't have to do their job. They can choose to quit if they want to.
But they do choose.
Yes, that's their choice.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
That's
so people choose to wear a seatbelt or not. You haven't got a problem with that.
Because
you do have a problem with that. My apologies.
Because that choice can affect other people without giving them the choice to whether or not it does affect them.
Yeah, I recognize it's a losing argument.
I'm not going to argue that because you'll lose.
What was it? Like, can we go back to that other notion though? Like, I mean, are you guys willing to, like, if it becomes required, would you want to create a segmented bus for the mask wearers and the non-mask wearers?
No, we're not going to have that conversation, Rick, because they will lose, and it's not fair on them. It's not allowed.
It is allowed.
We don't want people to report.
This is not about health. This is about politics.
The distasteful thing I find with that risk, and I trust you're not trying to be distasteful, is that it's trying to associate the color of someone's skin and events that happen there to trying to be medically safe according to medical science.
Okay, yeah.
Very different topics.
I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that, but I think my question is still pertinent, relevant. So I appreciate you. I'll be a bit
It's an
more
interesting.
in that
It
sense,
could be an interesting conversation point. The reason I brought up Rosa Parks is she did exactly the thing that you're talking about. She stood up against the existing law. She was punished for it, but it did create a movement and create a change that blacks and whites should not be segregated. A funny story: the reason why the Pentagon has twice as many bathrooms as it should is because it was built during segregation, but despite the president, I think it was JFK at the time, but I can't remember, the president said, don't build this with segregated toilets. He didn't want that for the Pentagon, but they still did. So now they just have twice as many, which I bet the ladies love.
Mate, that's half of them are Coke toilets, okay? Like that's where they go for
they
the
can use them.
special stuff, okay?
But that's my point. She stood up, she got punished, and then she got it overturned. If you're happy for sovereign citizens to oppose it, try to push their opinion against the law, fair, they've got that right, but they are going to be punished if caught, Dawn, until that law changes.
Do you think what's her name? Parks? What was her name? Rosa Parks?
Rosa Parks.
Parks.
Yeah. Do you think that she would be classed as a sovereign citizen in her time?
No.
No, sovereign citizens is more about laws. I think it's seen more as laws don't affect you because you are your own citizen. You're disassociated to those
Yeah,
laws.
I can't see it.
About
You were not incorporated. That's the idea.
She's a sovereign citizen, boys and girls. Like, so deal with it.
No. Let me explain why she's not. Because Rosa Parks accepted that there was a law. She just disagreed with it.
Yeah,
and then
why it doesn't relate.
And
there was a law. What does that even mean?
Because I wasn't done talking. She accepts that there is a law in a book. She thinks it's unjust. She disobeyed the law in a peaceful way, so that she would be arrested, so that she could fight it in the court system. Because that's how laws get changed in the United States. That's the best power that we have as a citizen, is if you think a law is wrong, you can break it in a peaceful way.
What the fuck?
Just to let you know,
that's what sovereign citizens do, you idiot.
Exactly. Just to let you know, dude, I've gone and listened to sovereign citizens. Quite often, they talk about other laws. They don't talk about no laws. They talk about other, like, whatever your characterization is that you're working with doesn't seem to lie.
Are they talking about natural law? Are they talking about God's law? Like what laws are they talking about?
Natural law. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, like can you give me an example of a natural law they talk about?
They're not law. Oh, I can't remember, man. They're not lawless. This is the thing. Like, you're claiming that they're lawless, and they're not. They're just advocating for non-state-based laws.
Okay.
Can you name me
because
one of those laws?
Essentially, the democracy is causing this situation in which consensus and the sort of the wisdom of the masses apparently allows for impositions upon the individual. That's a problematic issue, in my opinion. Like, you can actually just trick the masses into thinking something, and then it becomes a democratic law by these standards. And I'm not saying that's actually happening now. I'm just saying that it could happen under that premise. I think it is actually.
By the way, natural laws are like laws of thermodynamics, laws of gravity, laws of conservation of momentum. Of energy, not momentum. Jesus.
That's
laws of motion. They'll be the natural law.
Like, that's a different. It's within a different sort of field. Like, natural law, like, as far as like behavioral sort of impositions. That's not. You're talking about scientific natural laws, not of that, like a social natural law. If I've never even said those terms before.
Yes. Yeah.
Like which one? I mean, in philosophy, like we talk about things in regards to like might makes right. Is that a natural law?
It is actually a natural law, of sorts.
Yeah. But that would be a complete transgression on the golden rule, right? Like, you don't hurt me, I don't hurt you.
Well, just to let you know, that's democracy, and might in that form becomes the consensus. So in that situation, might is right is the consensus is right, and that's effectively the democratic.
But you're disputing that might is right is a good thing. You were literally disputing it right now.
It means
It's
might
not
win.
a good thing.
Consensus is
Not a
not
good-
the same as might makes right. It's not.
It is.
Might win.
It literally
No,
is
it's
the
not.
might. It's the
not.
might of
No,
like,
it's.
the number of people that vote for a certain ideal.
No.
Yeah,
I understand what
definitely is good.
he's saying, but like if you are critiquing democracy in that framework, right? As in, the majority can impose something on a minority, like a mob rule style of democracy. I don't know, like if that exists, but let's say it does, right? For the sake of this conversation, then you are critiquing might makes right. You disagree with that.
Yeah, I look. How would I say this?
You think that it's not okay for me to get to no, but like
it is my intention. It is my intention in the world to be mighty, right? I want to be mighty, and I want to be right. That's like what I want to intend in the world.
Yeah, but that means you have to impose your will on others.
No, but my might that I'm sort of invoking at that point is like a might of the ability to have a conversation with you guys and create compelling arguments. That's the mightiness that I'm referring to. It's not might in the form of like absolute overall power and just being able to dismiss you on any case, right? That the mightiness comes from a different
That's
position.
not what might makes right is. Is an atheism that asserts that those who hold power are the origin of morality. It's saying if you have the power, you create what is right. You define what is right.
Well, we disagree with that. Do you agree with it? Because if you're participating within democracy in that way, then you're comporting with might is right.
But might is right is not even morality. It's like people often use might is right as a form of morality, which is not. It's the same thing as utilitarian calculus. It's a tool by which you apply your philosophical framework or ideology onto the world, right?
My point is you saying I want to be mighty and I want to be right are not associated to might is right.
Well, what's interesting is actually the power of like social compelling people to do things. The mightiness is actually through the to convince you in order to behave in a certain way, right? So I mean, the mightiness as far as I don't want to mention that.
That's about convincing, not about power. This reads more to me about the person with the most money, the person with the most tanks decides how things happen. As long as they are to like actual morals, if they have the power, the might, then they decide it.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't mean it's actually right. That's just the word in the phrase.
Yeah,
so
but that's not what I'm getting from
the
Rixie. What I'm getting from Rixie is being able to be compelling.
That's mighty,
different.
yes. Because I actually think that this is how
might is
society
right,
works.
though. It's not might
It
is
is.
right. No, to be compelling and to influence people because you have big fucking guns are very different things.
I mean, that happens every day in the world all the time. What are you talking about? You guys talk about big guns over in America all the time.
You are not talking about might is right, Rixie. In the things you're saying, you're communicating a different concept. You're talking about being compelling, which doesn't require power.
Actually, ahead of everyone.
Might is right is a metaphor.
Hold on. Rixie, have you ever heard of the expression benevolent dictator?
Yeah, for sure.
Oxymoron.
Yes, that's what I mean. It could be. Trump. Essentially, what you're saying, a benevolent dictator would be guided by the tool might is right, because there would be obviously a benevolent person who would consider all moral virtues and will face all kinds of moral adversity, and they'll always make the correct moral decision. So they'll have to apply that correct moral decision using their dictatorial power. That is the expression of might is right, in the sense of like how that applies to like a person, right? Hypothetical scenario.
There is a phase that I kind of went through, which I don't sort of necessarily think or like sort of associate myself with too much, but I want the philosopher king to come into power, personally. Like, whatever that is, I want the philosopher king. I'm looking for that. I'll go vote for that if I find him. I haven't found him. Or her, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter, right? The philosopher king is the ideal, in my opinion. But the thing is,
they have a bad philosophy framework. For you, I mean bad. Like, just physical outcomes, material outcomes are bad. Maybe they're
Well,
like
I mean,
a nihilist or a mind dependent moral realist, right?
You're not wrong in the sense of everyone seems to operate by a certain philosophy. So, Bill Clinton was a philosopher king of sorts.
I think you mean a benevolent dictator, not a philosopher king. Like, I think you literally mean a benevolent dictator.
Yeah, but like the tools that they use to convince people is not that of philosophy. It's that of like sort of fear and this carrot and stick sort of situation.
No. A benevolent dictator would be exactly what you wanted. They would face all moral adversity, and they'll possess all moral virtue, and they'll always make the right choice, right?
Ideally, yeah. And then maybe things that I disagree with them on. But overall, you gotta take the whole thing and say, well, is it better or worse? So
we have another word for a benevolent dictator. It's Yahweh or Yehovah or Elohim or El. That's the other word for it. Yeah,
okay,
correct.
Not familiar with that. I mean, God doesn't rule this world.
That's the principle of God. It's a benevolent dictatorship.
Who rules this world then? Like, who actually rules the world then?
Well, yeah, the trick is that, like, within the laws of power, at least like the 48 laws of power, I got the book in here in front of me, and also Francis Bacon put this forward, that the hidden life was best. You can go look that up. It's a quote of Francis Bacon. The essentially power is hiding itself in its influence, and it's operating through like sort of other like contingent institutions in order to enact its power, such that if you ever like try to actually go and complain about the problems that are going on, you're actually not going and complaining or running your problem up against the actual cause of it. They've insulated themselves quite a bit, so that if people actually knew where all the problems and ills of the world and knew where the problem was coming from, I'm pretty sure we'd be knocking on those doors. But that's the nature of power. It's inherently like it has to be concealed. Otherwise, it's not powerful.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I think this convo just went
We were talking about like power one day on I think Jim's server, and what power actually does is money make power. Like people can have just like numbers in a system, right? Numbers, and people will just go and free shit, walk around. For some reason, certain things has this power over people. They get whatever they want, but they don't even have to use that money. The money, just the status alone, creates power. Is money even power?
Well, but that's...
Yeah, money is right. That's another way of saying
knowledge.
it. It's a mad one.
Knowledge is power.
Agreed. Absolutely, knowledge is power. But in this world,
we're
it's
doing
backwards.
platitudes now.
Platitudes?
I mean, I'm fine with we're just saying trivial things. That's fine.
Yeah,
or cliches or whatever.
You really think the powers to be are that smart? To be honest, I don't think so. I think they use us to make us smart. We're the smart ones running the powers that be. I'm pretty sure.
The thing with knowledge of power and associating it to money is that knowledge can be powerful and can bring you value, but it's also very dependent. Working out how to make the light bulb was definitely very lucrative, but not so much now, like proportionally. It's about when that knowledge is applied, not just by holding it.
I'm making light bulb 2.0.
Yes. Isn't that an LED?
I was literally just about to say, the person that kept working on the light bulb came out with the LED light.
Yeah, next thing would be I stick a bunch of elves into a glass jar, and that's going to be the new light bulb. Free, no energy usage.
That'd be great show.
Powered by elves.
And what you got the scientific? What's your scientific? How do you prove the elves are rotating?
Because I think that the universe is mind dependent upon my mind, and I instantiate everything in the universe. Therefore, I can instantiate an elf, or two, or three.
What about you can listen to the bells on their hats as they spin around? How's that?
Oh, okay.
Pretty. Like chimes outside. Yeah.
If you put an elf and an anti-elf into a jar, they cause a fission reaction.
Or dark elf. There's dark elf.
No, an anti-elf and an elf into a single jar. They nullify them, each other, and they cause a fission reaction.
Dark elves.
What about elf rights at this point?
They don't have any.
They have to have them, right?
Is there elf segregation on the bus?
I'll make it happen. Don't worry about it.
If you allow them to combine, apparently it'll explode the universe or something.
Problem is that if all of them look like fucking Lord of the Rings elves, it will be difficult. Like,
Yeah. That what kind of elves? I'm picturing pretty fairy elves because I'm a girl. You guys are
they need to be small and cute.
Yes.
What about the cute little
Not ugly
gremlin?
and terrifying.
How I think
No!
of the road thing, yeah. The road thing is like global mods trying to say, we've decided that you have to go by our rules to ride a horse in the woods. And then there's a few other people saying, no, we've already got a horse and we've already been riding in these woods thousands of years. And you can make up what you want, but it won't apply to me inside.
Yeah, can you imagine, like, they come across, like, you're riding your horse around, they come across your horse, and, like, your horse is, like, a little bit broken down, it's missing a shoe, you haven't got all your buckles in the right place, and, like, you're riding bareback, you need to have a saddle on that, like, that's safety standards, saddle
But
on
have
that
you
horse.
got a license for that?
Have you got a license to ride that horse?
Well, none of us claim
do you
that
think
we
that
didn't have these ages ago. Things
Do you
develop,
think in
mate.
New York
You
City
reckon there was
that
a
you were
license
allowed
to
to
ride
just
a
like
horse?
gallop your horse full gallop like throughout Manhattan? Do you think
There's
that was like the law?
They
There are
do in
certain laws
Indianapolis,
in the city.
Indiana. Yeah.
You can
So
herd
I-
your sheep.
Yeah, I'm
through-
not talking about Indiana.
ahead.
I'm talking about where they actually did enforce laws about like horse
Oh.
travel. I don't know if they did,
There's
but I
horse
would
laws and
imagine there
horse
would
travel?
have to
Speed
be.
limits on your horse.
I would imagine there would have to be something for that in like New York City, like when like before cars invented, like you couldn't just go full gallop on your horse.
Yeah, no, but like, what about the idea that, like, what is it? If you're riding through and you haven't got a saddle, then the horse cops like show up and say you're without a saddle. You're causing a danger to other like riders of horses. You need to wear a saddle on them.
Yeah,
Can you look
but
that up? When did
what are you
these
gonna
laws
say to
start
them
getting
at that
enforced? Yeah, when did these
I don't
laws start
see
getting
how a
enforced for
saddle
people
would
on
do
the
that.
roads or at all? Yeah. There should be
There is
research for this
a
stuff.
there is a
Yeah.
law in the place I live in. I mean, I live in Italy, and people here are not allowed to take pictures of other people, even in public spaces, without their permission or knowledge.
Well, yeah, that's in different states too. I guess in different places you can't just do stuff without. But I think in the United States you can do almost anywhere.
No, I may disagree with this law, but I also like
Right.
understand that if I do take a picture of somebody, they may, because it's really, really petty, but they may choose to ask me to remove it, and if I don't, they may
How
choose
do
to
they-
call the authorities or whatever.
How do
Yeah,
they
but do you
prove
think
that?
if you're
How
going
do
to
they?
take a photo?
Right.
Go
How
ahead,
do
sir.
they prove? How do they prove that you're taking a picture of someone in particular, and not like the background?
I mean, they can assume, like, oh, I was in the frame while you were taking the picture. May I see the picture if it includes me?
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to see the picture.
I think you actually should.
I mean,
You
then
shouldn't do that.
Then they
You
might
should do
request
that.
a law enforcement officer to request for you to show the picture to the law enforcement officer that does not include that specific person.
But doesn't that get away with your rights? Does they have a
Yeah.
right to just go into your phone for no reason because they assume that I took a picture of somebody? Are you serious?
Police can request it, given there's a probable.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah,
to
and you
I've been
can
to
say no.
Italy.
You
I've
can
been to
say
Italy
no.
3 times. I've never had that issue, not once, not
Well,
ever.
obviously, I don't think people would just do it. Like, I think people are just normal
they do.
people, and I understand that sometimes, like, they walk into a picture or whatever. Like, nobody would do it, but potentially they can if they wanted to. It's petty, but they
Zoidberg,
can.
I think that
What-
law
where are you
is set into
talking
place though because it's on purpose. It's not necessarily for the person to go, I'm in that picture, remove it, because that doesn't really happen probably that much ever. What it's for is for later on, if you use that picture for the internet, for something, for anything, then they can come back and say, I didn't get permission for that. I'm not in that. So there's a law probably set in place that nobody really uses unless it's getting more serious.
Where are you
Yeah,
talking
obviously.
about? 'Cause I don't think that's true. I think you're allowed to film anything from public places now.
Are you?
No, in Italy, you are not allowed to take a
Definitely in the
picture of
UK.
somebody if they are like if they didn't give you permission right? So if you take a picture in a public space and you capture somebody and they don't like it, they can ask you to remove the picture. Nobody would do it because people are normal people and nobody's like this petty.
Zoidberg, quick question. Do they have security cameras?
In Italy? Yes. Yes, we do. But you know why? We have a plaque in front of every. Let me explain. We have a plaque in front of every building that says this area is private and is being filmed. So you choose to walk or not under it.
Well, I would say that any person walking around, right? Literally everyone does have a cell phone. That plaque that you're referring to is essentially like, I mean, you should just acknowledge that someone walking beside you has a phone and is capable of pulling it out and taking a photo of you. This whole idea that you can, I mean, I think it should be a social sort of acceptance. Like, you know, if you take a photo and someone comes up to you, I really don't want that photo, you should delete it. That's a social clause.
Yeah, it's just nice. Yeah.
I mean, Italians are very private people, and I assume this is one of the reasons why they have these laws, right? They're not to fuck with people, just if you take a picture in front of the Duomo in Milan, obviously the square is huge, the cathedral is huge, you want to take a picture of the cathedral, and there's like a ton of people, like 1,000 people at the square. Nobody's going to like come to you and say, hey, you took a picture of me, delete it.
Well, people just don't want their shit thrown on Facebook and everywhere. People don't want to be thrown everywhere, tagging this and that. I mean, people take pictures nowadays of kids and they throw this shit on social platforms and everything. They use it, they copyright shit, they don't care. It's a lot. But nobody's even enforcing this. I guarantee nobody's enforcing this unless you do something dramatic online or something, or using that picture in a certain way. Nobody really probably cares in Italy. But you said private, walking down the streets in cameras, private areas. Can I ask you a question? Is there any cameras in public areas, though, recording people?
Yeah, obviously, but there's also notification,
wait.
like a plaque or a sign.
Right. Yep. So does that not go against your guys' rights? Because it's public now that we're walking down.
I mean, I think
that's the person reading like those signs are available, right? But if someone doesn't read the sign,
is correct.
Yeah, but like if they don't read the sign, does that mean it's all right, or like what does it mean? Like, just because they got a sign
ignorance
there,
of the rule is not justification for you to break the rule or to request damages based on the fact that
I understand, but why are they doing it against their own people? I understand when you said private land, and I'll give people their private land then, and then what they do in their private land, when I walk down it, it's my fault I walked into their camera, right? Private cameras, private land. But when you start putting it out in public, where I'm allowed to, roam wherever I want, in my streets too, public, then they're actually going against their rights. You shouldn't be recording me down in public then. If they're going to do this,
I think institutions and governments doing it is an exception to these clauses for like privacy. I think governments do it because of security or a myriad of other reasons, but in general, private citizens should not be.
You can possibly consider that public spaces are actually probably just leased to the public as a space.
No, the streets are public.
Yeah, they're public. They are leased to the public under restrictions such as monitoring for safety and security.
You're right in a way, because who owns the land?
Yeah. There's cases in America that you own the surface but not the ground. You find oil, tough shit. You own the surface. You don't own what's under it.
Mm-hmm. So technically, this is how they have these exceptions, and they get away with all this. There's scrutiny on us, right? They put us under scrutiny to know in all these laws, but they don't even take the same laws that we're supposed to apply towards each other, towards us, which I think is a little ridiculous, because what they're doing is taking away all of our privacy. I understand we need security supposedly in ways, but I'm sorry, the problem is with people. Because before all this happened, 9/11 is another reason. I'm getting to 9/11, but we have the TSA and everything else that we have in America, United States of America. But when I'm in Canada and I travel home here soon, it's so easy. I don't go through all that shit. They don't need the same security. Oh, really? No, what it is too much of our privacy being taken away. True facts, sir.
Not easy anymore.
Hold on. But you don't have privacy in a public space, Stacey.
Oh, I get you on that. In general, though, our rights are being taken away. Like little things like you can't even take a picture outside because somebody might be in it. For heaven's sakes, we're out here in public, and if you get in my picture, so heaven forbid, am I going to get in trouble? Oh God, put me behind, a cuff, put me in handcuffs. It's so stupid that we're going to dumbass laws like this. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but let me put it to you this: if there wasn't a protection allowing you to prevent people photographing you, or even your children for that matter, if there wasn't that rule, do you not think that you'd be here right now arguing that you should be allowed to have that photo deleted if you felt it was going to be used by someone for illegitimate means?
I agree with you. Right? Listen, I can agree on both sides, and you know why? I'll be with you. And people know my story of not I had my teeth removed when I was 35 years old for bone loss and whatnot. And when I went out in public that very first time, people were taking pictures and videoing me like, look at this crackhead, trying to throw it online. Like, it was like, are you kidding me? So that is what I can understand, like a picture of their kids or whatnot, and you're out in public and people are just being ridiculous. I understand that, like having some kind of, but you know what? Sometimes you got to have a backbone. It taught me a lot. I'm like, so what? Somebody put something out of me. What do I care? I'm not in public. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a point where we're not going to sit here and scrutinize everybody, where we can't even just walk around and, oh, heaven forbid, I got you. If you're out here with me,
but the point is, when you make, I was warned, by the way, in my own country, I was warned that I should probably not take more pictures of an individual working on the building. I like the building, so I took a picture of the building with the individual in frame, and another person that was their colleague said, hey, please don't do this. You can keep the image, but please don't take a picture of people who have not consented. And that's fine. I don't think this is 1 in a million, and we're like 60 million Italians. This is 1 in a million occurrence that can happen, right? I think most people are reasonable and say, whatever, like, I don't give a fuck, right? But I'm just saying, this exists for a reason. Like, Italians like to be private, and we like our privacy, so...
And you know another reason why people probably don't auto-enforce it in some places? Because I once asked a woman in London if she could smoke downwind of us, just downwind, just on the other side, at a bus stop, and she got quite aggressive and suggested to get her boyfriend to stab me. So who the fuck's going to raise their rights when you're going to get threatened to get stabbed?
Holy shit.
Exactly. Oh, God. It's like, you know, okay, let me see what I'm doing.
This experience in London, and granted, I lived in South Kensington, but like, sure.
When you dressed in drag, is there like other context?
No, she was just some woman years ago.
Is that a yes?
No,
dude, don't talk to crazy people. You already know this. Yet you come to a server where you think we're all crazy and like talk about sort of crazy stuff. Whatever.
I don't think people think you are crazy, Rix.
Yes, you do.
Dude, I think
you call me crazy.
You inherently have to think I'm crazy.
Exactly.
I don't think I think you're wrong according to my own beliefs, but I don't think you're crazy. Why would I think you're crazy?
Oh,
just because I disagree with you, I think
Other
you're crazy. I might call you a liar if I think you're lying, but I don't think you're necessarily crazy.
Well, we talked about this way, Berg. You don't really think we're crazy. You actually think that we just believe our own lie, that we're not like actually intentionally lying, right?
Never said that.
You never said that? So you don't believe that?
Never said that. I never said you believe your own lie. I think you believe the things that were told to you, and if they are lies, then you are like somebody's deceiving you, sure, but
you
That's
believe
what I
your
meant.
truth.
I didn't mean the exact word out of context. I took it out of context. I wasn't saying you said it was a specific word, but yeah, like you just said, basically.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but Stacey, is it?
What about
there are plenty of people that have like lied to me in the past, right, with information by just not maliciously or with malicious purposes. They have lied to me and they've given me information that's false, and I believed it. So sure, I learn new things. I reject the lie, and then I adjust my opinion to actually reflect the truth. Right.
So why do you think then, if we're not crazy, if you don't think we're crazy, then why do you think then when we're going back and forth for say 5, 6, 7 years, and we've explained this, we went through the research, we've done the conversations, and nothing's changed our mind, and we still feel that way? Do you think that's because we're crazy?
I've always said this to you, and I've said this to other flat earthers. You guys have an unreasonable high standard of evidence. You literally need to get a physical meter and measure the distance from the Earth to the Sun, which we all know is going to be impossible. And we have other ways to infer that specific distance. But you demand that we have this physical measurement, which
To rephrase that,
define reasonability.
Yeah.
to rephrase it then for you. What we commonly get asked for is things that, if our model is true, in that model are impossible to show you the way you want it to be shown.
So when you get people, right, one sec, Stace, when you get people from the globe asking you to take a whole photo of the flat Earth, right? Where's my picture of the flat Earth? Is that an unreasonable request given your understanding? Sorry, I got ice in my mouth. Given your understanding of like the nature of the flat Earth.
Because you can send up a balloon to get photos. Because you can send up a balloon to get photos. I don't consider that an unreasonable request. If someone asked you to get me a back of the firmament. I was thinking of flat Earth, for example. Like if someone said to you, like, get me a kilo of firmament in a jar. Under your model, I understand it. That's an unreasonable request. I would never ask that of you.
Exactly, but what's ironic? Like, do you roll your eyes when you see like sort of globers asking questions for like photographs of the flat Earth from outer space? Like you recognize it's incoherent in its
No one
proposition.
says that.
Yeah, I would.
I've
say
seen
that as a
people say
joke.
that on Facebook all the time, bro.
I'd say that as a joke to reflect what flat Earthers say.
Exactly.
Oh, so it's only it's a retaliation. It's a
like when you say something really
Rick said the point is like I can potentially just buy a weather balloon, high altitude weather balloon, and take pictures, right, with a rectilinear lens, which has no fisheye distortion, right, and take a picture of the Earth curve, right. While I cannot demand the same evidence from you, why not?
But why haven't
Why
anyone
can you not
sent
get a
them
high
here?
altitude weather balloon and do this?
Okay, how much does it cost? We can go GoFundMe or
Let me
something.
check. I mean, you can do GoFundMe.
If that wants to be done and you're like, hey, we can just do that. Okay, fine. We can just do that. So, wait, let's make it happen. Instead of talking about things over the years of we can do things, then let's do it if you really think we can. And that's something, I'm sorry, guys. No offense, I'm not trying to bring up Witsit, but if we can raise $10,000 for Witsit and you don't know what it's for, I told this to you guys before, $3,000, $4,000. It's happened for Globe Light Tours. There is no excuses that we can't raise money for things to be done.
Currently, Stacy, a high altitude weather balloon which can carry 1,500 grams, so a kilo and a half. Of equipment is worth 144 euro, or about $150. Here's the website.
I can find that
in your lens.
Exactly. So 150 euro.
It's already been done. We've already had.
I know we have.
140,000 feet up. That doesn't prove nothing. It's flat up there. It's flat up there. And even with
that's not what he's saying.
Even if it doesn't, even if it doesn't have a perfect rectilinear lens, you can apply the rectilinear corrector on Adobe and correct for the lens distortion, and it's still not enough for you guys. It's still flat.
But see, honey, he correctly done. For his evidence. By the way, it wasn't for us, sweetheart. He was saying he can go up there with this hot air balloon and he can show its curvature, right? With no fisheye lens, no nothing. So if they're going to say this, it's going to cost $150 for us to show curvature. I want to see it. Not the other way around. So 150 for the damn balloon. What else do you guys need? What else?
Look in the chat. Stay Earth is live.
Because I want some curvature.
Look in the chat then.
I'm going, honey. My phone's slow.
There's no curvature, man.
Fuck.
I know.
There is curvature.
So here's a question I've always had, right? And I rarely get a very good response to this.
Yeah.
When we send these up and get pictures of curves, right? Flat earthers oppose it and say it's fake. But if we're on a circular shape, would it not have a curve?
Look at that, though. Am I supposed to take that as my evidence of anything? Come on now. That looks like if you guys just moved that, it could be circular still. This just looks ridiculous. This is not doable.
Then you'd be seeing the entirety of the flat Earth.
Why aren't we seeing that? Why don't you guys zoom out and show us the Earth some more? And not the same shit over and over.
This thing you're asking for has already been done. We've already sent up several balloons to show the curvature of the Earth.
Well, this is a shitty one. Is there any better ones?
There's no
offense. I'm not trying to be mean. Because I'm sorry.
You see, accusations of lying immediately jump in. How is this a good faith conversation?
I
No,
can
I
show
think
you why.
Lion
I
said
can
they're
show you why
lying.
you're lying because you can apply. I'll send you the video. If it was truly curvature, right, and if it wasn't due to the lens distortion, when you apply the correction, it would look concave, right? To the actual it would look concave.
Lion, why
Then
would I
it's
take you in good
CGI.
faith when you just accuse me of being a liar? Why would they
Hold on,
ever
dude, I'm
talk
gonna
to you?
explain. If it was naturally like that and it wasn't due to lens distortion, when you do the rectilinear correction on Adobe, it would look concave.
Okay, what about the film photographs from the space missions?
That's not true.
What are you talking about?
But that's not evidence. You cannot use
Oh,
that.
that's a good one. What about when what was it? Japan? They released it and the background was all flat. Does that one count? Or we
Right.
discredit all
Yeah,
of them?
that's because that was a distorted lens.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Distorted lenses.
Now you're saying it's distorted lens. Okay. Now, hold on.
One at a time.
Heavily distorted. Heavily distorted.
Okay.
What's
So
Earth?
if it's
We can't
heavily
hear you.
distorted, that means you should be able to tell me what type of camera they used, what distance they were at, right? And all the variables when they took that video. But
all
you
I gotta
can't do
tell
that
you is
because it's
that was
not
a heavily
public
distorted
information.
lens.
Yeah,
Oh,
just talk right
all
through
I
it.
have to do is
Because
say
you don't want
You
to.
can buy a balloon and a GoPro with a rectilinear lens for what, $200, and do this yourself.
Yeah, but
this is not hidden information.
No matter what, when
Wait,
you're
wait.
given anything that doesn't coincide with the globe model, you just make excuses for it without having any basis.
No.
Like immediate, when I said that, right, the immediate default response was to just discard it and discredit it. But you cannot get the information to do that. But you just by default you just assume. And then you're like, oh well, go do this experiment. Go waste your money and do this and show me. It's like, for what? You don't care. You don't genuinely care. You don't believe it.
Let's let somebody respond back if you guys want my Earth is live or flat Earth. Whoever's wanting to respond.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Rigger.
Give me like.
If I give you,
we all know
if I-
what happens.
Wait, guys.
Go ahead.
Look, do we need to use the voice cue to choose who goes first?
Not
Earth
really.
is Life is trying to get in, so Earth is Life, please speak.
All right, so we all know what happens to lines that pass the center of the flame, right? If you have something that's flat and you're using a distorted lens, when it's at the top of the image, it's going to be convex. When it's at the bottom of the image, it's going to be concave. Everybody should agree with this, right? Now, if you're using a rectilinear lens, no matter where that curve is at, it's going to be in the same direction, whether it's at the top or it's at the bottom. Done.
That's enough for you.
So when it was
people, but they
distorted,
wanna
and you're
see
telling me it was
more.
distorted, it wasn't rectangular, it wasn't that lens then? What was it?
How did that
They want
address
to see
anything
more
I
and
said?
see more of the Earth.
Right, what
That
camera
addressed
was used that
nothing
day
I
then?
said.
Yeah.
Like,
Can I
not
try
even
to
a
address
single word of
Rigger?
what I said did that address.
Yeah. So
Like,
Rigger,
you cannot say the footage from the satellite, the Japanese satellite, is fake if you do not know the conditions that image was taken. But yet you automatically default to it's fake because it doesn't align with your view, right? So
Can I
by
address
default,
Rigger?
you guys have to.
Let me know when you're done.
Fuck it. I don't need to finish. Go ahead.
Right.
It was easily, you can easily look at it and say that it was distorted because in the center of the frame it was perfectly flat. So that means as soon as that flat horizon, as soon as that flat horizon goes to the top, it's gonna look convex, curved in the opposite direction. When it goes below, it's gonna be curved in a different direction. So that's how we know
Straight
it was
all the way across, all the way across, all the way across with
That's how
with no distortion.
Yeah, but that's how we
Because
know
you
it
saw
was
flat,
distorted
therefore
lens.
distortion. Wow.
That's how we know it was distorted. Because
you saw flat, you know it's distorted. There's no other choice here, but just, yep, it's distorted. What was the camera used that day?
But that goes back to what I asked. That goes back to what I asked and never got an answer for. A flat Earth would have a curve.
All right.
Why are we looking for straight lines of a circle?
So apparently the only real images of the horizon when at high altitude are the ones that look flat. Are those the only ones that are correct?
Are you just
For
shifting
all
the
the ones,
conversation?
Yes.
no, I'm asking because it seems like every time we see high altitude footage, the only ones that flat earthers will accept are the ones that look flat.
Yeah,
But
and
as
now
soon as they have a curve,
in
Well, the ones
reverse.
you guys accepted, the ones with the curve.
It's way
in
harder.
reverse.
It's way harder to get a straight horizon, dude, than it is to get a
Rigger.
curved one. It's almost every, you know, you can get
because when you see a curve, when you here, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post a GIF, and you tell me if this is actually curved or if the lens is distorted, right? Because we can look at it, we can look at a horizon, and when it's curved in the same exact direction, no matter where it's at in the frame, we know it's not distorted.
Well, hear me out real quick. I would pose that because refraction would make the image bend down, that on a flat Earth, it would appear that the horizon's slightly lower and that things would dip down in the distance because of the refraction. On a globe, for everything to appear flat, you would have to have the same kind of weird refraction or distortion that would just make it appear flat in every direction, though. Like, it's not just one photo or one zoom in. You would have to make that weird refractive claim around your whole, like, circular vision, which doesn't make any sense. Like, you would have to be saying that it just appears flat, even though it is a globe, because of refraction in every direction.
No, that's lens distortion. It has nothing to do with refraction. Now, see the GIF I just posted? Notice how the curve in the horizon doesn't change as it goes to the top of the lens. It's not bending back and forth. That's not a distorted lens.
Where'd you post it?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Sorry.
Oh, wait, it's hold on. I had to post it. Give it a second.
Okay.
Oh, is the one where it's spinning around?
No, not that one. Well, that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Why is it on a? Is it on a gimbal or something? Why is it rotating like?
It's because it was It was on a rocket.
Why would the rocket be spinning out of control?
Because it's falling back to Earth.
Oh.
Yeah, so you need to do the experiment again with the camera properly stable and pointing down a bit, but no one does that for some reason.
You can't see the rocket.
Why not just use a balloon? That's like the cheapest way to go.
Address the reason why the horizon is curving in the same direction.
Okay, because it's cut.
You just put my question on me. Like, what are you doing? I asked you the question about the Japanese footage. You never answered it, and now you're asking me why it looks curved. Like, what the fuck?
It looks flat.
You know, it's right who said something a second ago. You're going to see some curvature if you guys are saying that it's circular. Like the horizon, even Jeremy's getting me my DMs right now listening, is circular. The fact that you guys are going to not say there's going to be any type of curve.
Then we would be.
Hey, Jeremy, get in here, bro. Get in here,
right, Jeremy. You hear me, bro? Get your butt in here. We need you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's my point on the image I posted. That image I posted is just of my cup, like my teacup, right? My teacup is a circle. If I look to the edge of the circle, it's curved. Unless we're on cube Earth, you shouldn't be expecting like a flat horizon, even on flat Earth.
I'm going to post another one.
Yeah, it can't be perfectly flat.
I'm going to post another one with the difference between a distorted lens and a not distorted lens.
Okay. Are you posting the right spot, hon? Where am I at? Shit.
By the way, I just wanted to note this is the unreasonable standard of evidence that flat earthers have, which we can never fulfill. This is what I'm talking about. We have
the highest standard to you does not make it unreasonable.
It's just enough.
It is completely unreasonable given the fact of how much evidence we can produce in general for ourselves. Like
I mean, with your logic, flat earthers shouldn't exist, and there should be no contention with the globe model. Period.
With my logic, I should be able to touch the container, right? I should be able to walk whatever time it's needed to reach one of the sides of the container, because according to you guys can only have pressure on a container. Therefore, I should walk to any side of the earth and touch the container at some point. But that can never be done.
You've never touched it though. That's the proposition.
Yes, because it doesn't exist.
Well, that's an unreasonable standard you have. That is an unreasonable standard you had. Therefore, you should be a flat earth.
Why is it an unreasonable standard?
What is the point of this discussion?
Why is it an unreasonable standard? Like, if flat
you
Earth
can't
exists,
go there.
container is real. Therefore, I should be able to touch the sides of
But
the
you
container.
haven't.
I cannot touch the
You
sides of the
haven't gone
container.
there.
Therefore, flat Earth does not exist, right?
You haven't gone
Earth's a
there, so
ball,
you're
you
making a
should
leap,
not have
aren't you?
any
I have
footage
done.
of
I've literally been
with a
to
flat horizon.
all over the. I've been all over the world. I've been in South America. I've been in North America. I've been in Asia. I've been in
No, not
Africa.
to the
I've
edge, bro.
I've never been able to touch a side of a container.
You've not gone to the
You
edge.
haven't been
so
high
it's a
enough, bro.
stupid
I've been
argument.
in New
Just get-
Zealand
You
as
gotta
well.
get high. You gotta get high to
No,
touch
it's
the
further
container.
than that.
Wait, container.
The edge is
The
further
container,
than
right?
what you're
What,
saying.
Can we go
you
back-
idiot.
okay, where is
Can we
the
go
edge?
back
Where
to
is the
language?
edge?
You should
Can we
know
go
by
back
now
to
if you're a
language?
mod.
I like you, Zoe, boy. You're
What?
funny,
Well, no, I'm
If you're a
just
mod in a
asking.
flat
What?
Earth server, you should know the model by now.
This is not only a Flat Earth server. It's all kinds of topic server, and
least
it's
that.
Oh, you're
irrelevant
actually, yeah, you're implying
if
you
I
don't
know
know the
or
model.
not. I'm asking. What's the model then? Give me a map. Give me something, right?
You need to go back.
You
to
can't
school,
even
Flat Earth
produce a
school.
map. This is our expectation. This is our expectations for you. You can't even produce a map. We can at least produce a map that's consistent with observation.
There's a
Why do you guys
surface above
argue
us.
with him? Why?
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm trying to work out there. I'm trying to navigate through the treacherous waters, the Bezoidberg arguments. It's fun though.
What
Like,
treacherous water? I'm asking in good faith. Can I do anything with the flat Earth? Can I touch the container? Can I like whatever? Right? Can I
you could. Have you tried to
predict day and night? Predict
What-
day and
the
night
question,
seasons
like,
with a flat Earth model,
Zoid,
stuff like that.
Zoid, have you actually tried to touch the container or not?
Right.
So I have been
Oh,
to
Are you
Terra
going
del
to give me
Uovo,
like
right?
a Pitbull song?
I've been
It's
to
a Pitbull song. You're going to give us a Pitbull song right now. I've been to Miami,
no.
New York, and all the rest
I'm
of it.
trying to explain to you. I've been to the edges of South America, right? I've been
not far
to
enough.
South Africa. I've been to North Africa. I've been to the United States. I've been to
Africa's in the
Alaska.
middle.
I lived in Alaska for the
container.
longest time.
Did you
Like
try to
I
touch the
Going
container?
anywhere. Go back to the lenses, please.
where is one side of the container that is not the ground? Obviously, the ground is one side. Where the other sides I can touch?
Can someone?
You haven't even been to those areas. What are you talking about?
You
Shit.
haven't been there, bro. You don't even know.
Which
You don't even know.
areas
It doesn't
then?
work arguing. The point is already made. If you guys want to go back to the lenses, you can argue about the lenses with Zoidberg.
Yeah.
Like, you haven't
I mean,
tried to touch the container.
that's-
You're just walking inside of the container and saying, I can't find the outside of it. But you never tried to touch the outside of it, is what you're already implying.
I've tried to quote unquote reach the ends of the earth according to you, right? Because the container contains
go to
this
Antarctica?
earth, right?
Right.
And
Wait.
there's nothing.
Stop. How did you reach the container? Try to reach the edges of the container. Where did you go to the extremities? You doing anywhere near the supposed extremities of this container of this world? You did not.
I've been in Alaska. I've been in Alaska.
For you. Did you go to the
I was
very,
there.
very
I was there
edges
for like
of
6
Alaska? You
months.
did not.
Yes, correct. I went to the Kuril Islands, by the way.
That's like you had a pretty cool sort of adventurous life, man. It sounds like you've seen a lot of the container, but you never tried to touch the outside of the container.
But
So
we
you're
never.
arguing
The problem is that once you reach these specific points, you just go into from the U.S. to Russia. There's no container there. Right? There's nothing separating those two. There's not.
You didn't. You never
now
intended
you've
to
got
try to
the Earth
actually
completely
go
wrong.
out.
You've got North and South mixed up now, buddy.
Okay. No, I'm asking. Okay. So the way the way I imagine this is that there's the plane of the Earth, right? According to flat Earth, there's the plane of the Earth, and it's surrounded by a wall, right? That contains
Ride a plane
gas.
on the
Therefore,
plane,
there's pressure, right? And I've been to the extreme edges of our world for work or other purposes, and I've never been able to touch the walls of this container.
How is he saying that he's been to the extremities of the earth when he has not been to the extremities of the earth? When you were standing inside these extremities, did you see other areas where you could walk, or did you like say, "Oh, stop, can't go here anymore"? Did you actually keep going?
What do you mean?
What do
So
you
I'll
mean that
tell
you
you.
went to the extremities of the earth and you know that there is no wall? You went to the
I'll open a Google map. I'll open a Google map and I'll post a place where I was.
But you're roaming around out, like within the container, right? You're roaming around within the container, like declaring with us that you never actually seeked out the edge of the container, but merely to walk
Give me a
within the
second.
container.
Give me a second.
And then saying that, well,
Point to.
because I've walked
Rick,
within the
let me tell
container.
him. Let me tell him. Zoidberg,
Go ahead, Don.
listen.
You haven't spoken.
Well,
Zoidberg,
listen.
maybe
the
a
edge
better
of the flat
question
Earth,
is.
shush a minute. The edge of the flat Earth is the South Pole, so you need to go there to say I've been right near the container.
No, you should.
It's the South Pole. So you're saying is that if I head north to Alaska, I'll hit the South Pole. North from Alaska, essentially.
Just think about it for a little while.
Let's forget about what he may have done. Can you guys produce anybody that's ever been to the container, touched the container?
No,
Just
I have
show
not, Blue
one
Marble.
person that has.
No, we can't.
No.
No, you're right. We
But
can't.
Blue Marble, wait,
Where is
I'm
the
not the one who
container?
is saying it. Wait,
Oh,
wait,
that's not
stop.
reasonable,
He was
though.
saying
That's
the same
not
thing.
reasonable.
No,
Well,
it is
you're
reasonable,
claiming
but
there's
not.
a container. Show me somebody
Blue
that has
Marble.
seen
No,
the
I'm saying,
container,
I'm
touched
saying
the
them.
container,
They were
gotten a
telling
piece
us
of the
all our
container. Please.
contentions are unreasonable, and now they're asking
You
us
might have been the one
to
that
see the
said it.
container.
Just to let you know, right?
It was
Like there are
Zoidberg.
people that
It was Zoidberg
there are
that said there was a container when we show it to him, and he said there isn't one. He went to the extremities, and then Blue Marble, you just came in and said that nobody, right, has been to these extremities, like in this room right now.
No, I just ask you to produce somebody that has.
Right.
Well,
Nobody
I can
has
show
no
you
Blue.
someone.
If you can't do that,
No,
then
but
there's no
Blue
container.
Marble. Blue Marble,
Oh,
I can
there's
show you
no
someone.
way you can tell me there
one
isn't a
second.
container if you haven't been to those places. Can you verify something you haven't been to?
Verify that there is a container by showing me someone that I can talk to that has been there, or a report
so
of
I can
anybody
produce to you.
who has touched the container.
Right, most of what has never
Yeah,
been there.
I'm posting a picture.
Can you guys hear me?
Can see.
Can you guys hear me at all? Or am I muted?
Yeah, we can hear you. Rick, go ahead.
Oh yeah, rock and roll. Produced, like, I mean, what is it? I can produce to you people that claim to have gone into a different dimension just within their mind, right? And they will claim that, and they'll authentically like claim that I went to an internal dimension. I had a dream. I saw all this stuff. So I mean, just showing you someone that claims to have gone and done something that you think is not really necessarily possible is not proof of anything inherently.
I've never heard of anybody claim that they've actually been found the container. Anybody?
Not the container, but I can show you people that say that they've gone to hell, that they've died and they've been resurrected. They've died for 30 minutes and they come back to life and they're like, I went to the
but like that's fine.
That's not what
that's
I'm
fine. But I want evidence. I want evidence for the container. I showed you in this picture. I've been to this island, literally. One side is the United States.
I want evidence
The
for
other
the
side
globe.
is the other side is Russia, right? So if you're telling me the container is north or south of this location, north or south of this location is either the Arctic Ocean or Antarctica. There's no container there.
I got a picture, right? Because this conversation's going nowhere, right? So, can you explain to me why this picture exists?
What picture?
Yeah, because
I will answer that question when you answer the one I had like half an hour ago. Why on a circular plane are you expecting a flat horizon?
You asking me?
Yes.
You won't get a perfectly flat horizon. It just your vision doesn't work like that.
Then why are you showing us a flat horizon if vision is a problem?
Oh, because I don't think this includes all the edges, right?
That's because this was taken right at the point when it was
You see a
right
slight,
in the center.
tiny slight.
It's probably cropped. It's most likely
probably
cropped where it's right in the center, right? I just posted something similar, right?
But also, this image is convex, by the way. You can see a slight convection of both sides. And also, it's probably cropped, yeah.
Now, if you go up to 1 minute past the hour, I posted one with two different images. Two different GIFs, right? One with a distorted lens, and one with a non-distorted lens.
So the 22 miles one. Oh, who posted that one?
I posted that one.
Okay.
So notice how it's
What
right in
happened
the
to
center.
proof
It's
of
not
the
really
container?
moving that much, but it's in the center. But as soon as that balloon pops and that horizon starts going to the top and the bottom, you're going to see it's going to go convex, it's going to go concave.
Oh yeah,
it's all over the place.
Well, of course it is.
That's with a distorted lens.
Yeah, and again,
Now,
like, if you're sending these up to take photos of the flat Earth, you should be expecting a curved horizon. So in the best case scenario, we should be not bothering with curved flat horizon photos because both our models should expect a curve.
In fact, if I could read, because Jeremy's not going to come here, and respectfully, I get what he's saying to me, but that guy was right, which is, you know. Flat Earth horizon is a circle. You guys sound stupid saying there is no curve. It's supposed to curve. Literally, they're laughing at us, and we are a joke. People that are listening right now.
I mentioned that.
It should be a cube for a flat horizon. Cube Earth, then you get a flat horizon, but then I want to see the corner. I want to see the corner horizon.
Right,
if it's
exactly.
Cube
Triangle
Earth.
horizon.
We're arguing over bullshit this morning, guys. Let me get to some
I don't think anybody's laughing at anybody. I don't think we're mocking people here. I'm open to the concept of the Earth being flat. I just need the argument and evidence for it.
No,
Nobody's
people
mocking
listening to us
anybody.
are laughing. People that are watching this are laughing, honey, not the people in the room. Actually, I was laughing a little bit. I still am a little bit too.
I mean, we
in
said
any
that
case-
years ago, but nobody paid attention.
This is what I mean by flat Earth having unreasonable standards of evidence.
Guy, you want to touch a firmament? How is that not unreasonable? Like, what is wrong with you?
Okay, if a container exists, right, it should surround the plane of the Earth from
I
all
understand.
sides. So I should be able
Say
to touch
100
it,
times.
to touch
It
the place
change
where
the
it meets
fact
the ground, right?
unreasonable.
That's what
This
I'm
is correct,
saying.
though, because there should
Why
have
is
been all
it, why
types
is it
of
unreasonable?
There should have been many expeditions to the edge. There should have been
But
all
if
types
you
of people
have
trying to
contention-
hang off the edge or
You can't
touch
have
the container.
contention,
There's
but
just gonna
flat
be all
Earth is
types of people
challenging
doing
your
this.
model
That's the
and saying
thing,
they're
though.
unreasonable, and then
have-
ask to fucking touch
There
the
have been
firmament and hang off the edge.
expeditions. There have been expeditions to the edge. There have been expeditions from opposite sides of Antarctica that have met in the middle.
Exactly.
I know supposedly, Stace, but the problem is, we've said we've done all these things. Flat Earthers have not done all of them because they can just claim they need all the money. We're not. Fucking TFE spent loads of money on flat earthers, and a majority of flat earthers 180'd the position they had held for a decade. That should scream to you: you are living a lie. 10 years.
I know a lot of people lie.
10 years, Stacey, of there is no 24-hour sun. The minute TFE is planned, the 24-hour sun doesn't matter. Well, Satan will just do it. Every excuse pulled out the arse to try and retain flat Earth.
You know for a fact, though, there were quite a few of us, and including myself, who've said it for years, that I didn't give a shit about the sky. It did not affect what my position. It was never going to affect it before or after. To me, I thought it was kind of stupid that they were calling this experiment and they were going to go do this in the first place. And I said, if you're going to do it, do more. So no, not all of us felt that way. It's
Then
just not a fair
unfortunately, Stacey, if the sky doesn't mean anything to you, you fail to understand how the models work, how the globe works, and how the flat Earth should work if you don't have magic.
Do you know what's funny? Is nobody really understands it in this entire damn room, but they think they do based on a model. But even the flat earthers that think they know actually don't know what's going on in that sky.
Respectfully, may I ask a question? I don't want to do this accusation or shit flinging, whatever. I'm asking respectfully. If the edges of so I can understand better your positions, right? Flat Earth positions. If the expected edge is Antarctica, then we are talking about the AE map, right? Is the AE map the model for flat Earth or not? Because I hear so many contradicting statements.
Nope. I'm not aligning with the model or a map. That's where they failed in the first place. I'm sorry. Some people might still in here, and that's fine. But there are a lot of us that are not aligning with a knowing for a fact because I cannot verify.
But how am I supposed to believe in the flat Earth with no model, no map, no nothing, no experiments I can do?
Why do things like Admiral Byrd, who says there's things going on that we haven't even ventured to see and more? Why is that just thrown out the window? What about the project that hit the damn supposedly dome, possibly hitting something? We'll just throw that out the fucking window too. Even our governments did it, right? We'll just throw everything that is possible, just a little bit possible evidence for some flat Earth, right? We'll throw that out. But everything else we'll use an assumption to say, listen to me. I don't
What
need
is the evidence, though? What is the evidence?
Seriously, assumptions?
The evidence of the globe is multiple predictions done using the model of the globe for different things, day and night, seasons.
Y'all calling? Wait, real quick. I got a DM. If anybody's calling, I will let you know right now. I will. That's very clear because if you guys are calling, and I've heard this right now in my DMs, if this server is calling people bitches like Taylor in here, And I'm a mod. I do not want to be a mod, and I will leave this server. I will make it very clear that women will be respected on the server. I just found out that you can call names like a
Yeah, we're
bitch.
banning that
You
shit.
will not do that
We're
here.
banning that shit.
Nobody's calling. Who
Completely,
called
we're
Tyler anything? Like, please, Tyler is not even in the conversation.
Hold on, Stace.
No, but I'm getting.
It was
Listen, I've
one
been
guy.
getting DMs left and right about flat earthers, and I'm getting tired of it too because I'm here as a mod. I'm getting hit by everybody. How I turned against the community, turned against flat earthers, and everything else. But if you guys are going to disrespect other women the way we've already been disrespected, I will stand up for it, make it very clear right now on stream. This will not happen, or I will leave it to other people.
I don't think anybody on this side is doing that.
Oh, Jeremy's not lying to me and other people in my DMs right now. They're not lying to me what's happened on this server and other people saying they've been treated like shit.
Stacey, there's a mod chat. There's a mod chat room. You can mention this there, so we can resolve it.
I know that. I know that, but since the shit we've been through for the last damn years, and we've left these servers because we're tired of it, and I'm getting trashed in my DMs right now from all you guys. You guys need to fix yourself.
Stacey, nobody think it's okay to call women bitches. I think that's absurd, and we'll regulate the people who do that. That's just not.
But you know what's funny?
And you're also a mod. You can do this yourself. You're also a mod. If you notice people are being misogynistic, then regulate them. They absolutely deserve it. Misogynists are not welcome.
Call them out by name. Who's doing that?
Pathetic though that we have our flat earthers. It's not even globers right now. It's flat earthers coming at me in my DMs in the last 2 weeks. I'm disrespectful and I've turned on my entire community. You're in this server.
This is not the place.
Pathetic.
This is not the place for bringing up that stuff, though. Like, I get what you're talking about.
There's a mod chat recorded there, and we can deal with it. Like, collectively.
There's going to be a point where we address it.
There is a rule specifically states that like modding within like talking about it openly in VC and the nature of modding is like we shouldn't do it. And I'm just going to point that out. Cool.
I do understand that, but I also have to make a stand as a woman. I'm getting sick and tired of this shit.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Misogyny is not welcome here. Any kind of like bigotry is not welcome here. So we'll deal with it. You are also a mod. You can mute and time out these people who are doing this.
Yeah. Okay.
I apologize for saying anything about modding on the server. The reason I said it is because the people that are listening right now, not you guys, on the damn stream, who are literally DMing me and their nonsense is the reason I want them to hear. Take that flat earth, supposedly true stuff somewhere else and being disrespectful to other flat earthers. It's disgusting. But listening to us and trashing me. Thank you.
So that person was taken care of. Space Pope has actually posted the image of it. And I even clarified with the mod who did it, SE Montreal, that would go both ways. Like, it's not just men can't call women bitches. And I went, well, would you also mod if a woman called a man a bastard?
Wow.
Didn't give me a straight answer, but I did eventually get an answer from him.
Agreed.
But the important thing is, if shit is happening, people popping up in like text chat of going, why is this allowed? Not every mod is aware of everything going on at the same time. Raise that shit. If messages are being sent that shouldn't be allowed, right click, apps, report to mods. We'll know about it. If things if things of VC are being said, clip it on YouTube, send it through the same method. Get it communicated. Bitching, not saying you're bitching, but anyone bitching in text chat that things are happening they don't like. If you don't do anything direct about it, what do you expect us to do?
No, actually, it's not even you guys. It's not the server. That's why I'm here. But the bitch comment I get, because this is why they're coming at me. They're going, do you understand what goes on these servers? It's actually not for you guys. It's for people listening that are supposed to be truthers and talking shit right now to people that are also fellow truthers. For leaving a server and not being there is pathetic.
Yeah, sure. We need to solve this problem. But let's not.
Stop this shit. Leave us alone. We're not allowed to go to other servers and be mods now. Turn on all of us over here because we're talking on Omnis. That's what's said to me. Oh, you're going to go into an Omni server. The Globers are going against it. This is how they're treating flat earthers or turning on other flat earthers. This is pathetic. And this is why I'm hanging out with Globers. I'll make it clear because they're nicer. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
What's the deal?
I'll take that back.
What's the deal with Earth Awakenings? What's the story behind that?
That's what it's all about. Get out of my DMs and get over your shit yourself is what it's about.
Yeah, okay, but like you've made your point. I appreciate your point, guys. I mean, I don't know. Why would they even engage in that? I don't know. Yeah, can we move on though?
Yes, please. I've already said my piece.
We
I'm done.
totally diluted the conversation, but I think we still have to address the fact that I think if flat earthers want to be charitable towards us and we want to be charitable towards them, obviously, I think it's a reciprocal thing. They have to understand that the arguments they make, that the evidence they demand, has to coincide with our understanding our model, right? So you can only demand evidence from us that is from our model. We cannot just make up evidence on the go out of nowhere, right? So all the evidence we present to you, like the sky, the position of stars, position of the sun, things like that, will be from our model. The same thing we would expect from you when it comes to evidence for your model, right? Like
No,
I would expect.
what's the best? So what's
Lion, please, I beg you, man.
you're saying the same thing over and over again, dude. All right, go ahead.
Well, no, it wasn't the same thing. I was saying this: if we present, like, if you guys want us to understand you and your positions, you have to present like evidence from your model, including like things like the container, right? That's why.
All right. Okay. All right. We heard you. Now I gotta say to you, right? We don't have to provide evidence for our model. Most of us in here, the reason that we believe what we believe is it's theological, right? We believe in it because of a book. Now, I'm not going to speak for all the flat earthers, but right now, since the 24-hour experiment in Antarctica, the only ones holding their ground are the religious ones, the religious folk, right? So with that being said, we admit, hold on, I know you're not, but I'm saying a lot of the people that believe in the flat earth model with the firmament and the 6,000-year-old earth, the reason we believe that is we have theological justification for our belief, right? So if you're gonna hold us to the same standard as you already have a problem, because when you guys promote the heliocentric model, you act as if you're not religious. That's the fucking difference.
That is pretty funny.
Is the heliocentric model based on any religion?
You take on a religious sort of
which one
characteristic when you go in this manner. Yeah.
But hold on, which religion does the heliocentric model belong to?
It's based off of the sun worshipping one, where the sun's at the center and the earth is moving around the sun, which is it's known as the Copernicus principle. It's a philosophical bias. It's not based off of any evidence. You have no evidence of the earth in motion.
I think they're saying
it's based on a lot of evidence.
The dome isn't scientific to them. It's
because the sky moves, the earth moves. Sorry, Don.
The container's not scientific to the flat earthers. It's just a thing they know is there based on occult cosmology.
Yes,
maybe
exactly. Sun worship.
I mean, the other thing would be, like, for me, as far as electricity and the way that electricity actually works is, I mean, if you've got an electrical flow from the top to the bottom, you require two surfaces in order to conduct that electrical flow, unless it's coming from outside something. But we have no evidence of a machine that produces such a thing as far as I'm aware of. And if you've got one, produce it to me. But that electrical flow requires two surfaces. And therefore there is a surface up there.
Sorry, Lion. I, like you, was born into an Abrahamic cult. I was born Jewish. I went to temple until I was 12. I prayed, I recited, and then I fell out of faith, right?
You changed
your
religion.
Belong to any... No, I didn't. I didn't belong to any sun-worshipping cult. I just read things, and I made observations myself, and I said, yeah, I think that's correct. And that was it. I don't worship anything.
A lot of people do that, and they go over to Buddhism, and they...
Yeah, but you're not talking to a lot of people. You're talking to me, right? But you're talking to me, though.
I know.
Like, you're not talking to a lot of people.
Your how would you say, like, your story as far as, like, the transitions or whatever that you went through, as far as, like, the way that you thought about things. I mean, many people do this, and they go from religious to atheist and from atheist to religious. Like, it's quite common, actually. Well, people are transient in that sort of sense, like, throughout the course of their lives.
Bro, I'm not saying that you're a sun worshiper. I'm saying that the ideas that you hold to be true right now came from sun worshippers. Historically, the ontology of the heliocentric model is based off of occult sun worshippers.
Yeah, but
Jesuits.
Do you care if the process I use to reach the conclusion that the sun is 150 million kilometers away from the Earth is not based on worshipping the sun or sun worshippers, but like, let's say, personal observations, calculations? Right?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
but
lot of
you haven't actually run them
interpolation and there's a lot of interpolation, extrapolation, speculation, inferences, all built on weak, faulty premises. And you've created a model that seems to work, but it only works with those faulty premises in place. One of the biggest premises that you have to have in your model is that the Earth has to be moving around the sun. That the Earth doesn't have a special position, it doesn't have a unique position, a preferred position in the universe.
Do you know what the first thing I derived for myself, Lion? The first thing I derived for myself is the distance of the sun from the Earth. Do you know how?
Did you derive it for yourself? What does that mean? Did you take like rules and ways of thinking about the measurements from somewhere else in order to like perform the measurement yourself?
There is a physics lab. I used to work in academia in Milano Politecnico. That's my university, prestigious university. There is a physics lab in Gran Sasso, one of the most prestigious physics labs in the world. The LNGS, probably heard of it. And my university, with the physics department, we had to develop some software for them, right? And they have a 1 kilometer tunnel, a vacuum tube, 1 kilometer long, that has nothing in it, right? But one photon emitter and one photoreceptor on the other side. And the way you can understand the speed of light is by running a photon from one side to the other and accounting for the time it takes for the photon to be received on one end. And this is how, on your own, you can derive the speed of light. Therefore, when you derive the speed of light, now you know the distance of the sun from the Earth.
So under certain
That's
conditions,
how I did it.
No, you don't. You don't know the distance.
Under certain conditions, you measure the speed of light, and then you make an extrapolation at that point.
It takes
that the vacuum
around
chamber
8
is similar
minutes.
to that of space. That the vacuum chamber is that similar to space, and therefore you start making like your calculations. I mean, it's still like it's derived. It's inferred.
No,
It can only get longer. It cannot get shorter. The shortest speed of light is, or the fastest, is in vacuum. If there is any medium, or if there would be any medium in space, it would even be further away.
No, so you're already inferring that. You're inferring that right now. The fact that it took 8 minutes, the reason it took so long, that's because of the distance. But it could also very well be there could be things between us and the sun, right? It could be plasma field. We have no idea, dude. I have no idea.
But we know the speed of light in other mediums, and electromagnetics is not changing the speed of light.
Yeah, correct.
That's not, dude.
It's a fundamental law of nature.
No, plasma can drastically affect the propagation of both sound and light. And admittedly, in your model, there's a layer 30,000 miles thick, 30,000 miles thick of plasma, and they're starting to figure out that it might be even thicker than that, because you guys act like you have it all figured out, and then every few years there's a new revelation. Oh, the electromagnetic there's actually something called the magnetosphere. It goes out 30,000 miles, and it might be denser than we previously thought. That alone is going to drastically affect the propagation of light. It's going to make it seem like the sun's a lot farther away. So then you have to recalibrate your calculations. You have to recalibrate everything. It changes everything. But when that happens, well, hold on. But when stuff like that happens, when your model is falsified, you guys just ad hoc a new explanation, a new patch. That's not science. That's curve fitting. It's a moving target. You're constantly rearranging all the variables to fit a moving fucking target. That's not science, dude. You've done it for 200 years. You did it with dark matter. You did it with expansion. You did it with dark energy. You did it with relativity. The whole time dilation, relativistic formulas. That was a patch, bro, to your model because of the Michelson-Morley experiments.
You're just talking at us. You're not conversing with us. This is not a dialogue.
All right, go ahead.
Just want to like school us.
All right, so respond. So respond to everything I just said. At least one thing that I said.
Sounds very confident.
You've had all of human history and don't have a map.
Now we
That's
got
not
maps.
true. We got maps, dude. You just won't accept them.
I mean, Lion sounds more confident
Show the
than
map of the entire Earth. Show the map of the entire Earth.
No, we
All
got
right,
maps. You didn't ask
We
about
got yeah.
maps of the
Hold on,
entire.
I got him.
changed the map.
I'll post him one, but I already know he's gonna talk shit about it.
Well, the AE map?
No, not the AE map, dude. We know the AE map's distorted. We know that.
Oh, show me that dual pole thing. That thing's pretty cool.
Which one is the correct one? Then tell me. I'll Google search it.
Like
the OA map.
We don't have that thing. The thing is, you don't have a perfect map either. There isn't a perfect map that exists.
Lion, just show us the map you think is most accurate.
I will. Hold on.
Just have
This Lion guy sounds very confident. Zeitberger is kind of BTFOing you.
I suppose so.
What are you talking about, bro? Confidence?
Although while he's looking
that a
it up, I
problem?
am very interested in this medium that's supposedly going to slow the speed of light down by 99.7%.
I mean, listen to yourself. You don't even believe yourself.
What I'm saying is that there are things that will throw off.
No, don't talk, Lion. Go get that map. Don't get distracted. Get that map.
All right, I'm getting it.
Why are you committing to a model? Like,
Why not?
Because you need at least a
no,
map.
like, what's wrong with the go with the model? Like, I don't think this is a problem. I mean,
You're not
just admitting
stuck
though that
every-
it could be wrong.
You're not stuck on every part of it. It's just to explain to a glober the rough idea.
This is a
it's
rough
just so
idea
they can
right
throw
here.
it back in your face. That's all it is. They want to see it so they can throw it back in your face.
I know they're gonna throw it in my face. The problem is like the stitching happens in the globe model. The stitching happens out in the middle of the ocean. It's not where the continents are at, right? It's not the surface area of the continents. It's the surface area of the Pacific.
You don't think that they would notice that they're going half like way
Yeah, but
around
then-
on the Atlantic? What about the Pacific? Like, is that part?
Then you have
does not
South
exist?
America to Australia flights.
Look at
Right.
look at that shit. That
Impossible,
shipping
isn't it?
lane between California and China is traveled how much? You don't think they know that distance between those two?
I just went from California to Australia.
There's no problem with the north, dude. It's the south that there's a problem.
You don't think
Yeah,
that
there's a big
traveling
problem.
along that line that they would travel would be way longer than expected? Instead
Bro,
of
I talked
north
a lot
of
yesterday. I just wanted. I got tired of you guys talking shit, bro.
That nobody ever left Australia on their way to South America and flew over the North Pole.
You've got.
See, this is
I did that.
This is the true size of Australia, right? Do we have topographical maps of Australia that show its true size, its orientation, all of that? On the Gleason map, admittedly, Australia is all distorted and stretched out because the Gleason's map isn't to scale either. It's distorted towards the edges. It has to use the globe coordinates. Gleason wasn't allowed to publish that map unless he used a globe projection on a flat plane. That's the only way that Gleason could have
himself, or
yeah, Alex Gleason was a flat earther, but they would not let him publish the map unless he used the globe graticule.
Okay.
But this is what Australia should look like. So if you look in the map that I posted, Australia is to scale. It's not all fucking distorted like on the Gleason's map.
Why is the Pacific so stretched out? I don't like. Is that water stretched out instead of Australia?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. The stitching for your map happens out in the middle of the ocean where nobody can freaking test it.
That's not our stitching.
That's not true. It depends on the map. You're stuck to one map. It's not happening on all maps. Just that one projection you have in your mind. I just posted another projection that doesn't have that at all.
What's up with the time and date? International dateline. What's up with that?
Yes, so.
Wait,
What does this have to do with anything?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
nothing. Okay,
What's up with it? It's purely
it's just a
political.
coincidence,
That's
right?
all. No, it's
Okay.
just purely political.
Yeah.
Well, tell us what's the problem? What's up with it?
Who are you asking?
Lion. What's the problem that it
Do you not
generates?
understand?
Look at it, bro. It's
Politics,
not,
man.
should be a straight line, dude, but it's not. It's all.
Wow,
It should
man, I
not be
wonder
straight
why
line.
does it-
Politics.
Why does it have to be a straight line?
Bro, I don't feel like explaining myself, honestly.
Wow, man, that's crazy,
The
man.
answer is reasons.
I'm saying,
Definitely
do you not are you not aware that like every country has their own world clock, like their own clock? Like you're not aware of this?
Their own
I am. Yes, their own time too. Yes, some countries.
time
they like-
zones?
some. Yes, there is.
Yeah. Time zones are used mostly for like just business efficiency, right?
Yeah, so I just don't understand the problem with the international dateline the way it is. What's the problem?
There's nothing wrong with it. You have to have one in order to have time zones. Otherwise, we just all work on UTC or some other arbitrarily chosen equivalent to UTC, right? Like, which is fine, but you know, it helps if everybody's on the same page, right? Like, I had an appointment this morning at 6 a.m. to deliver something, but it was 6 a.m. in my time zone. If I showed up at 6 a.m. UTC, I would have been waiting like a long ass time for people to show up to work this morning, right? And also, I wouldn't have been able to sleep long enough to work again. I'm also curious why I don't know who's I'm driving, so I can't see people's names. But why does Buddy think he can pull the wool over everybody's eyes about what goes on in the Pacific when lots of people are currently navigating through the Pacific right now? We know where things are. Navigation works, and like none of it. I think it might have been Blue that I heard. I got sort of recognized their voice that about how like flights happen too, right? We know how this works. Like pretending that just because something is a little hard to get to for the average person in a dinghy doesn't mean it isn't actually happening. People live all around the world. There are islands all over the South Pacific. We know how to get there. It happens all the time, and people that live
can I ask you
in
a
that
question, honey?
region
Travel
there.
Does that stop
Sorry, go
it from being there is possibly another alternative to how they're flying, and there could be other ways, and they are doing different things? Could be.
Hang on. What is Lion's argument?
Navigation works a certain way, and it always works that way.
What is Lion's argument anyway?
I don't know. Is Lion the person that claimed that the South Pacific is where the mysterious they ditch something together?
Yeah, it's not just the Pacific. It's the oceans in general. Between the Atlantic and the Pacific.
All the oceans
that's
I've
where
ever
the
been
stitching
to
happens.
are all
So-
where they stitch it. So they're all tailors. They're tailors, not cartographers. Is that what you're telling me? We have a bespoke map.
Dude, believe what you want, bro. I already told you it was good. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine, dude.
Yeah, I don't want to believe things. I want to like go check shit out for myself and see what's going on. Why is it that every time I travel across North America, places are where I expect them to be? Distances are what I expect them to be, and they conform to the globe. Why is that? Why is it that when I went to Europe, it was exactly where I expected it to be?
You went to Europe from where?
From North America, where I live.
Yeah, there's no problem. Dude, there's no problem in the north, dude. If anything, on the flat Earth map, the north shrinks a little bit.
How come
It wasn't an flat Earth map for the guy that was asking for it? Have they had a chance to look at this flat Earth map yet? No? Because I'm curious about it. Because the globe map is a globe. Like the closest representation we can get to a physical thing is wrapping it around a ball. And I have a globe in my office. It's great. I can see things, and there's no distortion. You can see how big things actually are. It's not like the Mercator map or any of the other weird ones that don't do a good job at doing. They're useful, but they're wrong, right? Like there's always something wrong about a projection, but you can still use it for something, right?
So, is there anything wrong with the one you have?
California to Australia. So there's your southern hemisphere.
Yeah, people do that. That's a pretty common thing. Like LA, I think LA flies out to like Sydney pretty commonly, if I remember correctly.
What about all those flights? What about all those flights that when you plot them out on a flat Earth grid versus the globe projection, that all those layovers are right in the middle of a straight like line, like dead reckoning, dude. The layovers are dead reckoning in the middle.
Those are cherry picked. Most of them do not align, but they don't post them for you.
Okay.
They just ignore those.
Well, bring them all out. Bring them all. Bring them all. Let's have a look.
On the globe, those layovers are way the hell out of the way, dude. But on the flat Earth map, they're right in the middle.
Listen, they fly you all over the place. I went from freaking Indianapolis to Atlanta, Georgia again, back up to freaking Canada. I'm like, really, do I have to do this? But the money was going to cost me $2,000 to fly that day if I didn't do it. So then I did it another way. It's going to cost me $600. They fly in different ways too to make up time. I don't actually know what they're doing up in that sky. I get you, it works. It can also work possibly on a damn flat Earth, the same way flat Earth model, right? You don't know that. You're just assuming it won't.
But you're talking about like when they fly at a higher altitude or catch a jet stream at a different altitude or,
Well, yeah, they do
or
that
a
as well.
latitude where it's moving. Like, is that what you mean? Like, it's just more fuel efficient sometimes to do that because you fly with airspeed, not ground speed.
Yeah, like the 490 to do 600. I get you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yo, Lion, can you post that map you were talking about? The flat Earth map?
Go look in the chat and post some shit.
Okay.
How are you verifying though that cannot work? It can only work on a model of your model right now. How come it can only work on your model?
Because for one, right? Let's say the flight from Sydney to Australia, it's like 14 hours, right? There's another flight from Dallas to Korea, which I took that flight. It's also 14 hours. And lay both of those flight routes on a flat Earth, and you'll see that one of them is like almost 3 times as long. But they take the same amount of
What's
time.
your flat Earth model though? What are you doing? Where's it at?
Oh, it's the AE map.
Oh, so we have a map, we have a model for sure, we're fine. But if you did that, somebody just explained, I think it was lying. So they've actually done, then you say we're cherry picking. Okay. So what are we doing here?
But that's the map that we've always been presented with.
But a new one was just presented like 5 minutes ago from the conversation I heard.
Really?
This person is the person's name Lion that went and got the proper flat Earth map, not the distorted AE one.
There's no perfectly accurate map, dude. I already told you this.
Yeah, the globe is
the globe is pretty damn close, right? Like it's
Right, like you just told me there's no projection that is correct. Did you not say that, everybody?
Yeah, but we're talking about projection.
Accurate.
The globe is not a projection. The globe itself.
Well, we're talking about freaking maps right now. First of all,
now, when you try and project, when you try and project a 3D to something 2D, you're going to have distortions.
Of course. So nothing's correct, right? Nothing is perfect. Nothing is correct. So we have.
No, that's not what you're saying. Yes, it's all a matter of how accurate it is.
Guys, don't talk over it.
Okay. So it's
Let's talk
accurate
over each other,
to
please.
match your distances and you believe so, correct? I get you.
No,
but then you
but
guys then go, it can't be any other way. And it has to work only this way because it can't be flat and working this way. It can only work from my globe model. I don't agree with that because you don't even know what our map would be.
Well, that's the
Right?
thing. You
The
guys have
problem
had
is-
all this
the
time to
problem is-
create. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Arjen, please come in.
The problem is that we are having to take something three-dimensional and put it into two dimensions, which is leading to it being distorted. How about you do the reverse of that? Take your 2D model and make it into a 3D one. Let's see if it all of a sudden will no longer be distorted.
And you'll
You're the one that are claiming you want a model and you have one and it has to be a certain specific way. This is why I have an issue with that because people don't even know for a fact. They're just only thinking it has to be this presupposed position in their head. This is all it is. Not even trying to address it could be something else.
Because if the Earth was flat, you could do a top-down view of the entire Earth, and it wouldn't be distorted at all.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's extremely difficult because it would take like a military operation to survey the entire world to get an accurate map. None of us in here can do that, dude. You gotta understand, to survey the entire world, you would need like a single fixed reference point, like the North Pole, and then you have to work your way outwards to the outer edge.
And they've already done that.
From that single reference point.
Well, that's not true. I mean, Australia's been surveyed on the ground in a non-military fashion to high detail, all the lengths of all the distances between the cities and everything. And it's certainly not in proportional distances the same as, for example, the AE map. So show me
Gosh, dude.
Show me a sat map.
Bro, I already told you, right? I have no problem with the surface area of the continents. That's not where the problem arises. The problem arises out in the middle of the fucking ocean, dude. Australia is clearly distorted on the AE map. I already granted you that. The AE map is distorted towards the edge. We know this. Flat Earthers know this. We've known this since the Gleason map came out. Admittedly, he knew it was distorted towards the edge.
Well, the one thing that's not distorted is the globe. And we know the distance between each and every point on the surface of the Earth.
Well, so I have I have no gripe with the local topographical maps of the continents. If you look up right now a local topographical map of Australia, and when it says when I say topographical, I'm talking about absolutely planar, horizontal. There's planar horizontal maps of all the continents, and they look accurate to me. They're more accurate than the globe projection.
No, they're distorted.
But when you combine all the topographical maps of the continents and you try to piece them together, the distances between the continents out in the middle of the ocean, that's where you guys do the stitching. That's why we have flights. We have flights. That's all you guys ever say. We have flights.
Yeah, exactly. We have flights that go between those two locations. And we know the distance between different latitude and longitude positions, right? In the north and in the south.
Well, let's grant you what you said. Let's suppose that Australia's been surveyed to detail, which it has. So all the coastal inland proportionality and lengths and dimensions of it are known, are well established. Yeah, and let's suppose we grant you that yes, it's just a question of where it is and where it is with respect to everything else. It's on the AE map, it might be in the wrong place, for example. Yeah, but what you've also got to then look is, what are the ramifications of its position with respect to the night sky and the sun? How long is solar and moon on the east coast? How far apart is it to the west coast solar and moon? Because we know anywhere else in the world, you can measure virtually the distance between things by looking at the transit of the sun.
Yes, this is where the math gets complicated. Go ahead.
Well, it's not. If you do that, then you would have if it's on an AE proportion. We all know that the transit of the sun in the south is longer than it is in the north on an AE map. But if you work out the actual time it takes for the transit of the solar moon across Australia, it's much smaller than it would be distance-wise on an AE map. So you know that there's no way you can fit the proportionally accurate Australia on an AE map.
So this is why I brought up yesterday the sun, even on the AE map, keeps its angular velocity like the big hand on the clock.
That's exactly
what you said. While you could plot out coordinates, right, and make the north and the south symmetrical and act as if the sun is covering the same amount of distance, in reality, while the sun's keeping its angular velocity, therefore solar noon still matches the latitudes, the longitudes up north as the south. It's actually covering more surface area, which is exactly what your Stellarium software shows, which is a globe software. It shows the sun actually covering more distance while keeping its angular velocity.
That's because it's globe software. The fact is that the transit of the subsolar point across the two tropics is the same speed on the ground. That means
that's not true. That's not true.
Well, it is absolutely true, because the sundial and the latitude on a sundial that you take from the northern hemisphere, say the UK, you can go and use it in Australia. The sweep of the sun and the shadow sweep of the sun is the same. Therefore, its velocity the velocity of moon across the surface is the same. This is well established a long time ago.
So can you post that? Can you post that? I'm curious because I have. There's a book called it's called Cathedrals, and no, it's called dude, hold on, I'll pull it up. I can't remember the title of the book. It's a globe book, dude. But they notice in like the Middle Ages, they noticed the disparity between sundials or clocks on Earth, what they would have been using sundials, and the speed of the sun at different times during the year. Certain times during the year, the shadow. Hold on. Certain times during the year, the shadow would move faster than other times of the year.
Yes, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all year round. A sundial from the northern hemisphere will work in the southern hemisphere, even though on an AE map the transit and topology of the shadow would be radically different.
Shouldn't the speed? Last thing. All right, dude, go ahead.
Sorry, Alan. Ardian wanted to get in, please.
Sure.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I've seen that. Sorry.
Please.
I've been waiting for the moment when you said with the military analysis. I disagree with you, man. Like, you don't need the military level technology to make a map for, like, for example, the distances between, let's say, the capitals of every nation, right? They're not going to be distorted. You don't even need to bother with, like, distortion of, like, the territory or the continent or whatever. Literally just make dots on a two-dimensional map. Make dots of every single capital and just put them into proportion to each other, how far they are apart and how far you have to fly, right? And then do the same within a three-dimensional globe where you put all the dots in proportion to each other from the capitals and how long it takes to travel from one to the other. And I guarantee you the dots on the globe will be exactly proportional to the flight and the distance and the time it takes. But on the plane, you will not be able to do that.
All right. I mean, listen, if you think it's easy or we could all do it, dude, that's on you, bro. I don't think it's as easy as you're trying to make it seem, dude. To survey the entire Earth objectively, like first order measurements, dude, good luck.
Do you think that driving across the southern coast of Australia would give you a reasonable approximation of the width, should we say, of Australia?
Oh my God, you guys keep bringing up the continent. Listen, I don't have a problem with the surface area of the continents, not at all.
Let me finish, yeah? Go and look online how long it is between noon on the west coast and noon on the east coast, and that will tell you how long the solar transit is across that continent.
Okay.
Yeah, you have three time zones in Australia, dude.
No, I'm not asking you to look at geopolitical constructs. I'm asking you the physicality of the width of Australia and how long noon is from one side to the other. And then you know how wide it is.
I'm getting there, how much time it takes, then get to the other city, keep going, reaching to the other part of Australia. I get you. So timing, and I'm reaching it. So what is that going to give me at the end? So I have an understanding of the continents about this wide, this long.
Let me finish. That will give you the longitudinal scope of the continent. Yep. But when you put it on the AE map, you've got to make it fit in a longitudinal slice the same width.
So yeah, I posted the book that I'm sourcing, right? This is The Sun in the Church, Cathedrals as Solar Observatories by J.O. Helbron. In this book,
you're talking about seasonal changes on a given location caused by the effects that change the analemma. This has got nothing to do with comparing the solar transit in the northern and southern hemispheres on any given day.
Hold on, dude. Hold on a second, right? So this is how, okay, so you guys admit that there's disparity between clocks on Earth and the sun and the heavenly luminaries, right? This is well documented.
Yes.
If you have a clock on Earth, you'll notice that the sun changes its speed. That's why you have the equation of time between that's why you have the epihelion and perihelion of the Earth around the sun, because you have an anomaly with time.
Okay, so that's an anomaly for a given location. That's an anomaly you can read by comparing days of the year. I'm talking about on a given day, the transit of the sun in the sky in the north and the south in their seasons is identical. That can't happen on a radial plane.
What I'm trying to explain to you that it looks identical because the sun keeps its angular velocity. So when you plot out time, right, it's still gonna it's 1 o'clock still gonna be 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock still gonna be 12 o'clock. But do you actually have evidence that the sun is actually covering the same amount of ground as the north? Do you have that evidence? And if you do, please provide it.
You can go and find it now. You can go and find out the width of Australia and how long noon takes from one side to the other.
Well, I want to see it, dude. Because we have testimonies going back to, you know, the 1700s where people were comparing the time of the sun with sundials and noticing the shadow is moving quicker in certain areas and in other areas. When you compare when you compare the shadow and the speed of the shadow in different places on Earth, dude, it's not consistent. It should be consistent on the globe.
Right now,
it's not consistent.
You can go right now on live streams. You can go right now on live streams. You can go right now. Every single major capital on the Earth has 24/7 live streams. You can go check if it's day or not.
Yeah, and you know the sun in the summer in Australia on the given day between equinox and solar solstice, in the same proportion, inverse proportion period to the north, the sunrise and the sunset are identical in timings. Identical. Go and look it up. Find a city in the latitude.
Dude, I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about the ground speed.
That is the ground. This is all related to the ground speed. The ground speed of the subsolar point dictates where you are in your solar day.
I don't know, man. I gotta see it to believe it.
Well, pick a city, 45 degrees north latitude. Pick a city, 45 degrees south latitude. Look on the solstice in the summer in the north. Look at the sunrise, sunset times, length of daytime, length of nighttime, length of twilight. Do the same 6 months later in the south. They are absolutely symmetrical.
Yeah, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I think you're confusing what I'm saying. Like, dude, what I'm saying, you're not gonna get confirmation through twilight times or daytime, like 24 hours. 24 hours is still 24 hours, dude. So if that's all you're giving me, that's not sufficient. Because the sun keeps its angular velocity, dude. It keeps its angular velocity, so the time is irrelevant. What I want you to do is give me the subsolar points speed. How fast? How much ground is the sun covering? That's what I want, dude. Not evening to evening times. None of that shit.
If you think that the ground, if you think that the sun is traveling faster, don't you think the days in the south would be a lot shorter?
No, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I don't think you guys understand the difference between angular velocity.
I think what you should do is you should download something that download like not Stellarium. I mean, you could use Stellarium, right? Or download something like I use Space Engine, or there's another model. I think there's one that Jeremy was using a lot. I forget what the guy's name is that created that model. But just use that, look at it, compare the times and everything. Maybe you can.
We've done that. We've done that already. We've done that already, dude. Rob Skiba did that.
I don't think. No. I'm talking about you, not Rob Skiba. You need to do this.
I've done it, dude. On my phone. I got Stellarium on my phone. All you have to do is put yourself at 90 degrees south, 90 degrees negative, zoom out, and then compare the sun and the moon from the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn. You'll notice as the sun moves to the Tropic of Capricorn, it starts to gain speed. It literally moves faster. And then if you compare the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer, and you're in the globe software, the sun is moving far quicker at the Tropic of Capricorn than it is at the Tropic of Cancer and the equator, dude. Objectively in your globe model, dude. But that you guys rationalize that with the hold on. You guys rationalize that with the NLemma, perihelion and epihelion.
So check it out. I made a video explaining the NLemma. You should check it out. There's a reason why. That's why I said
I'll post it again.
That's why I said you should look at the model, right? Don't just look at it and say, "Oh, this isn't right." This is probably something that is explained by the grid model. And if you say you agree with Stellarium, I mean, what you should do is look for the sun at midnight. If you do the stellarium, look for the sun at midnight.
Like, are you saying that light travels in straight lines or doesn't travel in straight lines? Because the problem is looking at each of these in isolation. If you're using stellarium and saying the light is traveling in a straight path, there are loads of observations we've made that if light travels in a straight path, it can't be flat. So you can't say it travels in straight lines for this thing because it meets what I want, but then say, no, it doesn't work that way for all the other observations. You don't have a coherent model. You have what you think it should be doing and shouldn't be doing whenever you bloody want.
Yeah, I never said I had a complete model, dude.
And that's a problem. Until you've got a complete model, no one's going to take Flat Earth seriously.
It's also
the thing is, dude, in my worldview, dude, it's impossible to ever gain a complete model because from our puny reference frame as people, it's impossible to know the entirety of the Earth, dude. We will never know that.
Does exactly that. A three-dimensional model does exactly that.
It's also not only that, it's just some of the things you say, like some of the principles you stand on, are contradicted by other principles you stand on.
Like what?
If you can't model it, either you don't understand it or it simply doesn't exist.
For example,
there will never be a working, coherent, complete model of Earth and the cosmos.
But there
the
is.
Hubris that you guys have to think that you can somehow fathom existence is insane.
Let's take a really basic thing that you can't make work, right? I've put a GIF of the distances between 4 locations, and those distances can't make a flat map. The world cannot be flat with those distances being accurate. But it can be a globe. It is a globe.
That's why I said initially, like back in the day, you had people traveling and making maps. You do not require military level of technology to just make like a proportional map with distances from point to point.
I think what you really need to do if you really want to understand a globe model, you have to get away from the Bible. Just take that out of the equation first.
Never that.
I mean, then you're never going to understand.
I posted that video again. For those that haven't seen it, I recommend everybody go see this video. It uses the telemetry data inside of Stellarium, the elevation angles, all of that, and all Rob Skiba did was overlay it on top of the AE map, right? And you could clearly see the sun and the moon moving faster in the south than in the north. Go look at it for yourself.
The AE map is already invalidated because its distances don't work. So why would you use a wrong map?
I get that, and I agree with you that the AE map's distorted. This is just a proof of concept that regardless of what you put the stellarium over, when you overlay it over any map, the sun and the moon move quicker in the south, dude.
So you're agreeing with me that flat maps have distortions, but you're highlighting a distortion of speed, essentially. You see the problem?
Nope.
Well, you're putting things that move at speed on something that is distorted, which means that to travel along those distortions, their speeds would have to change, which is the very thing you are raising as a problem, that the speeds change on a distorted map.
Exactly.
You could take out the map completely. You don't even need a map. You could just take it out and compare the sun and the moon at the north versus the south. The circles, you could see it moves quicker.
Well, if the circle is larger, yeah, if the circle is larger and it's supposed to do 1 complete circle in 24 hours, the bigger the circle gets, the faster the sun must move. Yes, of course, but it doesn't.
We know that in the summertime in the north, the days are longer. Same thing happens in the south. That's what the model predicts.
I mean, I'm sorry, man. Like, we can talk about all of this, like sunlight, shadows, all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, the most simplest thing, like, just take a map right? Take a two-dimensional model and take Sydney from Australia, take like Germany, Berlin, and New York, America, and try to put these three dots in a like proportional length to time distance to each other, and then do the same thing on the globe. And I guarantee you, on the globe, merely the three dots that you will put on the globe, they will match perfectly distance-wise to the length of traveling. But I guarantee you that will not be the case for your two-dimensional model.
Dude, I'm good.
Yeah,
You guys, somebody else want to take over, dude? I'm on set.
Yeah, Andrew Mars is a good one.
Your mic's very muffly, Earth. Our point is like that you look at these things that we're saying you probably don't quite understand, and when we bring up much simpler things like the distances between places, you get all fidgety about distortions. It's not a good look. It doesn't convince any of us, and that's the problem the flat Earth has. Nothing you bring is convincing, because never do you have an observation that does not conform to a globe explanation, and that is a challenge you have. Because if it's not globe, then the globe explanations should have flaws, and we always have an explanation for the things you don't understand.
No, but like if you're not capable, like if you make a map and you are not capable of displaying distances upon the map, right? Which is like the most important thing of a map, like looking in history, your map is kind of useless.
That is true. And as they build up the maps, they start by serving smaller areas and then they add them all together. So the distances are very well known.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've said it before. Like, if I can know how big my house is, I can work out how big my street is. I can work out how big my town is. I can work out how big my county is. I can work out how big my country is. And when we do that across the whole of all the land masses on Earth, and then the distances between them by flying in planes at known speeds, it doesn't work on a flat map. One flat earther just needs to take my GIF, right? Go get a plane, fly those distances if he can, legally, yeah? And go confirm to us that those distances are wrong. Boom. Globe destroyed.
Our best evidence is the fact that there's no drop over distance, dude. Like, that's... What more evidence do you need than that?
What do you mean no drop over distance?
Of course there is.
Plenty.
I'll show you a picture of
Dude,
it.
over and over again. Jesus.
The globe radius has been falsified so many times, bro. It's
no,
it never, not
it's
once,
never been,
not ever. That's nonsense.
No, not once.
If the globe radius has been
Not
falsified,
once,
why does my hidden height calculation perfectly match the image I have based on a sphere of the radius that you say is disproved?
No, that's not true, bro. I posted images last night.
I'll show it to you now. We'll do the thought experiment.
Okay, I posted images last night, dude, across one of the Great Lakes. I think it's Lake Michigan, dude. You can see 50 miles across that lake, dude. You can see the city skyscape on the other side, which should have been obscured by 20,000 feet of curvature.
Granted,
hold on, granted, you can't.
That's all you need.
Yeah, on the seashore. Granted, you can't see the very bottom of the buildings, right? That's irrelevant. You shouldn't be able to see any of it.
No. Because you say
you need the lapse rate and the observer height, and you need to do the whole calculation properly.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's been done many times, bro.
It always shows that what's seen is expected on the globe. That's the problem.
That's what
bullshit. You guys have to invoke refraction. You have to invoke refraction to make it work.
Yeah, because it's
not we know refraction exists. It's not an invocation. It's just a matter of fact.
Bro,
and all you have to do is take a simple high school optics class to figure that out.
Lion,
genius. The picture I posted. Hold on. The picture. No, hold on, dude. The picture I posted. The guy's on the seashore, touching the sand. You can look across Lake Michigan and see the city skyscape, dude.
Yeah,
you don't need to know the exact observer height, dude.
You do.
Even if it was even if it was 1,000,
calculation. You can't do it without that information.
Listen, even if it was 800 feet above, which we know it ain't because he's touching the sand, you still shouldn't be able to see the city skyline, dude. And you can see most of it besides the very bottom of it.
Ryan,
Where?
hang on.
Where is that?
Hang on, wait.
Where did he make
Lion,
that observation?
Lion, remember when I said your principles contradict your other principles? You have invoked refraction before, and now you're saying we can't.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I have no problem with you guys invoking refraction. Not at all, dude. I know refraction is a real phenomenon.
You literally just said, but you have to invoke. You literally just said, but you have to invoke refraction. So you're invalidating refraction.
The type of refraction we're talking about is 20,000 feet of rising refraction or looming.
I think you've done the math wrong, and I'd like to do this math and show you the math. I bet you used
get all the math together.
Yeah.
This is a very famous. This is such a hackneyed old flat Earth thing that, like, this observation of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan is so hackneyed and so well like torn to shreds by the globe community, if there is such a thing, that, like, we all know what you're talking about. We all know that you're wrong because we've all seen it before. Because you've cherry picked out something you think can't happen, and it turns out that it can, and you ignore every other case where this is like, well, yeah, posting it 1,000 times, you wouldn't catch up with all the other flares.
Lion,
tell me how that's possible right there.
Can you just promise me that you'll never complain about refraction again?
Hold on. Tell me how that's possible. You can see the sand, right? You can see the seashore. You can see the guy. You see the guy standing on the sand.
He's on a dune. You can still see sand from a dune. He's at an elevation of a certain.
You explain to me how the fuck you can see across that lake, dude? 50 miles. Hold on.
Should explain it.
Hold on. Tell me right now. Go look up the curve rate calculator and tell me how much curvature you should expect at 50 miles. Go ahead.
I'll do that. My bot has those calculations, so if you give me the observer height and the height of the buildings, I will tell you what the expected obscurance is.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know the exact observer height, but if you can see the sand, just estimate, maybe, put 200 feet for all I care, dude. Put 200 feet above sea level.
That's actually about what it is.
Cool. And what's the height of the target?
Yeah, I know Blue knows this one, and I don't know the other gentleman's name, but I bet they could calculate this up really quickly. It's a very simple math on the globe.
Let me ask a question. I did a video on this like a month ago, like completely destroying a guy that tried to.
Yeah, can I ask a question about
the real elevations of the dunes?
Yeah, where that picture's made from, that is an elevation of about 200 feet.
Cool.
Up on top of it's called Warren Dunes.
Yeah. I'm going to put the targets, the buildings are 1,451 feet. Does that sound about right?
That's probably close to what the Willis Tower is. Yeah.
Dude, that's cool. Pretty freaking tall, dude. I mean, those buildings on the bottom. I mean, go ahead, dude.
Do you think that the top the bottom of the sun is lower than the top of the buildings?
Bro, that's irrelevant at this point, dude. We're not
no. There's literally a straight line going from the person making the observation to the buildings to the sun. Do you think that's possible?
Listen, guy. I know where you're going with this, bro. Just explain. Explain. Hold on. Before we go there, one thing at a time, dude. Before we go there, first explain how we can even see this observation. How this observation is even possible.
That's what
because
I'm
doing.
For one,
you can't even see the rest of the. You can't see the rest of the city. For one.
Let's go through the calculation.
Also, I think you're missing the height of the observer. That's two.
Go. Yeah, you're right. I don't know the height of the observer. To me, it looks like he's right next to the water, dude. That guy looks like he can touch the water with his toes, bro.
No.
Shall we go through the calculation rather than talking about the calculation we want to do?
They're literally sitting on the sand.
All the numbers. I bet
they're literally on the sand
somewhere.
They're literally on the sand. I gave you
sand. Sand can be at a very high elevation.
Yeah, based on the numbers given, there would be a hidden height of 161 meters. I think you said 1,000 was the number you got.
20,000. He said 20,000 feet. Right.
How is the sun 20
in the meters
at sea level?
off the top
If
of my
he's
head, I
at
have to do
if
some
he's close
thinking.
to sea level, it's 20,000 feet of hidden height.
No,
No,
absolutely not.
According to
And the Great
the
Lakes are
correct
not. Lake Michigan isn't at sea level.
and according to the correct curvature calculation, 200-foot observer, 50 miles, height being 1,451 feet, it would only be hidden by 161 meters with standard sea level refraction. Nowhere near the thousands that you
Here we
think it
go.
should be.
Here we go. So not only should it be hidden, it should be hidden even with the standard refraction taken into account. So either way, it should not be visible. It should not be
That's
visible.
not
It should
what
not
was
be
just
visible.
said.
should not be
161 meters of hidden.
That's
Dude,
all.
you guys fudge the numbers, bro.
No,
That's
you don't know what you're
fudge the
doing.
numbers. Bro, that guy, hold on. Hey, that
No,
guy,
you don't know what the hell you're
dude,
doing.
that guy right there is literally touching the sand. You can see the sand. He's got his,
How high
they're
is the
next to
sand?
the water.
That's
They're next to the water.
dunes, bro.
They're next to the water.
That's what they make sand-
They're
you know
next
what
to
they
the
make-
water. That observation
Do you know what they make sand dunes out of, dude?
Dude, let
They
me
make
talk.
sand dunes out of fucking
Bro.
sand. The same
Bro,
thing that goes down
bro,
into the water.
I don't care what you say.
He's up on top of a
It's a
sand
dune.
dune.
It's a dune. It's a dune. Whatever, dude. That guy is
Look at the
on the
elevation
shore.
of Warren
He's on,
Dunes.
dude. He's on the shore. We can clearly
Look
see
at
the
the
shore.
elevation.
He's not on some
Look at
mountain.
the
He's not on
elevation.
some mountain, dude. He's not on a mountain. He's on the
Ryan,
shore.
what
You
do you
can see
think? Okay,
across.
we got
You
it.
can see
Okay,
across.
got it,
You
got
can
it.
see across the flat Earth.
Okay,
And you can
well,
see the
okay, man.
observation of 50
Okay,
miles
Lion.
away, dude.
Okay, Lion.
You know,
look at the
do this.
elevation of Warren Dunes. Look up the elevation of Warren Dunes, please.
Yeah, but do me a favor, real quick. Reset the observer height to 6 feet and see what it says.
Yeah, let's do that. So, observer, 6 feet, just like he wants, 50-mile distance. Target is 1,451 feet tall and sea level refraction. Hidden height of 367 meters.
There you go. You'll still see it.
Your person with their feet in the water still see it.
All right, can you take away the refraction index? Completely take that out.
No, because you can't take away the atmosphere. You don't get to take away the refraction.
Look at him
You don't get
freaking out,
to do
dude.
that. I'm sorry.
Listen,
bro.
take out. I just want
No.
curiosity. Just take out the refraction. See what it says. I'm just curious.
We take out the refraction. What, you going to say that
Why?
your map is right? Did you pass out and die from lack of oxygen?
You guys crack.
I will do it.
Because
I will
if
do
it
it anyway.
Then there's an atmosphere.
448 meters. Still not what you said it was.
Still see the top of the building.
Still see it.
Dude, I
So,
don't know. I did it
again?
in my head, dude. I don't know what it is exactly, but
well, that's the point.
It's, if it's 20 miles square, dude, it's 50 miles away, dude.
You haven't done the math properly. That's the point. Every time flat earthers come with what they think is a gotcha, they haven't done the right math, they haven't done the right calculations, they haven't considered the right effects. You always miss something out consistently because you're not professionals.
No, no. It's a quadratic formula. But can
I'd
somebody
require
else? Can somebody
professionals
else
to do
check
it,
their
man.
math?
I
Can
will
somebody else check
supply.
their math?
I will supply.
Yeah, get a flurf to check the map, please.
I agree with. I think I agree with their math.
Professional flurf.
I will
Who's
supply.
making money off flat Earth? We need a professional
There you
flurf
go.
to do this.
There you go, Lion. that is the JavaScript code that performs the calculation. You're more than welcome to critique it. That is the code.
So again, you still think the sun is lower? The bottom of the sun is lower than the buildings on
Hold on.
flat Earth?
Just go for a little swim.
Is there anybody in the chat that can tell me the expected curvature rate or
Dude,
curvature at 20?
Chalk it up as a loss,
Someone
man.
just posted it for
chalk
you.
up
I'm
as a
not
loss.
looking at it, but it sounds like you got it there.
Can I get the word in again, please? It's going again to the same thing I said earlier, right? When you critique the globe, you have to go to these extreme cases of like you can see 5 meters more or 100 meters more than you typically should on a perfect globe, and you are capable of like displaying that some shadow is not acting maybe the way it is, right? Okay, cool. I'll just grant you whatever, man. Let's say you are correct. Let's say that the globe model in these cases is failing because these people are not getting through to you. Why do you then turn around and choose to prefer a model where you cannot even display 3 distances of 3 capitals while still remaining coherent?
I mean, I could say the same
look
thing
at that
about
way.
dude. There's plenty of flights that show your layover way the hell on the side, dude. But on a flat Earth map, it's right in the middle.
What about the plenty that
The
don't?
trajectory.
Because, like maybe the layover is there for economic reasons.
Yeah, there are.
Not every flight plan is based on just a straight line distance. There's
No,
other
sir.
things like who can we pick up and pay more money to fly if we go over here?
Yeah, there are economic, political, and geographical reasons to
Hey,
take
what's
certain
up,
flight
folks?
courses.
Those aren't layovers anyway. Those are connection flights.
When
Yeah,
I flew to Australia, I had to stay over in Doha, for example. And then I flew from Doha to Australia. There's going to be very few people who want to fly from England straight to Australia. So no planes exist for that route. But planes exist to Doha, and then planes exist from Doha to Australia.
I drive every year, sometimes multiple times a year, from Northwest Europe to the Balkans. And it takes me round about, if I will drive like continuously, it will take me like a day and a few hours. Yet when I look at your map, it looks like it's right next to each other. And yet the distance from, let's say, Morocco to Tunisia, it looks like it's 5 times the size of what I just traveled, even though that I have traveled that took me less than a day. This is the issue.
Isn't it?
This is the issue with your map. Like when you critique the globe, you critique like so minute things. Like, hey, I can see 100 meters further than I should be. Therefore, this is garbage. Throw it away. And it's like, okay, that's your standard. All right. And then you present us nothing, never ever, where you can produce literally just 3 distances on a 2-dimensional map that do not end up being distorted. You can't. The most fundamental thing a map should do, display distances. That's why I find this so ironic, man.
It's a very common thing that the standard of evidence changes based on whose evidence it is.
Yeah.
Globe evidence has to be within like 6 nanometers, and Flurf evidence has to be a couple of cherry-picked things. It's like, I don't think that looks right.
And when we do analysis of things such as railway tracks, this image is from PhD Tony's presentation, that the spherical distance and the flat Earth distance are both taken into consideration. We try to model your model, and railway tracks don't get even close to matching the flat Earth expectation. Taking into consideration the geometry, because the geometry should be larger. Any track distance should be larger than the expected geometric distance, right? So the distance of the track should be bigger than the flat Earth expectation. It is less than half the expectation for the flat
Dude,
Earth.
I think you need a life.
Well, that's a completely irrelevant comment at noticing how pathetic the model is for the flat Earth, or the lack of a model. You can't explain anything. This is why you like to critique the globe so much. Because when you critique the globe, you feel like you can pick it apart. But when you are positioned to talk about the flat Earth, you have no explanations that are coherent with the ones you gave a moment ago. You can't explain Australia.
Bro. You guys, it's just sophistry, dude.
Then explain why the track length in Australia for this dimension is 1,281 kilometers, and the flat Earth expectation would be 3,000 kilometers. If you can't look at that and see that you have a problem with your model, you are not intellectually honest. You're not geographically honest.
I already told you Australia is messed up on the AE map, dude. I don't claim the AE map,
So
dude. I
is
know
North
it's distorted.
Africa, and so is Europe, and so is
You guys
South
keep bringing up
America,
Australia,
and so
dude.
is
I know
South
Australia is all stretched out, dude. I know it.
You own a physical 3D globe to look at.
I told you. Did you not listen to me, sir? I told you I travel from northwestern Europe to southeastern Europe every year. It takes me a day and a couple hours, constant driving. When I traveled from Tunisia to Morocco, the other way around, I ended up traveling in less than a day. You don't, and in Germany, for the record, you have infinite speed, like as fast as you fucking want to drive. So again, I'm telling you, bro, nothing adds up. Not just Australia. They are just like the easiest fucking like dunk on you, where you like can't like deny it. Every single other region of the world doesn't work either.
That's not true,
Well,
bro.
Antarctica
You keep
isn't a
asserting shit with
rigid,
confidence,
but
bro.
it-
The North has no problem, dude. No problem
What
at
do
all.
you mean?
A nautical
just
mile
told
and a
you.
statute mile are identical in the North on the flat Earth.
No.
Dude. There's no
they're
problem,
not.
dude. If anything, the flat Earth map shrinks a little bit, dude. Shrinks a
That's
little
the
bit.
whole
So the
point.
distance should be
That's,
shorter.
that's the point. You should.
Yeah, but on the AE map, it shrinks a little bit. The AE map, I already told you guys, is distorted. You guys keep using that map to try to debunk us, bro. The AE map's already a problem, bro. We know that.
Let's ask this question. If it's distorted,
good map?
you know it's distorted, yeah, what's it distorted from? What's the correct arrangement of the continents and the distances between them?
That's
to
a
the
good.
flat Earth?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
And you sit there going, "I wish I knew." But we're wrong.
I know.
When we display the two-dimensional distorted map on a three-dimensional sphere, do the distortions disappear? Do the distances add up?
Oh my god, dude, it's getting circulated. But anyways,
it's a simple question. It's a
going
simple
back,
question. Don't
bro.
pivot.
Like,
Don't
oh my
pivot.
freaking
Answer.
goodness, dude. I already told
Answer.
you unless we have a flat Earth that's able to survey the
Answer.
entire
Do the
Earth,
distances.
I won't be able to answer that because nobody has ever surveyed the entirety of the Earth properly, bro. We just use angles to the stars and angles to the sun.
That is not what I asked you. That is not
What,
what I
dude?
asked you.
What do you
I
think the
asked you
ellipsoid model
specifically.
is, if
I
not-
asked you. No, that's not what. Let me please. Let's just pose my question again to him. That's not what I asked you. I asked you if we take the distances on a two-dimensional sphere that are clearly distorted, as we both agree, and because of the time you need to travel and the distance that they are supposed to be claimed, right, the proportion, and we display them on a three-dimensional sphere. Do these times and traveling and distances, the distortions, disappear? Or are they still remaining?
No, so that's a trick question. The reason I say that is because when you guys came up with the longitude and latitude lines, you reverse engineered. Hold on, I'm gonna answer it. You reverse engineered the coordinates based off of your already, globe projection paradigm, dude. You already assumed the Earth to be a globe. So when you plotted out the coordinates, you plotted them out as if the Earth was a globe. So when you reverse the flatness, of course it's gonna fit that.
Do you think that when creating local maps, just one point. Do you think that when one does make local maps very accurate, that they use the sky as and when they do that, or do they just use do it on the ground, on the surface of the Earth?
They do all kinds of stuff, dude. There's geodetic surveying.
Yes, yeah.
There's
and
satellite
the local ones,
scanning with LiDAR and shit. There's all types of shit. But what's your point?
The point is the distances across the surface of the Earth, at least on mainland, it's very well known.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I already told you. I keep saying this over and over again because you guys keep using the same argument to try to debunk the flat Earth. Listen, I have no problem with the surface area of the continents.
You just
I have no
said you
problem with the
have a problem.
distances of the continents.
said- I'm sorry,
the problem
Lion.
happens. The problem happens out at sea, dude.
I'm sorry, Lion. You're wrong. I'm sorry, Lion. You just said that the latitude and longitude coordinates have been taken from a flat Earth thing to make it fit to a globe. There's nothing that you can do that without having distortions on all parts of the surface, including the continents. It's not possible. You can't have it both ways. Again, going back to my point, you stand on one principle that contradicts another one of your principles.
Not necessarily, because it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than that because when you go ahead.
No, it's pretty simple. The globe has no scaling issues as far as irregular scales. And the flat Earth map, the AE map, I won't call it the flat Earth, the azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of the globe and does have irregular scaling. So the AE map is completely accurate. You find one little detail anywhere on that map, you can still determine its latitude and longitude look on the globe, and you'll find at that same latitude and longitude that same feature. And if you use the globe with very simple scaling, you get one-stop shopping. You do have the true distance between them. On the AE map, you have to go through a fairly complicated set of maths to get the great circle route, to get the true distance. The AE map is projected from the globe. Globe came first. Latitude and longitude on the globe came first. The AE map is projected for very specific purposes, navigation not being one of them.
Yep.
It seems to me that you
very similar stuff goes into every other projection.
The
Mercator projection. That's why it's called the Mercator projection. Like these maps are not. These maps are useful for some things, but they're not accurate. But if you have a physical globe, have you ever looked at one of those? Do you own one of those? It's amazing how precise they are, considering that it's a thing about the size of a basketball that sits on your desk.
Yeah, 1 to 40 million.
You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah,
really accurate, amazingly accurate with very little distortion.
No, they're not, bro. No, they're not.
Okay, here's the deal. No, hold on. Hold on. Here's the deal. Any map projection that tries to show the whole Earth, that's when you get into trouble, because you could take an AE projection of just Australia. It's pretty fucking good. You could take a Mercator projection of just Australia. You could take, but when you make any of those projections, transverse Mercator, universal Mercator, any of those, if you display the whole globe, that is not what that projection is intended to do. But you take a state, you take a single state in Mercator projection, or azimuthal projection, or Lambert, or polyconic, stereographic, it'll be just fine, because that's what they're good for, is limited areas. That's why you find the whole atlases that are map sheet after map sheet after map sheet, because an entire wall map of the entire globe, that is where they fall apart, where people want to call them wrong when they're mathematically still correct.
That's what I'm trying to say, because when you actually compare the globe, the whole globe versus local topographical maps, you'll notice the local topographical maps and representations of the continents are way more accurate than, and even Google, when you start zooming in, it goes from the globe to what? To the Mercator. And then the more you zoom in, you see rectangular grids. Those rectangular grids that GPS uses is based off of, it's topographically planar.
Hold on. Are you speaking from experience? Are you speaking from experience? What has been your real world experience dealing with major distances, long distance navigation, any navigation, making maps, interpreting maps? Are you speaking from experience, or are you repeating shit you've heard?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Well, listen, dude. I was in the Army, right? And we were taught how to do land nav. Now, this was over a decade ago, 15 years ago, right? I knew about the coordinates and how to track yourself and all that. But that's besides, I had my sextant and all that. But that's besides the point, right? The point here that I'm trying to tell you guys is that you don't have, even in the Mercator projection, it's admitted that America is way bigger than it actually is, right? It's Western centric, right? So Africa looks smaller, South America looks smaller, and America looks, this big America. But really, in reality,
Western centric. What are you on about?
Maybe I'm mistaken about that. But either way, America is bigger.
It's distorted. It is distorted.
That's what I said.
Hold on. The continents aren't to scale. They're not proportional, bro. This has been known in all your maps. All your maps have scaling.
What I said earlier.
Earlier you said that there's no scaling issue. There's no scaling. Listen, bro.
No.
All your maps show the
again.
continents
I'll say it again, if I may.
Guys,
if you take a map,
perimeter of Antarctica is 50,000 miles. It's bigger than the equator.
If you take a map,
the perimeter of Antarctica is 50,000 kilometers or something. The equator is 40,000.
I don't want. It was Shubil was talking. Let Shubil finish, and then you will talk.
I don't give a fuck to let these fucking vaccine injured people finish. Fuck that.
Chill.
It can. Okay, so first warning: you cannot talk about medical misinformation here. I don't want.
Shut the fuck up.
And if you take a map of just France, and if you take a map of just the Western states, or if you take a map of just Germany or of South Africa, in a specific projection centered on those locales, all plotted at the same scale, you'll find they are still, there's no gross error, because in map projections, you end up with 20 or 50 parts per million scaling errors because of projection, but that's a known scenario and you can still deal with the maths of it. So, and if you take a 40 million scale globe and you plot Germany at 40 million scale, it lines up. If you take South Africa at 40 million scale, it lines up. You take all of the United States at 40 million scale, it lines up.
I got two questions.
Yeah, these things are well known. Cartography is well known. Navigation is well known. You can't just say these things are wrong without experience. You're just saying stuff which is not true.
Schubel, I got two questions. My first question, will you at least admit that America's out of proportion? That America is depicted to be hold on. That America is depicted to be bigger than both Africa and South America. Would you at least give me
China.
that? Can you at least give me that, dude?
So is China. So is
Hold
Europe.
on, dude. I'm asking
Russia.
Schubel.
You're trying to make this about the Western thing.
No, I got two questions. That's my first question. I just want him to concede to that point. That's all.
He already did, but he also said on the
no, he hasn't. He don't want to. See, this is the problem with you guys. You guys don't want to give me anything.
He said on the globe it's not. Now, Lion, can you concede one thing? You were in the army. You wait.
Oh my God!
Army,
I had a follow-up question, dude. I had a follow-up question. Maybe one of you guys can answer it, right? So,
okay,
follow-up question, real quick.
Yes. The northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. The further you go away from the equator, will look less more distorted. Yes,
I'm going to give you an analogy here how the map is being stitched up, right? So, if you had a bank account, right? And you seen $100 missing, you would notice that, right?
What are you talking about?
Hold on, dude. You're gonna understand in a second. If you had a bank account and you notice $100 missing on your balance, you would notice that, right? But then if I took a dollar from a million people, you think they would notice that?
Maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So in the same way, you can massage. Hold on. You can massage the projection because you can actually take 1 degree of longitude or a fraction of a degree of longitude all the way across the Pacific, all the way across the Atlantic, and you wouldn't notice the difference. You wouldn't notice
Ryan,
it.
I just have one question for you. You said you were in the army. Was south one direction or all directions?
Hold on, dude. Did you hear anything I just said there?
Yes. Was south one direction for you in the army or all directions?
South. I didn't focus. I focused on magnetic north and true north and magnetic declination. And there was in Missouri, it was like 11. Magnetic declination was like 11 degrees off from true north. So if I remember correctly,
the question was south one direction for you or all directions?
Dude, come on, bro. That's a trick question, dude.
It's not a trick question.
Whenever something doesn't fit him, he just says it's a trick question.
You were in the army. If someone told you to march south 1,000 kilometers or 1 kilometer, if someone told you to march south 1 kilometer, would you say, I don't know which direction you want me to walk?
South is one direction. It's opposite of north, dude. Either whether you're on the globe or you're on the AE map, it's opposite of north. So that's why I said it's a trick question because it doesn't. Either way, it works. What's your problem?
Would you ask the person, I don't know which direction you want me to walk, or would you know which direction to walk in?
Of course, but that's like a logically irrelevant question, dude, because it works in both.
It's 100% relevant.
South is opposite of north, dude. The only difference is that on the AE map, south is all the way around the outer rim.
Which means it's a 300, like all directions away from the center of the AE map are south. So no matter what bearing you head out in, you're heading due south on the AE map. If the AE map had anything to do with reality.
In fact, it's a contradiction because you're heading north and south at the same
some
time.
countries and continents correctly, but that's about all it's good for. I mean, it does have some other uses maybe, but like it really is not useful for a lot of freaking things. And as Schubel pointed out, you didn't need him to admit the thing you were asking him to admit. He started out with the thing, the premise of what he said was that on a small scale, doing small land masses, these projections are fairly useful for something because the distortions are much smaller at a smaller scale. Because it's not like the bigger you make it. So when you make the whole world, it gets way more distorted. And that's what he was trying to say, and I don't think you caught that.
No, I
because
did.
you brought up all this other irrelevant shit.
No, I've been saying that. I said that
Can
from the
I-
beginning. What if you heard what I was talking, right? I said from the beginning that the local topographical maps of the continents are way more accurate than the globe projection. I've been saying that since the get. So stop gaslighting me, Brainiac.
So why?
Lion.
One question. If that's the case, then it seems to me that you understand that the globe is better at displaying less distortions when it comes to large distances than your flat Earth model. It seems like you agree with that, don't you?
Bro, I got to dip. I've been talking for a lot.
Well,
I'm surprised no other flat earther wants to.
I want to say something.
get in.
Don't run, Lion. It's
Dude, I gotta get to work. Bro. I gotta go ahead, dude.
It's quickly.
One last question.
Quickly. I'm not asking you. I'm talking to the room. You can go. It's all good.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Pay attention. Each time you answer his questions and he doesn't have a follow-up question, he suddenly gets a phone call or he suddenly needs to go to work. Then someone starts to answer and he suddenly comes back like he had no phone call and he had nothing. Also, you missed the fact.
Yeah, shit happens though. Like some of that can be real. I mean, his attack is actually
you're dishonest, Lion. You're dishonest.
Dude, I've been talking for so long, bro. I want other people to get in.
Instead of doing meta, bro, please. Like, again, it seems to me that you are understanding that on a small scale, flat maps are pretty accurate. But on a scale of worldwide, they become very inaccurate. They become very distorted. And it seems to me that you agree that the globe displays the distances better and also less distorted than the flat Earth map. So how come you prefer one over the other?
Emotions.
I'm asking him. He had the time to respond to the guy talking about how he always goes for walks and stuff. So I'm sure you will be able to answer my question.
I've been trying to tell you guys that I don't rely on my own understanding. I don't rely on my senses to dictate to me what reality is. I rely on the Bible. Right? So I'm trying to tell you, I have theological justification for my beliefs, regardless of what observations show. I actually put my faith in the Word of God over my own senses. So even though the moon does look like a spherical object in the sky, even though the moon looks like it has craters on it and it's solid, I don't believe it to be solid. I don't believe it to be anything that you could land on it. Right? It's not emotion. It's not emotion. It's based off of
your emotional belief in a thing you believe to be true. It's you emotionally believe this to be true. You don't have facts for it.
Let me draw.
It's not emotion. It's not emotion. I'm not appealing to emotion, dude.
It's rationality. You're not being emotional. You're being rational.
It's theological justification using deductive reasoning, right? The Enoch tells us that the moon has no solidity. There's nothing in her save her light. You can't land on it. It's not
that's a religious claim.
But a faith and belief is emotional. It is not logical, and it is not deductive reasoning to have a faith.
But I admit that I have a belief, right? I have a faith. That's the difference between me and you. You guys act like you don't have a belief system, like you're not religious. You're no different than I. Go ahead.
You proved us wrong. You're right. We are religious. Can I just say something now? So the problem to what you just said, to summarize it in conclusion to the conversation, no matter how much we put on the table to show you that you are wrong about your understanding of the flat Earth or the globe Earth, no matter how much we put on the table, there will never come the point where you say, you know what, you convinced me. Because the crux here is not that you are drawing an conclusion out of what is on the table. You're drawing a conclusion from what's not on the table, which is the Bible.
Yes. I have a theological basis for my belief. I'm biased. I'm theologically biased.
Sir, if you are not emotional and you're rational, right? Because it seems to me you are capable of rationalizing to a degree. How come you are engaging in a conversation that you know preemptively has not the ability to change your mind.
Because I believe that just like you believe that you hold the truth to reality. I believe the Bible
be
is
wrong.
the truth to reality.
See,
we could be wrong, and we'd change our position. You don't have that ability. No, you will always have your position regardless of the facts in front of you.
Yes, sir.
See,
That's the difference.
I gave you the reasons to why I believe in what I believe, which was the reasons that I gave you, the arguments, the justifications. All of them were on the table. They all